The morning enveloped the room with light. The child opened her eyes and felt, in the familiar world, something differently. The air is fluttering with unknown memories. But inside is the same, translated into a new body. The world was blossomed around in the fog. The anxiety squeezed the breasts, but deep breaths and the feeling of their own bodies slowly restored calm. In the heart, confidence was born again. Waking up in an unfamiliar room, the body was not obeyed as if it were wrapped in ice. He caught his eye with baby wallpapers, soft toys, and he knew his heart. He was a stranger here. He tried to disturb. Anxiety grew, and the body remained stone. He gave the past life for the girl. He endured pain, went through darkness, burned down her breathing freely. The final battle took everything. But fate gave a second breath. With gratitude and warmth in his chest, he returned to fight again. A desperate battle with monsters, from which even experienced warriors Frost goes with his back. Eric calls the maid, trying to catch her voice through roar and screams. He moves forward, scatters monsters, wants to meet her again. The incredible force burned in it, and he rushed to fight on the verge of life to protect this girl. The warriors did not understand how one person restrained hundreds, and did not seem. No war touched his soul as the pain of loss. One after the other, dreams and plans were crumbling. The heart pierced acute pain, the future blossomed. But the courage remained stubbornly further. The 16th anniversary just came as the night exploded by the monster. The scary paws were torn out the mud, the fangs shone in the light of the fire. The guy first met a true threat, and his heart pounded like a wild bird. When the monster was attacked, the most derived were a live shield in front of the guy. The mother, father, and loyal friend, as a whole, took a blow, closing him and fought until the last breath. Through the evening fog, he recognized a friend, but soon realized his mistake drove his friend into a deadly trap. The heart squeezed. Everything became useless, because it is he who is guilty of this loss. The meaning of life disappeared. The emptiness swallowed every thought, erased the desire to live. But someone's hand appeared suddenly, warm, alive, extended through darkness, promising support. It was Alilyn, the one that is able to cover the void in his heart. Her unexpected appearance became a thread that kept it in this world. Together with her, the forgotten feelings of joy, the meaning of living on. From now on, the loss has ended. The hero was not going to release someone else. No enemy will take away Eileen. The determination pulsates in the veins. Life makes sense only near it. Suddenly, the young man rushed on the offensive. A bold, like a storm, with his eyes burning. Calling the challenge, he was thrown to the enemies. Who wants to stand in front of his creator? Try to stop me. The enemies moved stubbornly, but the guy's words responded anxiously in their hearts. The last impulse of power, they rushed to flee, and the young man felt. The body was buzzing with fatigue and was about to betray him. Aelin called in the middle of the silence after the battle. Aiken wanted to hear her voice and find out where she hid. The ruins after the battle were smoked in front of her eyes. The call to the girl was lost in the void. And here, like a flash, the past broke the silence. Painful memories clamped his heart with regret. He broke out before his eyes. He did not have time to save the only one who was for him. The last breath of her lips, her chest in her chest. And the pain covered the wave. The mention crashed into the heart. The thoughts were stinged. The guilt did not release, stirring anger and pain. He saw again and again as he was standing, until it disappears in that ruthless silence. Thoughts were turning in his head, and the guy did not notice how a soldier with a powerful crossbow came from behind. The bowstring stretched with the crunch, and the arrow flew without leaving time to react. The bitter story of Eric ended that day. The pain of the loss froze in his mind. The movements became slow. Suddenly, the hostile arrow swept through the fog and cut off his life. The bitter regret compressed the breast. Death came by the name of the nameless soldier, who fled from the battlefield with a thread and struck. No courage is only empty injustice and bitterness of loss. After painful loss and suffering, death came to him quietly, as if a long, awaited rest. The hero saw in this place of end of his way, and said goodbye to life calmly, glowing, taking inevitably. The relief envelops it. There is no fog of pain. Eternal calm gives Eric a chance, again to embrace the relatives, who have been for years and probably heard their voices in dreams. Before their eyes, the faces of the most expensive, moms, dads, second childhood, smiling Aelin. The soul, full of relief, reached out. Finally those near those who were so waiting, and such peace inside. So he saw his fate, not in the body of the child, nor among another's anxiety and confusion. Thoughts were confused, everything was new, frightened the subtle smell of childhood and a close space of unknown. The baby's body was squeezed as a trap. Why it happened, the young man did not understand. Memories of the past painfully scratch inside, leaving behind bitterness and confusion. The absurdity and vanity covered it like a dense blanket of nonsense. The rite of rebirth opens the soul to the second spring. Because of the ancient sacrament, man gives a new body and a chance to breathe again, to touch the world differently. At first, the reincarnation seemed only a joke. The confusing memories flashed like dreams. The nonsense, he laughed mentally, is just a fiction. Nothing more than a shaky shadow of imagination. Little believed that he was cruelly mocked, playing a dark game. If you are resurrected, only erased every memory of the past. Eric sought to put an end to this pain, but everything was in vain. The body was not listened to. Children's pens slid, did not obey, neither strength nor skills. He sought to force the body to fulfill his plan, but it stubbornly resisted, did not want to obey the will of the little master. Only the mother experienced heavy birth's joy came. The son in the cradle, smells of milk and new life. Eric has no right to break family comfort because of their memories. But why he was allowed to be born in this alien place remained a mystery. Even in a crowd of acquaintances, loneliness presses. The look of an adult does not find a bridge to children's words, so communication becomes difficult, as if walls between you. The loss of loved ones left the bloody scars inside. The guy squeezed confusion, like frosty air. It is difficult for him to understand. Why a new body, old memories, someone else's reality? The misunderstanding has occurred unexpectedly. The confusion was overlaid. The child did not understand how everything went. When the awareness came, it was too late. Misunderstanding sprouted into a catastrophe, which is no longer stopped. The rage was burning inside. God laughs, forces to start everything from scratch in the defenseless body of a baby. The help of others as trouble for dignity. It is a cruel mockery of pride, true injustice. They said that posters, that's the case of the child, and the little one did this role. Tears flowed with a stream. Once a man approached and looked carefully at this strange action. How he sought to see his native features in new parents. But looking into the eyes of the mother, the heart suddenly froze. The meeting was stunning. Suddenly it turned out, Selena is his mother. This thought hit the lightning, tore everything inside. Could the fate so turn their lives by sprinkling them with a strange knot again? Careful. Selena immediately noticed the wet trousers of her son. A small annoyance confused the baby. She gently dressed him, carefully turning the feeling of cleanliness and comfort. The gentle hands picked up the baby. The alarming whisper touched his ears. What happened? Hugs, warm and gentle, remained strangers. Everything was stuck in your chest, without letting it closer. Looking at this woman could not get rid of doubts. Is his mom? It was a ghostly resemblance to the same, forgotten in dreams. The appearance reassured and at the same time worried the soul. The name of Eric was habitual. There was no C, only a simple coincidence. The mother from the past life has long gone away, leaving a warm memory and shadow of the sum in the soul. The baby stood in tense tears, squeezed his cams, hid alarm behind his cheeks. Diana, tired after hunting, hugs his son from the threshold. At home, at last, warmth and cozy. When his father hugged his son, the joyful voice of Brune's in the air. And the boy, who was surprised by the cold, did not look from Diana. In her features, he recognized his father from his past life. The bizarre coincidences around the new life of the Erica were squeezing the breasts, anxiously sounding about the past. The mysticism of reality was heard in every shadow, and the confusion of baked thoughts, like a whisper of a night wind. A woman is an exact copy of his former mother. A familiar voice, the name that swells in the air. Everything hinted at a miracle. The hero froze in silence, looking for an explanation. But he did not dare. Maybe it's a dream? The father confidently said that a courageous man would grow from this boy, a strong man. Even his heart was proud. He saw the baby slipped, and lifted gently. It is time to get up. Try again. All this was not a dream or a dream, but a sharp, ruthless reality. Every wave of pain passes through the body of the hero. Every touch is unbearably real. The father was confident as if he were still an adult, though he imagined himself. And Selena quietly and patiently reminded, in front of her only a 6-year-old baby. The connection was too obvious. The sky whispered about the inevitable fate. In the voices and movements of those present, he recognized his relatives from his past life. This discovery captivated the heart and fulfilled everything around a special meaning. The doubts were dispelled. In his chest, the hero felt unwavering confidence. Before him, real parents from his past life. The heart was rippled by the truth that was not amenable to any doubt. Quietly, almost whispers, the girl apologized to Eric. She explained that this is all due to Diana's disease. The brain fades, the cells are slowly dying, and with them control over words and actions disappears. The baby watched his parents, smiling, and in every movement he guessed familiar features. Those who remained unchanged from his past life. Mother, Selena, father, Diane. And he again appears in the image of Eric, and fate is intertwined into a bizarre pattern, as if in a script that surprised the fate itself. The room around suddenly came to life with familiar images. Everything here, even the smell of old wooden shelves, echoed the same childhood years in the cradle of the past. The silent comfort hugged, blurring time. The former anxieties were left behind. Now everything has been spinning around the search for a place in a new reality. The memories of the verse retreated, giving way to the question, how to get worse, how not to waste this gift of fate. It turned out that the baby returned to his own past. In a new life he is again a young child, with a curious look and clean hands. The shock was swollen when the same memories broke out in the mind and again, as if someone had soaked the film for every little thing, forcing again to experience a long-known pain. Before his eyes, his death broke out again. But suddenly everything changed. Past fears have disappeared as if they were washed away, and the memory of the pain lost its power. Finally, there was a rare chance to change your destiny. The idea was raging in her head. It is time to create the perfect life, based on experience and experienced. Once upon a time, he often dreamed of strength and determination. Looking back, the boy felt the fate gave him a second chance. Thanks to this gift from above, he stepped forward, to correct mistakes and create a life that he always dreamed of. The second opportunity is the last chance to correct everything. Now he must rescue those who did not have time to save. No one will forgive the mistakes, because the third attempt may not be. Once compromises, the heart of bitter memories. Now, with the second chance, he promised to himself, no agreements with conscience, no defections. From now on, only honesty, just justice. This time, he decides to live full. Knowledge of the past whispers in the temple, lures to avoid mistakes, grab new chances, and, like an artist, to create his own space of happiness and harmony. The fun was circling in the game, but Tina was breathing, trying not to keep up with the smart Eric. Finally, with a tired sigh, she asked to stop and wait a little. The street laughter poured a moon when Tina asked a break. She lacked the strength to run further. The guy jokingly dropped, "You ask for a break, so you seem." The children have been running the village for the 5th time, catching fun, and Eric, only 3 years in the world, bathed in his carefree childhood. Happy after running, the girl stopped at the corner, inhaling the fresh air and catching the smells of linden and sun. Looking at the native streets, the baby was sure that there could be no disaster. Only he felt the approach of trouble. Before the attack, the monster remained a long time, a few years in stock. It is not easy to train a 3-year-old baby, but he decided to use every chance to fill. Time was relentlessly pressed on the temple. Every moment, like gold, every breath had a price. The clock is rustling, and he is in a hurry, acts quickly, not allowing any second to burn in vain. The rebirth taught the hero. Preparation and strength, the key to survival. In the heart, the goal was to become the strongest to protect family and friends, improving every movement, every skill to perfection. Smiling fun, the guy noticed that they ran a lot and asked the girl, "Didn't she get tired?" She nodded silently, breathing hard. There was almost no strength. "I wanted to rest a little." Tina wondered, "How does this little run without fatigue when her legs are barely drawn?" She exclaimed, How are you still on her feet? And he shines as if he had just woken up. For 3 years he hardened himself every day. Strength, the body was gaining strength, and health was adamant as steel after fire. Squeezed in surprise, the girl watched as he would stand on a branch and playing football every time. She thought that enthusiasm would not make it grow faster than nature itself. Tina, offended and laughed, asked the boy with a smile. I gave way to at least once, because the victory always gets only to you. Caution became a shield. Unnecessary abilities could be suspected. This young man learned well. Nearby the girl was angry, grunting, irritatedly jumped by chips. Failure did not rest. The insult is baked. Well, so, 2 years older, but not always wins? It seems to Eric the sister has not changed at all. Incendiary, stubborn, as if once in another life. New in the neighborhood is a bold step into the world of foreign paths. The girl stretched out a second extra snack. In her hands she warns the care, a sincere smile on her face. Childhood generosity does not know the borders. The girl slowly opened the lid. Everything was mixed inside and slipped into a disorderly pile. Her carefully collected flavors lost his appearance, and with it, a festive mood. The dish slowly melted, and the smell of a bad dinner pierced the kitchen. The girl was upset. The attempt failed. Eric looked from the top. He was inept, but sweet. Tina was silent, motionless as a shadow. Memories of the ancient past were buried by the burden, eclipsing the boy's forehead. Tina noticed it, surprised, and gently wondered, why is it so serious? Childhood demanded lightness, but past scars were stubborn. In 3 years of friendship, he remembered so much happened, important and memorable. The girl suddenly said, Eric is like my dad. The guy, stunned, could not understand her words. He asked the girl not to joke in his voice, though he had to admit, in her words, there was a sense. He has a 20+ for another life, so she was right, comparing him with her father. While the girl joked again that Eric was like her dad, a suspicious searchite came from the bushes. They both froze, listening to a mysterious rustle. He advised the girl to restrain. The smell of goodies had already lured the beast, and he was clearly going to eat treats. Tina was upset. She spent so much forces, and everything was in vain. With the crunch of branches, the wild boar rushed at the girl. The guy immediately appreciated the threat. There was no time. The heart scored stronger. It is necessary to act quickly, to protect it. That's the main thing. The despair in the eyes of Tina burned with fire, and the young man, without hesitation, rushed to the rescue. He warned, do not reproach him now for the harm. The sword whistled in the air and hit the boar. He rushed. A little lost girl fell and looked at a friend in surprise, begging, what did you do? Eric whispered gently that he will embrace the world for her. He is powerful until it is near. Minute hesitation, and the girl is already hiding behind the trunk, catching the breath of pine bark. The guy sighs with relief, glad that she listened and hid from danger. Boar stood like a statue. The new moon understood. The first blow has passed without a trace. The forces of the past will not help. Only speed and ingenuity under the rustle of breathing in intense silence remained. The boar rushed forward. The roar of the hoof lifted the dust, and the guy felt like a 3-year-old baby. Strength and agility disappeared. His hands became helpless against angry beast. The plank was madly squeezed, not giving a rest. The little legs of the 3-year-old baby were confused in escape. The forces ended. The worst part is that the board aimed at the leg, Webb breathing with fear. The board was slowly passed, the jump rescued, but the earth disappeared under his feet, and the guy gap into the dust. Tina, having frozen nearby, clenched his fists, okay to help at any moment. The face in memory flashed those whom he swore to protect. Defeat is not an option. The word will become dust. Labor is useless. The clenched fists prolonged, the forces were going, and the victory became the only road. Having straightened his shoulders, the guy solemnly proclaimed, it is time to see what he has achieved for 3 years of tireless training. Let others make sure with his own eyes. The shadow sword broke out in the guy's hands, a punching of pine, and the enemy flies into the air. The girl was fascinated by looking. She has not seen such strength in a friend. With one movement, the guy rejected a great grunt as if it were of feathers. Tina's breathing went down, her eyes expanded. Magic came to life straight in her eyes. If the errorist had detained a moment or brought, the storm could remain unharmed, and the awareness of his own mistake had already breathed fear in the back of the back, underestimated, risked by himself. Inside, the hurricane was raging. The heart was pounding, the fingers trembled. And in the distance, the girl drove forward, waving her hands. Her voice cut the air and poured through anxiety. She called him. For her, it was a real miracle, something majestic, fascinating with ants. The boy is surprised. He was waiting for condemnation, and saw in her eyes a sincere admiration where he was lost in anxiety. The shadows did not think that there was something magical in it. He was waving. They say, all this is due to training. But the girl knew it was not about skill. His gaze always gave more than words. The insult was spark. The girl suddenly demanded that she be taught magic. The guy froze, fascinated, not knowing what to answer such a bold gust. Her words were hit, like a thunder. The guy stunned in the girl's eyes, catching his barely noticeable trembling breath and trying to understand where these unforeseen consequences would lead. And he didn't have any idea that everything would change so sharply. But in the depths of girlish, sincere eyes, warmth and trust. The guy is calm. A wave of relief gently washes his heart. With the inspired glitter in the eyes, Tina begged the boy to teach her magic. He sighed confusedly, trying to calm her gently, not knowing how to do next. Without harmony, girl's magic can burn the owner herself, but nothing looked as pure and sincere as her transparent, shining eyes. The refusal to teach a sound. In response, an outbreak of indignation, a hot accusation of greed. Silence was hanging between friends. Anxiety grew. Everything went too far. The smell of dreams hung in the air when the girl asked quietly, "Why is magic unattainable for her?" She sought strength, so sought to change for herself and the world. Tina dreamed of becoming as strong as her brother. She is older, responsible, and did not want to be in danger. In her dreams, her steps became confident. Her heart was not trembling with fear. The words of the sister, spoken in the past life, came back to him. Barely touched the hearing, they wrapped their heart with dawn, filling the soul with a sweet, tart nostalgia. The oath to change the future flew from his mouth, and at the same moment the air delayed the breath. Everything around, as if melting in the slow wind, began to change. Consent to teach magic caused a happy smile in the girl. Inside, the guy spilled the feeling. Now the defeat is impossible. He is invincible. Having mastered magic, Tina will become stronger and will never allow herself to be defenseless. The next morning, dawn awakened her new confidence. Calm prevails around. Only a quiet village, no monsters, no prying eyes. You can train as much as you want without looking at or feeling threat. The owner asked if the girl would be able to keep my secret. She nodded confidently, giving a word. However, the guy in the depths of his heart doubted. Sooner or later, everything would be revealed. For his sister, the boy risked everyone. The girl laughed as if she were the heroine of the magic game and was looking forward to the first witchcraft lesson. The teacher asked quietly, "Reach out." First, the concentration. The imaginary coloring of the elements rises right before the eyes. Only when you feel that the forces of nature have obediently gathered together, it is time to put the spells into motion. She barely lifted her hands. She was pinching in the skin, and a clear wavy water cloud appeared on her hands. The girl froze with her mouth wide open. The water flowed between the fingers, playing the sunny bunnies. The quality and strength of the magic depends not on the quantity, but on how perfect the components are. Even the crumb of the ingredient can make a powerful spell if its purity is perfect. It is difficult for a little girl to understand all the complexity and strength of the magic. It comes over the years. Experiences and exercises are going slowly, settling in thoughts. Only 18 magic ceases to grow with it. Magic has its own levels, from light, almost invisible magic to complex, depleted both time and effort. A simple trick is an instant gesture, and a real miracle grows from long, juicy rituals. The fragrant air of the class trembled from the girl's question. Are the highest magicians more powerful? The teacher weighed every word, so not at the same time. His quiet, thoughtful answer responded. Sometimes a simple spell, launched at the right moment, can lift a larger storm than the most powerful spells. It is important to feel the moment, to collect strength, and to let magic just when it solves everything. In the heart of Tina raged waves of grip. The master was preparing to convey to her secrets accumulated over the years. Wisdom and skill that will open the way to true safe magic. He did not dream that the day would come. and his own decision to reveal to the girl all the mysteries of magic would bake the soul with bitter regret. The days were sailed one by one. The workouts did not subscribe. Shadows 10, the mentor, only 8. But daily exercises gave the boy strength and a slight glare of magic in the eyes. But it was not enough. The blade was not yet confident in his hands. The movements were stuck. He persistently sought lost skill. Tina, with a soft smile, believed her brother would turn her brother. The usual steel blade cut the air so acute that even magic dull nearby. I would never believe. Simple weapons are stronger than all her spells. New spells required daily exercises and continuous improvement. Earlier, all the attention went to the art of fencing, and combat magic remained in the shade, like a forgotten melody. He had to be perfect in her eyes, but doubts were quietly moving in his soul. The girl struck, loudly assured, her spells will defeat. Belief in their strength and respect for the teacher blazed inside. The water listened to Tina much better than himself. And this surprise burned the young man, like an icy bucket. The world was able to hit the world when you were not waiting. The pride of the young man was painful. The realization that a 10-year-old girl copes with water more skillfully pierced a cold, unpleasant feeling. Only at 16 magic for the first time touched the Erica, too late to become powerful. Although he tried to exhaust, he stepped slowly. The forces woke up reluctantly like a dream that did not want to let go. The whitish smile of the girl glowed with confidence that you could not understand. The young man felt he should prove her advantage, excitedly at risk of honor and name. Again the failure, and the girl is already strictly ordered to call her sister. The young man lowers his shoulders, hides his breath and agrees, swallowing this new role. The sister hugged her brother firmly, whispering, "If you trouble, she will now save." Inside Eric, something squeezed. It seemed incredible to him, because the secrets of water magic did not obey him. The icy towel Tina gave Erica. The cool touched the skin. The body shuddered from pleasant relief. He thanked her, feeling the freshness washed away. The magic swirled in the girl's hands, and pride glowed in her eyes. She assured the boy, with difficulty come to her, she will solve everything. Diana was frozen at surprise, barely breathing. On the way, the air was hot here. He waved the boys, threw a short greeting, and wiped a wet sweat from his forehead. Eric asked Diana why he was here. Diana explained quietly. It was impossible to speak with her father, and she reminded, he came to look at training. He managed to stay in the shade, but the guy did not notice. This is what showed. A lot more ahead. On his parents, the guy drew, and later felt the depth of strength in the wise words of the elders. All you have to do is relax, and all the long preparation will melt, like a morning fog, leaving behind the emptiness and alarming silence. The simple truth sounded obvious, but the great figure of his father stood in front of Eric's eyes, forcing him to think again. He felt gratitude to Gredetten for countless things. The father did not demand anything, a single word, only the silence and the silent plot of magic between them. He knew that his son would pass on his mysteries to the girl, because trust went from generation to generation. The smell of the pine verse in the air, when the young man again asked Diana why he was here. The father's response sounded quietly. He came to invite hunting. The young man nodded and quietly admitted that he really wanted to leave. It turned out, Diana's son is exactly the same, sincere, open to a new one. The girl stunned the air. Men go hunting. The senior leaned to her, whispering, only no one. The wife learns. The troubles do not go away. Determined and stubborn, the girl cast her gaze after. Wait a minute. I go with you too. The blind flow of fresh air, along with her words, stopped them on the doorstep. Diana's voice sounded firmly. The girl would not go with them. Despite this, she lived a passionate dream to try herself, feel a real challenge. She again asks for permission to go hunting. Father's fading nod. In the words of his daughter, he heard the luck of his older sister. This discovery stunned Eric like a cold wave. However, the father voiced an important condition. The serious voice of the old man sounded like a warning. As soon as the slightest threat arises, hunting would be stopped. However, the forest lands were drawn nearby. Meanwhile, the girl already had a tricky plan to bypass her father's ban. The smile blossomed on the girl's face. A real adventure was waiting in front. Diana's experienced thinker was confident, and it gave confidence. Everything would be reliable with such people. Thoughts were confused as a cold wind in her head. The incomprehensibility of the events was clamping her breasts, and anxiety grew, pouring her soul with bitter anticipation and confusion. The forest path absorbed the steps of the guys. On the faces of Eric and Diana, silent anxiety, eyes vigilant, lips compressed. In the air he vibrates hope. Both seek to keep peace. Nature squeezed the invisible hoops. The air was heavy, the flow to the bones. The views met. The fatigue mixed with fear flashed in the eyes of both, like a reflection of one thought. From the air, thick, depressing heaviness, as if the forest was holding a breath. Dad slung the bushes, and a bear body appeared in front of him. Muscles were shuttered under thick brown fur. Before his eyes, a rare, horrible beast emerged. A huge red bear was shaking the prey. The girl immediately frozen, the heart was slammed, and in the air it smelled fresh blood. The place of contact was far from the usual lands of red bears. In memory, a comparison with the past broke out. For 20 years, he has never met in the village of such animals. The red bear rises 5 meters, elusive and fast, like a wind in the night forest. His skin is like forged from iron. No mortal will leave even scratches. For the mature Erica with combat experience and special knowledge, past meetings with such creatures were thrown into small adventures. Only a slight adrenaline outbreak in the middle of everyday life. Diana Astrosund was asked to return to the village and gather hunters to combat threat. But anxiety for the fate of a man who was left alone near a dangerous animal did not leave her heart. In shading, he silently watched the giants. Every movement, every paw buzzing in his ears. Going with them, not knowing neither the power of the enemy nor the tricks, is a leap into the darkness where the trouble was chatting at the bottom. The sharp movement of the palm, and he orders to move faster, only his eyes warn. No sound, otherwise the giant will be alert. The main thing, if the red bear finds them, just lie like inanimate. The children dissolved at dusk, leaving Diana alone. The father stood in silence, thinking how to expel a terrible red bear and not to put anyone in danger. The girl came to Eric, the mouth trembled, almost breaking on the crying. Certain guilty, she confessed, overestimated herself. It was not ready for real hunt. Only one person acted differently. Eric. It was he who felt the evil in advance, and was quiet, carefully preparing, knowing that trouble could appear at any time. The forests lived in their beasts. Predatory power, aggression glowed in every shade. The guy could not yet see in the aura a barely tangible, alarming breath of time. There was not enough experience. There was not enough smell. As soon as the boy begins to ripen about a strange phenomenon, the girl, intensely listening, suddenly loses balance. The leg breaks from the wet bark, rustles, and she slides down. The girl fell, and Eric in a low voice was worriedly asked, "Is everything okay?" Their conversation was interrupted by the smell of wild wool. A giant red bear was quietly behind. The shrill cry tore the air, forced the man to turn sharply. The heart fell deaf into the chest. The tension was squatting into the brain. The feeling suggested that it is necessary to act immediately. The trouble is quite close. The shrill scream belonged to the shadows. Energy in the air ripe to the touches. Eric felt, in dark thickets hiding giant red bears. 2 red bears crawled out of the dark thicket of the forest. Massive trunk entailed long shadows, filling the air with a threatening whisper. It became more dangerous. Just before Eric, another bear erupted. The air squeezed from its appearance, and he immediately ordered the shadows to retreat. A desperate jerk towards the enemy, the guy knew. In such a body, not to defeat the bear, except to stop him a little. To escape? In vain. The predatory breath of the beast is already breathing into the nape of the nape. Whatever the decision was made by the guy, the danger to Tina hung in the air, like a sharp blade. The tension did not fall, even the air seemed heavy. In the depths of the heart he resigned. He is ready to fall for the sake of loved ones who also did not deviate from fate. But only one thought. If you die here, everything done will disappear in vain. Now there were no other ways. Just a victory. Diana rushed forward into a deadly duel with an angry bear. Short shout, run, cut the air, let them run while on their feet, let them have time to hide. What are you going to do? The question was. There was a shrill shadow of the squeal, and the man rushed behind him, tearing the silence, heavily thickened the bear. Diana only looked around. The meaning of events slipped like smoke. 2 malicious red bears wandered among the trees. Anxiety squeezed the air like an iron trap. The only thing left, to pull time. The guy grabs his sister by the hand. orders to flee, but she stands, unwavering. If everything goes so, the beast will break the resistance, and the trouble is inevitable. It is impossible to leave the father alone with danger. It is impossible for the shadow. The fears are squeezing her breast. To go or stand, it is not time to froze like an iron pillar he threw a girl. It is necessary to move while the heart is pounding and breathing hot. It was only necessary to escape, head to the village, back to a familiar threshold. Only the rush gave hope to survive. Every moment in the open air is a sip of fear, and the risk of die. The girl, when he returned to the village, carefully asked why he believes Diana will survive. In her voice, an alarming unwillingness swelled. The words slipped, as if from the cold touch of the morning fog. When the salvation is near, only in her hands, the girl is without hesitation in the fire. Fears are burned because it is unbearable to see the most expensive. The pain is stronger than fear. Doubts melt in the flames of love. The voltage broke through. The girl released magical power, and a dazzling light flashed around. The young man just wondered, where did those endless hours of hard workout go? The idea of saving Tina seemed to be worth everything, even the parental fate. For the sake of the friend, the guy was ready for a terrible choice, not noticing how this devotion throws into the abyss of both girls and relatives. Life screaming about salvation as before. His chances are one way forward. From the beginning he was ready to fight, giving up only when he was not left with strength. It was at the decisive moment that he finally came. He must save his own. So, the hot wave of liability burned from the inside and returned confidence in its own abilities. The father ordered to remove the stubborn girl, but the guy, sighing, apologized and quietly said he would not do it. I came to the girl advice. You need to go to 2 bears immediately, although it is not necessary to kill them. The guy asked him to believe him, and his sister caught his intention. The magic shimmer in the air, a moment, and the space between Diana and the angry bears grows. The threat recedes by giving the team a sip of rest and time to a new plan. The plan was to wait for the right moment, and then hit exactly and powerfully to make the victory inevitable. But his father, listening to his son, severely rejected this opinion. For him such risks were madness. 2 young assistants, full of confidence, ignited magic. Between them, as if they were refreshing air and thickened tension. The man nodded with gratitude to his father for his trust. The decisive battle is about to begin. The assistant quietly switched on the shadow blade mode. The space has moved. Wizards, focused, fused their forces into a bright stream that made its way through the air, hanging over the enemies. The flow of energy escaped forward. Bright flashes illuminated the path, cutting the benches of the enemies, and the bear broke through the manicide and turned sharply. The lightning blow drilled the air, and the giant body of the bear broke in half. The glow cut the meat, exactly and cold, like a human hand. A short impulse, and the man rushed forward, throwing afterwards, "In vain to run away, you will not slip away." In his voice there was a lightning roar, the sword of air and monster head. Everything is over. With relief, the man inhales fresh air. Children's voices are ringing, babies run towards him, alive, rescued. The toddlers ran to Dad, looking anxiously at his face and looking for wounds. A warm look touched everyone and a gentle smile. "You are good," whispering his words. Pride spilled in the heart of his father. The son defeated the giant bear. But the real surprise was waiting ahead. It was Tina who was able to stop the beast. The man froze, not believing his eyes, first seeing the strength and talent of a little girl. Hugging them, the man said enthusiastically, "You are incredible, the real heroes of the village." In the air, the shadow blade is a spell of medium power that cuts silence like the breath of wind. The outbreak of power in Tina's eyes clouded even the strongest, although only average spells were in stock. A man quit the idea, to become a thinker. Tina rejects the offer, does not even hesitate. From the shadow, energy is like light from a campfire. Erica gnawed anxiety. How to protect loved ones without crushing under the weight of pain. He stared at the sky and searched for the answer between the clouds. To the village, the guy already carried a premonition of the future. Selena asked if the man decided to tell everything and explain his act. "Why does the father lead the children to hunt?" she asked. The guy was caught with his gaze every moment he had not noticed before, and sincerely wished that this happiness would not end. The inhabitants were tested, similar to hell. Every day the guy, feeling short of time, trained even more persistently, growing to overcome what awaited ahead. That pain was bitterly packed into the soul. The idea of surviving it was a second throat. There is no longer the strength to endure a new loss. The wound of the past still blends, does not breathe on full breasts. Only by gaining the power of a real warrior will he be able to become a living wall for loved ones. At the peak of skill, the danger will lose its shadow, and the warmth of the native hearts will be protected. Finally, the holiday. The house is greeting, 16 years of Eric. Yesterday the baby is still, and tomorrow, an adult. When they ordered the glasses, the air was filled with a solemn treasure. Erica thanks were still smelling of the holiday, but the joy in the breast was squeezed by the memory. Tomorrow the brutal monsters will burst into the village, and difficult trials will come. Tina quietly asked if everything was fine. Eric, lowering his eyes, admitted, shame wraps, he feels guilty. The guilt of what happened was not on it. Even drunk he became, not out of his own free will. Everything came together through the reckless actions of Diana. It was she who led to this misery. 16 are still youth, but people have already perceived it to adults. However, pouring alcohol for force is evil. The girl, however, supported simply and sincerely, like a warm hand. Temporary difficulties, the guy assured. The little thing. It is worth resting, and everything will be dispersed. Tina did not believe. The parental anxious heart felt a threat he had not seen. Her words did not come to his ears. The girl just stayed side by side, silently, all night. Selena from Diana felt it. Tina just told her parents. They were together, shoulder to her shoulder this night. Something in this situation seemed strange, even inconvenient. But the girl just smiled, turned and reminded softly. They so often fell asleep nearby as a child. But the time changed everything. The guy was no longer a baby, but the girl turned 18. Everything became different, as if the wind suddenly changed direction. The aunt's vigilant look made his confusion, and she repeated the question. The guy stopped sharply, burned it. He was not in his conversations. He asked the girl no longer to persuade. Laughter is heard, she confesses. It's just a joke. The girl lies nearby, watches her eyes. As he reacts, plays with his nerves, leaving in the air a slight aroma of wasteland. Under the knock of the door, he moved to the bathroom. He dreamed of moving the foaming coolness of his soul. But the girl cast a frightened look and warned the verse. Under the degree, do not go to the water. He just smiled. There was no trace left of alcohol. The bed accepted her tired body, the eyelids were weighted, and the name of Ira was constantly swollen in her head. The thoughts of her did not allow her shadows to fall asleep. Silence emphasized the light breath of a girl who plunged into sleep. Alongside, on a nearby bed, the guy is exhausted by the body, and he could not sleep. Thoughts flew like steep grandmothers above the water without rest. In a dream, the horror wrapped the young man. His native village was torn down. The groan was cracking the walls, the inhabitants rushed in different directions, and the streets groaned with shouting and despair. Suddenly, his mother and selenium arms squeezed him so that it was ill. In alarming voices, the question, why is he still here? The father beats the enemy, and Selena begged, you need to run away, leave the house immediately. Barefoot drove forward, looking for salvation from a deadly threat. The guy, looking back, quietly called his dad, because the fear of losing his native face in chaos squeezed his heart. Time was endless. Selena exclaimed for Teeny to look after Eric, and she rushed to the terrible monsters. With tears in her eyes, she stubbornly kept the defense until they had strength, until they were rushing on her. The shrill, confused cry of the boy rolled between the rocks. Suddenly the realization came. Everyone was left, they themselves, near the cliff, above the abyss of silence and anxiety. Erica's mouth was barely audible. It cannot be. In his imagination, he sought support from his parents, trying in vain to understand how everything went to the abyss so rapidly. The threat was already felt in the air. She fell on her knees, her palms gently touched the boy's shoulders and whispered, she promises to save, so let her believe her how they believe the sun after the storm. The forces of Tina do not match the parent, but the heart burns no less. She swore, he will become his support, even if the world will go to the screw. Tears slipped quietly on the guy's cheeks. The older sister always kept her hand on the pulse. In her movements lived special care. When the monsters jumped out of her back, she pushed them without hesitation, and the enemy dropped from the cliff. Sudden shock, and the guy opens his eyes. The world comes to life in the darkness. Tina, all in the sun's rays, smiles quietly in a dream. The lips tremble in a soft shade. Preparing for the next day, the hero moved into the forest. The soft needles were sprung under her feet. The leaves were rushing around. Hunting for mythical creatures seemed to him a strange, almost fabulous challenge. The thickets were squeezed around. The wet branches touched their faces. No trace of the beast. Maybe something extraordinary is about to happen? Suddenly, the crash of branches. The body tensed. The eyes were wide open. A barely audible rustle came from the heart of the forest. The leaves whisper in the wind. The hero strains hearing, catches each sound around, as if the forest is breathing nearby. Somewhere near the verse rushes the night, and in a branch, like a shadow, frozen the silhouette. A stranger settled on a branch without moving for a moment. The young man felt someone's invisible breathing with all the injection. A stranger has a talent for reincarnation. No shadows, other people's features. But the hero captures barely audible traces. The smell of smoke, in passing the left thread. Tomorrow will bring something unusual. The voltage will sigh in the air. The next morning the house was filled with joy. The son was 16. The father glowed pride, trust and comfort prevailed in this family. Greeting everyone, he sincerely thanked the guests. Each event of this village lived in the memory of Erica. Bright, as if only yesterday. Children were rare here, so adults caressed it, wrapping it as their native blood. Songs and laughter were heard throughout the village. The Erikov holiday glowed with colors, and in his chest there was a predictory. Monsters chatting for fun. Can you forget about the danger? Erik wanted to share with Tina about the strange in the forest, and the old peasant had time before, told everything to the boy. The boys wandered the forest. No beast, only the strange, alarming breath of something invisible. Erik persistently advised the peasants to stay away from the forest if something seemed suspicious. The old man just waved. No reason to excite, everything is fictional. The Maidan decided to celebrate in honor of Erik. The elder was silent about the forest danger. The guy conquered the decision, but the alarm with a bitter flavor did not leave him. The forest would still make himself aware. In the eyes of Tina, admiration flashed. Erik was attentive and prudent, not like others. But the wave of joy called. The girl gains the room of mom and dad. A smile barely plays on her mouth. Following the reproaches of parents, they say a good sister will not work with her figure. Meat and broccoli were served for dinner. Tina swallowed the image with powerless shadow and smelled of steam and disappointment in the room. Tina was counting on Erica. He would easily cope with these mountains of dishes that she was scattered. But yesterday he left the village, and hope faded like a candle in a cold wind. Far from his homeland, Erik plunged into the smell of hay and fresh chopped tree. His hands were stuck until he dried the grass and ignited a campfire in autumn silence. Hidden, breathing the truth about the attack in his chest without telling anyone. Silence pressed his heart. Inherit someone about the invasion. They would laugh, called crazy. Now too late. Yoga Soul is tearing bitter reproach. Indecision and fear cost him home and the most expensive people. Reality hurts dreams. The promises of protection and salvation are dispelled like a fog in a cold wind. Everything intended is broken down into the cruelty of the world. The human forces are also a limit. Erica's mouth trembled slightly. Honestly recognizing his selfishness, he just asked his friends to forgive. This time, the heart taught him. It is more important to be more important than his own. The past did not become a lesson for him, but the guy raised strong walls around the village. Experience and years of perseverance sounded in every brick. People were breathing calmer beyond these walls. The peasant voices sounded soft, like the rustle, talking about news, dreams. The sun played the shoulders playfully. The air was full of peace and far laughter. Suddenly, Diana felt the alarming trembling of the earth. In the air smelled with dust, and under his feet, waves walked like the heart of the planet. The tower stood on the outskirts of the village. The man hurried up to reach the extent of the distress and decide what next. At the top, he was met by a gray sage, whose words whispered, "Caution and attentiveness, now is your shield." From the observation deck opened a striking panorama. Even the easiest changes in the landscape became noticeable. everything breathed space and openness. On the Tower of Diang, the frost was slid. The frost. Suddenness paralyzed, but the cry cut the evening air. The invasion of other people's creatures. Everyone flee. Faster! The peasants, trembling with fear, attacked questions. The man described how the monster was swinging near the village and whispered, "The invasion will not be avoided. Hide as well." The man exclaimed in the stroke of the crowd, "The attack is real. It is not training." Suddenly, Tina broke through people. The cry and tears mixed in her voice. Eric disappeared. The words fell on the man, cold run on his back, heralding disaster. A sharp voice ordered the shadows to join the evacuation group, instructing it to selenium. The girl denied stubbornly. She was ready to go with him. He cut off. "The task is too dangerous," Diana quietly assured the girl. "Nothing would happen to Eric. He is not so weak to give up." Selena quickly led the little one, reminding that the brother will stand, and here it is too dangerous. "It is time to run," the peasants whispered quietly. "Diana will find and return Eric, we promise." But suddenly a stone wall grew up in front of the girl, tall to the sky, cutting the horizon with a sharp wind. The amazing stone wall, which was not in the morning, grew up between the peasants. The breath caught in fear. But uninvited anxieties were stuck. Shelter became reliable, like a rock, defense. Selena, without holding back anxiety in her voice, convinced people. A tall stone wall would reliably protect them from predatory monsters. Her words were ringing as an attempt to instill peace and faith. The idea of the woman was adopted with delight. The residents felt the reliability of the wall at hand. Meanwhile, troubled creatures were moving unusual. Tino suggested that some managed to slip beyond the circle, leaving it out of sight. From the new wall pulled a powerful magical wave, a familiar, almost native smell of flaps in the air. Tina mentioned years of training with Eric. Long hours when they mastered the secrets of magic, studying patience and endurance. Creating such a wall is how to build a whole world from sparks, to spend not just strength, but all eternity. The wall grew from nowhere. Someone, as if feeling dangerous, protected the village in advance. The girl wondered, whose creation? Could Eric really? And what else does he hide, besides his own disappearances? Eric's gaze in the distance. I was eagerly staring at the fog. He remembered past clashes, and decided that this time he was using proven defense techniques again. Eric promised, he will protect this village. The memoirs were noisy defeats and losses, and the courage displaced fear, left only confidence. Consciousness drew a path, a long and full battle, but the body was already preparing to go forward. The Iris in the voice again quit the promise. He will protect this village himself. Let everyone heard, even the wind in the crowns. In the maelstrom of wild noise, without delay, the guy stepped around, a wolf Oscar, a roar of red bears, and he desperately reflects every attack, protecting his native land. The blade of Erica again flies into the air. Under it the wolves fall, the red bears roar, and it does not look back. Only hardness and steps, there is no fire of fear. The earth shuddered from the impact. A huge, like a ogre, the monster clapped his fist right in front of him. The guy jumped sideways, slid through the danger, barely touching the dust. The blade breaks forward, the strokes flying into the neck of the monster, and in the footprint, the cry is erupted. The rage of the boy flies with the moon, cutting down silence like a storm. A horrible shadow. A giant dragon with a buzzing wings and the smell of burnt ash came behind. Eric has raised his voice. No more monster would approach his native village. The blade cut the shoulder of the monster. A bluish smoke stretched out of the wound. In the air, strange whispers were swirling, something unknown hanging over the guy, forcing him to think through the movement thoughtfully. It is scary to even imagine how many monsters could gather in one place not by chance. This only happens when the battle for the ground flared. The beasts did not fight each other. They rushed only to the village. If they were guided by the instinct, the walls would be quiet without exposing themselves to a vain and cruel siege. However, it was the village that became the target of these freaks. Erica tormented the question. How could these creatures unite, and who pulled the threads? Even with answers, it is not clear why they attacked the poor village. The imagination suggested the young man. The monsters would have to tear each other into pieces, following the wild injection, not united to destroy the quiet village. The flame stream escaped from the giant dragon's mouth, insanely illuminating everything around. The fire was sore, filling the air with crack, heat, and barbed smoke. The lightning sword was in the air. The monster flew in half, as if a sharp knife had fled velvet. The earth struck the rib when Eric fell, and behind the back threatening giant ants, their jaws clicking, ready to attack. A few precise blows, and the giant insects were scattered with pieces. The young man froze. His hands were inadvertently crossed on his chest, holding his breath. Why should he expect a new danger? The promise broke out in her head. To protect those who love. Holidays are not for him. Not now. The eyelids tremble. The heart calls forward. He had no right to lose. And it was then that the voice of his father, the alarming, his native, torn through the noise of voices, desperately calling him in the name. The father called his son. The anxiety squeezed his chest. Swords were rustling behind the stone wall, blowing flew. The anxious heart knew. There, in the fight of battle, his child is fighting for life. The man called his son, they say, knows. You are behind the wall. He asked to explain why he was hiding there. Eric confessed that he erected the wall himself. Diana was stunned by the unexpected confession, as if the cold wind was sharply rustling into the room. No matter. The guy fought alone. The father pleaded to let him beyond the wall, and Eric stopped. He feared that the monster would break inside. The man stopped in reflections, and Eric whispers, "Keep others." The father hurried to the village. It will be better for everyone. The guy thought, let the dad, don't worry about him. The main thing is that mom and villagers are safe. The greatest fear is to bring their relatives to trouble again. Suddenly, the terrible roar cut the air, and from this, the boy's heart shuddered to the very bottom, as if lightning hit. The thunder of his father's voice is like a roar of a beast that is about to break the wall, forgetting the son's warning. The scream of Erica sank in the air. His hands were squeezed by his father's shoulder, and all his words broke into a stone of determination. The man was moving forward, no matter what. To the surprise of the boy, Diana jumped through the high wall. The muscles were elastic, and the spirit was fascinating from her courage. The surprise cut the air. What made him do so? The answer was born right away. The father came to support his son in the battle. With indignation, the guy reminded his father, he will handle herself. But the excitement made you ask, what happened to the ball? The ban on the destruction of the wall did not stop his father. He skillfully inserted the sword, pushed like a bird, and flew through the wall. The young looked, confused. The impression was shouted by his tongue. As soon as the gates remained behind, angry monsters and rushed forward with the darkness. Instead, the father, without hesitation, rushed to meet them. They became in their chest. The father, leaving his son in delight, rushed to the enemy, the outbreak of strength in his hands, and a powerful blow dispersed the enemy, like a storm that breaks the leaves. "Do you consider me weak?" his father threw out. The warrior protects the body, not just a sword. Without weapons, a real husband will always find how to fight. The guy exclaimed angrily to his father, "Not time to show power now." But his father, with a lightning turn, knocked the enemy off his feet and threw a daring laugh after him. His son did not have time. The bold words of his father were lightning. Does a man not overcome 5 red wolves on his own? The obedient gust, the guy exclaimed, heard loudly in the entire forest. Diana advised her son to exhale, and at least a little after the first victory. But the tension did not retreat. In the air it was dangerous, somewhere nearby, wild, unknown monsters. So many unbounded words were pressed in their father's breasts, but they marched next to the painful awareness of their own fragility before their son's strength. The young man caught every look, trying to solve the meaning of his father's words. Without any hint of the superfluous self-confidence of his son, the man still noticed. He is stubbornly acting himself, ignores the stretched palms, as if around silence and void. Everything went smoothly until the young hero began to grab all the problems of the world and rush to solve their own. The burden of responsibility clenched the shoulders like a stone cliff. Family warmth and friendly support were enveloped, like a soft blanket on a rainy night. They were side by side when it was so needed. The explosion sounded loudly, and his father, desperately defending himself, called his son. Trust himself and the team. Do not act alone. Together they are strength. The son was fulfilled by his father. His words were true. The hope of parental support was glowing in the Eric heart. He caught every sound in the house, waiting for a familiar step and a warm touch of a strong hand. Diana wanted to clarify, but his son cut off sharply, whispering, "Do not interfere. This is an important moment." The room frozen in the room, the air was wearing from tension. The father and son are standing side by side, combining forces. Now their movements are harmonious, like one breath, as the only team against a common enemy. Eric's palms trembled when he asked his father, "To protect me, let me fall into the back of cold and fear." The smile was on the mouth of her father. She liked the thought, but immediately added, "Let his son not forget about him too, cover." Diana and Eric, the back to the back, under the hum of the monster roar. The enemies were cut through. The blows are accurate, the movements are harmonious. Together they turned the chaos into an echo of victory. Side by side, the boys are bravely holding. Every new monster is broken down into their coordination. Teamwork and combat skills unites them into an invisible shield. The enemy's blow, and the blade crawled loudly in half, flying off the wreckage just under the boy's feet. "The cheap sword will be raised in decisive time," the man said. "The sound of fragile metal, like a crack in the night, leaves no hope. In the battle, such things cost life." Without the help of his father, the boy could not be lucky. Diane did not hesitate. He threw a reliable blade. Steel flashed in the air, and with her returned hope to fight further. Anxiety sounds in a son's question. Is it convenient for a father to fight without a usual sword? He just shrugged. The movements are still too rough to own a real weapon. The bitter laughter of the verse erupted the air. "These thin blades will crumble into piles, will become empty metal, which you will not even take into battle." So the father decided, let his son learn to overcome the strongful weapon. The experience gained in the fight will become the best teacher for future. This weapon is cut off, as if cold steel scratches the soul. An unbearable burden that leaves a bitter taste in the air. Grasping his father's face carefully, he asked quietly, "Did he happen to hold a sword or other cold steel in his hands?" In the design, his father mentioned ancient times and promised, "As soon as this endless war with monsters end, he purses his son himself. A strong, like a rock that will never break." Sincerely thanking his father for his care and honest word, Eric lowered his head, the quiet voice trembling when he apologized for all his anxieties and anxiety. Diana promised with calm confidence, "There is no reason to worry. The skillful hands of the blacksmith are reliable blade. A strong, like a rock, he is not known to him." The demons became smaller. The air was filled with hope. The father cheered his son. He nodded strongly. Together they rushed forward, feeling in the breast blooming confidence and inspiration. The father was burned with warmth. A wave of nostalgia rolled. The smell of childhood, laughter and noise of family adventures came to life somewhere deep, like a rustle of leaves under the sun. The eternal battles and trials have diluted vigilance. The guy has already forgotten how insidiously can the enemy be hit in the back. Loneliness seemed protection, but the truth is one. The greatest strength is in proven friends. Blood is still steaming on the grass, and Dian twists the monster above his head and throws into the sky with lightning force. The last enemy, like a comet, disappears among the clouds. The battle is completed. The monster squeezes his father's hand like iron vice. The blow stops at his palm, squeezes the air and the deaf sound of the collision. "A sharp jolt in the shoulder," the father whispers. "Not a second. Beat now." The monster weaken. There is a smell of sweat and fear in the air. A frantic heart ring around. The Erica's sword opened the monster in half. His head rolled into dust, smelled of metal and blood. The last danger has disappeared, as a shadow in light dawn. The light flashed, and the man revealed the arms, smiling widely and joyfully. His voice was victorious. The joy of a common victory was swollen in every movement. Diana called her son to look at a common victory, and in response she received only a tired smile. The forces left him after a grueling battle. Without a bold and skillful son, one warrior would never overcome such a monster. Loneliness here would turn into powerlessness before the crowd and shaking the earth. The young warrior calmly denied, recognizing, without the wisdom and strength of his father, he would hardly endure this battle. The scars were still baked, but in the heart, she was grateful. The victory came to both of them, common, suffering. Only together, in the test, did both heroes stand, retaining courage and unbreakable. Two compressed palms fly into the sky, father and son together, shoulder to the shoulder. Pride swells in the hum of silence. Brotherhood was engraved in every movement. In a common victory, a sinister voice emerged from the darkness. It is too early to celebrate the victory. The sun, flickering, saw the invisible force pushed his father in his stomach. The young man froze, not believing his eyes, stunned by an unexpected blow. The shock stunned the young man without leaving time to navigate. The body of the man broke back and with a deaf roar hit the cold stone of the wall. The desperate cry of the guy flew between the pines. The echo fled into the depths of the forest. The father lay unconscious, stationary, as if cut off from the world. Eric rushed into the maelstrom of the forest. Every step of all in his chest was weighted. The assistant has disappeared and protect the village more. The powerlessness with the taste of lost hope enlisted the soul with longing and terrible inevitability. The forest whispered in the darkness. When the guy pierced a strange feeling, something invisible was approaching him. He just called his father, but a wave of fear is already burning a man. The danger is quite close. He barely felt a cold breath behind his back. The guy had already seen a stranger in front of him. He looked at him with a sharp look and asked sharply, "Can you compete in speed?" The guy did not have time to look around as a stranger was torn forward. The stranger struck lightning, but the young man slipped silently as a shadow, much faster than seemed at first glance. He believed sincerely the boy had a power that easily exceeded an adult who was once thrown against a stone wall with a blow, powerful as a thunder. There was a confidence in the voice. The walls like a strong wall that would not miss neither demons nor the monster. Even if someone breaks through, the village defenders are compared to dust. He liked such protection. The gorgeous smells of smoke and anxiety are spread over the village, and the foreigner, firmly sighing, strongly rejects even the idea of murder of demons. No compromises. The vicious look slides on a stranger. It is hidden something mysterious. The air holds the breath, and finally a simple, sharp question is heard. "Who are you?" A calm look, a barely noticeable smile. A man advises to look carefully at himself and look deeper. The air seems to ripe, and here is obvious. There is a real demon in front of the guy. Finally, the answer turned out to be true. The demon slid into the trees, immersed deeper into the fragrant, wet darkness of the forest around the village. Night silence whispered with a familiar anxiety. The demons have repeatedly met in his way. The experience left in it a sharp sense and taught to guess their intentions long before the attack. Demons live near people in their own world. They only need to ignite magical power, and their eyes flash bright red, as if the heat is under the skin. There is only one exception. Most demons were born for war, and the demonic king imprisoned the war against all other races. He saw the demons more than once on the battlefield, and outside it, their shadows occurred in troubled dreams, in the whisper of the night wind, which worried it without a sword. In the radiance of Irina's eyes, the love of a young hero was reflected. She, like a shadow and flame, was also from the world of demons. Shred shoulders, voice trembling. "You want to know the truth. Why did the demons attack the village?" In the eyes, anxiety. In words, a request for answer, uncertain hope to understand the trouble. The gaze of the demon became icy. His voice cut the air. "Small, you do not grasp why there are so much pain and abyss between our peoples." Not far from the village, the region of Begonia was smoked. A kingdom that demons dreamed of erasing from the face of the earth, breaking his singing and burning peaceful peace. On the high hill, among the forests, the village was as if in the palm of your hand. From here the space opened. All the roads are visible. The hoof feedback in the valley is visible. The place was the ideal bridgehead for the collection of large troops. Now the demon has to erase the village from the face of the earth. No others have left. The brothers fell, and in the air it smells hard ashes and fear. The surprise came to life in the eyes of a man. He did not hope to come across such a magical boyfriend in this death. His presence caused a slight arousal and true admiration. The words were left in the breast of a spark. "I did not want to retreat." On the contrary, there was a fire of stubbornness inside that he lured to look for new doors where others saw the wall. Demons were surprised to look at the guy, the body in the blood, but the eyes flared with unbreakable courage. Each wound just quenched his spirit, forcing his heart to beat even more. The man looked at the boy and asked if he was sure of the one he wanted to fight. Like, if Eric is healthy, it will be difficult to win, and the consequences may seem bitter. Each new fight becomes more difficult than the previous one. The longer the confrontation lasts, the sooner his strength and will melt. The law of battle is relentless. Even the strongest are exhausted, and the weak disappear quietly. The demon cast a shrewd look. Did the lesson of battle mastered? A tired, confused young man suddenly realized, here he is the strongest of all present. With sincere gratitude, Diana nodded to Demon for a gap in the wall. Now that the obstacle disappeared, the sword in his hands shone with hope, with a sharp blade promising a victory in the battle that was approaching. Turning sharply, the guy with anxiety asked, "All right?" In response, a calm nod. The man was completely unharmed. Diana's protest was as if an alarming buzzing of bees. His son should not be dangerous. The boy believed, the senior one can trust, they keep together when there is a critical moment. He pleaded with his father to protect himself and not give life for the sake of victory. Breaking on his feet, his father exclaimed that death was still far away. In the look of his son a fire broke out. He is also ready to fight. Only the verse asks, "Do not lose vigilance, Dad. Be alert." The demon frowned from human words and interrupted roughly, demanding an immediate attack. He proposes to speak at the same time, he promises. Both will throw in hell, along with annoying emotions, for an hour, as there was a growl of demons, and behind the walls, trembling hearts. The real relief was given only by this inviolable wall, erected by someone unknown. Forget about walls and protection. A true pain was squeezed by a heart, woven from anxiety and unknown. Only the names of two young soldiers were glowing in the head, Eric and Dion. The alarming look slid on the crowd. The man broke. They were really found. People looked at each other. Confirmed. The warriors noticed the southern wall. There is evidence. The guys are there. When it became known exactly where Eric and Diana were, the idea came. To send a detachment of skilled archers there to give the fighters reliable support. A sharp voice with a knife cut silence. The thought of archers seemed meaningless and dangerous. Such help will only open the path to demons, and will not be avoided. He apologized quietly, and then added that no force is compared to the skill and experience of two fighters who were hiding behind the wall. The man sighed. Everything they will do is unlikely to help. The mother said with interest, "I would like to know how Eric feels. If he and his father, then probably everything is well." Tina looked carefully at the interlocutor, catching every word. "There is nothing to worry about. The guy is strong as an oak," Tina assured. Selena only nodded. If a boyfriend says so, then it is true. The whole village was quietly agreed. Everyone believed. The woman asked if she remembered her son fought with everyone in the countryside. She remembered with pain and confessed. He was ashamed to remember because his father himself started it. The girl denied. "It's not true," she said. After that day, even gray, haunted hunters acknowledged, if Eric is a business, the girl easily overcomes everyone in the village. Then, the girl fought desperately, believing in her own strength and abilities. But the real mistress of the village still remained Mrs. Selena, unwavering like a stone. Even the most fierce hunters bowed their heads in front of her, both Eric and Diana. On the day of an important conversation, the woman stopped the girl sharply, quite empty words. Selena sincerely thanked the shadows. Thanks to this support, she was breathing more freely. But their conversation suddenly broke up a loud roar that rolled to the village. In a moment, calm changed a crazy rise. In the village, there was a panic. Shouting, alarming voices, questions about Eric and Diana drowned everything around. But a sharp, powerful voice ordered, to stop this noise and fussy immediately. Thunder in Selena's voice forced the air to shudder. "Do you believe her son and her husband?" In response, the recesses of the agreed nods, which have trust and respect for the leader family. Selena sharply ordered not to move anywhere and keep the way. The old man nodded. He promised to check the medication, and she had already easily rustled in the dark corner. Tina's careful look was catching the woman unnoticed for the warriors more than all. Outwardly calm, and her hands tremble, her gaze flashes. The strength of her spirit has caused respect for the girl. The wires of energy stretching from Eric to the wall suddenly fell asleep and trembled. Anxiety has grown in her chest. Something was wrong here. Cold sweat squeezes the skin. Diana and Eric stand, stopping at tension. The hearts are pounding. Somewhere in the dark, someone is rustling. Fear seems to burn the throat and every sound is moving. The risk of life, they deliberately rushed to save their native village, clearly knowing the price. Even a confident Ms. Selena felt the cold of fear. What to say about ordinary people? With noise in her chest, the girl rushed forward through the wind, still shouting the soldiers not to go without her. Despite the screams of pain and new bruises, the man fought further. The blows flew accurate and lightning. The demon only smiled disdain, confident in the allegedly slow movements of the enemy. The impact is lightning. It has bitterness and rage collected over the years. The blade almost touched the hole, and the demon, as if shadow, slipped sideways, remaining calm and flexible. The monster appreciated how quickly and accurate the young man reacted. His eyes flashed. The strike of the demon hit Eric's stomach directly into the abdomen, until the air whistles in the chest. While the guy grabs for breath, the father, covered in rage, rushes forward and fluttering on the enemy of a flurry of strong blows. Lightning. And the monster was behind a man behind his back. When the moment of weakness came, the beast was rushed forward and struck acutely, exactly as if honed. The rage boils in the Erica. The behavior of the monster is crazy. In the impulse, he calls his father, and barely holding back his breath, asks, "Have you not eaten something suspicious?" Demons with a smile ask whether he fought at least once with a real strong enemy, hinting that only weak, invisible opponents stood before him. The monster laughed abuse, throwing an example from a son. His words, like a blade, cut his heart, tearing the remnants of dignity and strength with hope. He did not rest the breath. How could a provincial boy, simple and unprecedented, could you feel the martial arts so much? The weird force, an innate gift, decided the monster, apparently. Nature whispered to him by the secrets of wind and movement. The endurance of the young man caused a sincere admiration of the observer. Instead, her father's clumsy force that annoyed than she was amazed only upset the monster. The demon focused. A thick red light broke out in his eyes. The triumphant smile, the promise to continue the fight. Now everything will become much more difficult. The air trembled from a new voltage. The air trembled. He prepared for a blow, focusing the force that had to cut everything around. The monster's rick broke out. "Who wants to live? Run!" The guy threw hotly. "Dad, run out of here!" The demon released the attack, and it cut the air with a whistle like a lightning. The bright strip stuck into the fortress wall, leaving a wide white wound on the stone. The monsters hit suddenly as a thunder in the clear sky. The blow to the very heart, and Eric with Diana fell to the ground. The armor is torn, the body is pierced with hot pain, the wounds are pulled together with the cry of waves. The element of the wind caused by the demon was several times stronger than any of its protective magic. Even after evading, the young man felt the air blow out the spirit and squeezes his chest. The enemy turned out to be more frightening than it seemed. The tongues of the witchcraft raged behind his back, and the power was mixed with darkness. There was almost no time left. It took a plan, otherwise the monster would erase everything into dust. The heart squeezed. The father was quite close, in the heart of the frantic events. Every moment, a new danger was entrusted, and no second could not be wasted. The exit must be, otherwise, defeat, the thought of the Erica. The hopelessness of a bitter wave covers consciousness, and suddenly through the darkness, someone's voice cuts, like fresh air after a thunderstorm. The voice belonged to the shadows. With disheveled hair, it flew between friends. The heart knocked the drum. The gaze caught every detail. Her help is needed here. In the eyes, determination and courage. Tina felt a surprised look of the boy. He did not resist. "What are you doing here?" The demon lifted his eyebrows and threw his curiosity with his curiosity. "Who is she?" The demon did not quench. Once after to a while he demanded who the girl was. Meanwhile, Tina has already seen. The blood slowly flows on the wounds of friends. Their faces are full of pain. The girl leaned to the wounded, seeking to ease his pain here and now, but the guy firmly denied. Safety is the main thing, so it insists. Only evacuation will give a chance to recover. Anxiety trembled in her eyes when she asked about his fate. The defender tried to reassure, and the demon, annoyed, intervened sharply, stated, "There will be no negotiations." A derogatory gesture. The finger of the old one. Let him take away so as not to spoil the entertainment to others. Bitter, cold mockery in the voice. A single drop of compassion, only icy cynicism. Eric has sadly informed his sister. His father is bitter. Time is not waiting. Immediate help is needed. Tina, breathing the alarming air, agreed. "We'll take his dad and take to a safe place." The sister begged her brother, "Take care of himself. Survives." The demon, pleased with this scene, said calmly, "The woman will still live. Free the way and give the battle to continue." The demon ordered everyone carefully, caution, above all. In his voice, notes of curiosity swells. He has interesting thoughts and questions waiting for a long conversation in the darkness. Squeezing her shoulders under the weight of fatigue, Tina took her uncle behind the wall. Recovering, she thanked the young man for his skills. and hurried to Diana. Time was already rescuing her. For a long time, the mystery of the man in black did not give the girl rest. She wandered in the darkness of the unknown, capturing only the shadow of his silhouette in the midst of the night. She closed her eyes, breathed bitter air, trying to quench the crazy knock and hot tears. The brother's lessons broke out in his head. His quiet advice was heard somewhere nearby. Children's years came to life in her memory. Brother Eric patiently showed how to treat. The smell of healing herbs full of air, and his warm hands were cautiously led by her fingers, instead of the usual scratches and bruises. Deep wounds after February. Tina swallowed the alarm, touching the baked blood, and suddenly the guy quietly asks, "Why did his magic suddenly let down?" Magic is a stingy flash, not to curb it just with the movement of the hand. Manga emotions, as a gust of wind. They should change, and the magic tremble, lose strength, become unpredictable. The guy's hand trembled when he caused magic. The fear was struggling from the inside, like a thick smoke. Forces were managed not only by light, but also by darkness. Each anxiety was exfoliated in the spell. Such emotions pull down every healer, extinguish the power of touch, sow dangerous mistakes. Tina felt the justice of these words with a bow and silently agreed. The girl gathered all the will, took a deep breath, and leaned to the wounded. Her fingers cautiously touched the skin, and thoughts were strenuously searched in the body of a man of a stream of living force. During treatment, it has come. Erica lessons are much more than just techniques and methods. The mention of his words added confidence, touched the soul with a warm wave. Among the smell of smoke and whistling arrows, she remembered not only the charm, but also the cunning combat techniques. Once upon a time it seemed, everything is in vain, now it saves it. The demon greedily caught every word. He was interested in how this young man gained incredible strength and skill, living somewhere in the outskirts, where the wind wears dust and silence prevails. He quit. Who taught the boy of martial arts? If it is old, then it is a feudal business. The sharp voice was cutting the air, in it a frank contempt and belief in the full worthlessness of the teacher. The demon cut the speech with a sharp word. This performance of the guy swayed him. Instead, he threw him back. Under the demon of the demon is hiding a force that few people guess. Genius live in different worlds, and the boy's ability to fight was exceptional. Particularly fascinated by his resilience, when everyone is able to put a knife in his back, he remained adamant. The boy was pulled by a smell familiar with the demon. Smoke, burned blood. The demon noticed the determination. The young man had gone through his way, and, hiding a smile, he asked how many souls had already fallen from these hands. A tense silence hung around. The monster carefully asked without even waiting for someone to keep the dead. He was only interested in the skills of the young man who wanted to buy. The demon is firmly prophetic. The young man will go with him. The ears ring, the silence pierced the cold. The guy froze, not believing heard. The demonic country has grown by strength and ability. Only the most favorable was the right to become the owner. The one who dreamed of the throne had to throw himself again and again in the maelstrom of cruel tournaments and bloody duels. In order to conquer the army of demons and crush the kingdom of Baihonia, the demon announced his condition. The guy should step next to him, and only then will glory and recognition become a reward. If a young man shows the strength and skill like a demon, Eric will become a vice-king, the second place of honor in the country. He will open career peaks, influence and respect, and society promises peace. Wrath from his eyes. "If I follow you, stop destroying the village," said the demon guy. But without waiting for the answer, he turned away, cutting off the conversation sharply. The negotiations were stuck in a death angle, and the demon looked for an explanation. What made everything off to collapse? The fear of the village, or the love of a girl who was in danger? The monster looked at promises. Here, in his possessions, you can have many beautiful women. The young man just shrugged, drowning coldly. "Do not in vain words. I am not interested in your empty promises." The bitter disappointment squeezed the demon breast. The temptations did not work. The guy resisted. Negotiations broke out. The only way remained, to get rid of Eric, to erase it. The concentration and the powerful flow of energy breaks out, blinding the demon. He was surprised. He never saw such witchcraft, until the air died from surprise. The beast did not expect the guy to secretly gather magical power while they were talking. Convinced his power, the demon sought to destroy the obstacle. But the guy was not frightened and challenged. Let him try the first. In tension, he gathered all his strength and flared fire, with a thick flame illuminated everything around, pulling the heat just at the demon. The fire just went out, and Eric, exhausted, barely had time to catch his breath. The knees were succumbed, but his eyes did not close. He watched without releasing anxiety. The demon escaped from smoke, burned, and anger in his eyes burned stronger than fire. He struck the hero into his stomach with a score. He choked with blood, falling on the ground. Erica rejected back. His back hit the stone. The breath went. Felix, with a malicious irony, threw, "What? Do you consider yourself the smartest?" The enemy explained everything. Speed is missing. The guy chooses magic. You can also pain without a direct impact. The demon, inhaling smoke and dust, confessed, the rival's tactic for his liking. Half naked, warmed only by anger, Felix explained. These things were expensive. Promised. The sabotage will still compensate for every coin. The demon pulled it for the burnt hair. Again, you have to repair the hairstyle. Meanwhile, the hero tried to get up, rested his sword, and watched in surprise how Felix was annoying such little things. Eric attacks only left small scratches, and Felix would not move with an eyebrow from such a blow. One movement was not enough. Even the skin would not affect, thought Eric, feeling her weakness. The panic squeezed the breast of the hero. He had to find the exit here and now, otherwise the end. The demon was sniffing that his favorite clothes were burned, now and on a date to wear nothing. The irritation compressed Felix. Instead of this vain fight with a person, he would have already met with Irina. He threw herself mentally. The name of his beloved pierced Erica. He frozen as if the cold touched the skin. Asks, "What exactly said the enemy?" The demon only shrugs without understanding the question. Felix again mentioned his favorite clothes, stuck on fire. But the hero listened to the heart. He needed another. He insisted. Once again her name. And the enemy whispered, "Irina." The ears ring from the herd, and the heart shrinks. Even repetition does not help. The hero does not believe. How can it be why Felix's words are heard by the girl's name? The flow of thoughts broke. Maybe there are other Irina in the world, and it's not about a loved one? The man demanded that the demon name the full name of the woman. Felix intervened. "Why did you? And why did you come to my girl?" The hero squeezed his fists. It is better to be silent and did not become unnecessary questions. The enemy said her name, Irina Garshan, and the air trembled, as if from a thunderstorm. The hero threw in the heat. "Beloved." He broke into a cry, asking why the choice fell on her. From the misunderstanding of Eric was trapped. The demon smiled, swaying. "Now we'll reveal one secret. I wanted to boast of his merit before his victim breathes the damp air for the last time." Felix finally revealed the truth. Irina is the only daughter of the king, and when his time comes, he will have to take her as his wife. It was perfect for him. It doesn't matter who would stand nearby. The demon, 16, believed that the best woman deserves. The hero understood it, and he was as much as her. Despite the royal blood, Irina Kukavari was skillfully and no worse than the fighter, Felix said, and in his voice, delight and respect. For Eric, she was an ideal. The demon with a tricky smile wanted to add something about her body, but the hero tensed. A sharp cold flashed in his gaze, his fingers clenched into his fist. The enemy ordered to silence, but the demon just laughed. "They say, you already envy me?" The hero felt the cold on the skin. The demon never named him. Felix broke out the surprise. "The enemy is only interested in his name." Eric has added insidiously. "They say, tell us about the country from where she is." The demon tiredly ran ahead on his head, and with a barely audible smile he acknowledged. "A man just seeks to grasp this knowledge in a long journey, for the threshold of life, like a strange souvenir." Felix stood next to the mortal, saying that it will be an Eric reward for having survived until this moment. He asked to listen to every word carefully, not to lose any sound. The demon called the future owner of Harshan, Felix Gladdle, and with a barely audible hissing warned the hero, "It is worth remembering this name before you step into another world." The enemy cast his gaze and asked, "Diana really called you Eric?" "Hardly rose up," the guy confirmed. "Eric." Felix was moving in memory, in his past life, with the name of the demon king. The name of the country also changes. When Felix came down to the throne, his name Gladio became the name of the kingdom, shouting a new era. This name sounded for him again and again, a quiet whisper of the past. Finally, you should bring to the goal. Time passed. The hero was revived, but the memory remained, as a sharp wind at dawn. In the memory of the boy, a storm of memories came. Anger boiled in veins. With his eyes full revenge, Eric recognized before Felix. It was in his past life that he took away from Irina life. In the memoirs, there is an old house where Irina told about her country. Under the hot sun, he digs a garden, wipes sweat from his forehead. A slight breath of wind, a soft smell of earth, and a quiet joy from the dun. The fragrant aroma of bread was flowing when Irina left the house with a basket in his hands. She suggested that the boy rest. He promised to come as soon as he finished, and a smile blossomed on the girl's face. She said she would bake bread and want to tighten. Eric only nodded and quietly approached, catching the warm aroma of fresh dough in the air. The fence leaned against the hero. The juicy crust was still steaming in his hands. He bitten a piece, crumbled crumbs, praised bread, until he eats a rinin, resting. The girl rejoiced. This time the salt poured a little more. Erica's smile was lit. Her ability to cook is a real find. For the former princess, you prepare amazingly, he said. The Irina smiled uncertainly, asking, "It is fashionable now, so pour compliments?" The girl said silently, "They are a free kingdom." She had to keep etiquette and take care of the country, but the hobby remained comfort. Now everything has become different, unrecognizable. Eric asked if her country is now called the Gledel Kingdom. The princess nodded quietly, and in her voice a confident agreement sounded. The idea of it suddenly flashed into his head. She did not admit why she escaped from her home country. The girl's astonishment has resulted in extended eyes. Does he still remember it? Seeing confusion in her eyes, the hero added softly, "You don't want to say," Irina answered calmly, without a shadow of doubt. She is not scared. She trusts him. The girl said in a trembling voice, "The current king killed her father, and along with the new authorities changed the name of the kingdom. The king spawned her only for the wedding." "But how?" whispered the Irina. "To go for the killer of his father. I had to run." But sometimes the shadow of doubt dims in the eyes of the former princess. Did she do the right thing? Eric listened silently, but he did not find the words for answer. Irina made the story further. Upon learning of the escape, the king expelled everyone who helped her. The girl felt bitterly. She was too careless for royal blood. The pity with a bitter wave covered her eyes. The Irina sadly added that she would become the wife of the king, the courtiers would still live, and the harsh ruler would not be able to walk in her cruelty. Long minutes of reflection left in the girl's soul a bitter taste. The escape meant to betray those who stayed at home. Eric was silent, and then quietly noted. He understood everything. It is unlikely that such a powerful demon listened to Irina. The rulers do not linger here for a long time. Their traces still smell of smoke, and the shadows only move in empty halls. The hero said seriously, "If the kingdom falls, the princess will be dangerous, which is why the father and courtiers do not want to leave her here. Her fate hung on the hair. It is not necessary to assume that their victim is in vain is not the case," he said. The girl breathed lightly, looking at the young man's eyes. On the windowsill, squeezing his fist, she whispered, "A pathetic fugitive princess." Irina confessed with relief. If it were not for Mr. Eric, Gladio would have caught up for a long time. The idea that she did not do without help worried her and tormented it. The guy sighed and said that this is not true. Irina breathed deeper. This answer lost and surprised her. The mention of the first meeting came to life in the air. Then he did not make sense to live, and it was Irina who returned his thirst for life. The light source fell on her face, and Eric looked straight into her eyes and confessed. She saved him once, and gratitude would still be in her heart, like a warm spring wind. Touched the soul of those words. And then, with a naive smile, Irina carefully clarified whether it was not a certificate in love. Her question knocked down a young man with a breath. He suddenly choked. Leaning on a cold fence, he asked quietly, "Change the topic." He stressed, to relax early, because all still remain fugitives. Irene's smile lit up the room. She thanked Mr. Eric, gentle, sincere. The guy shook, blushed, lowered his eyes and crossed his foot to his foot. Once upon a time he took this girl filled with happiness and warmth. He sought to protect her from pain with his heart, so that her terrible waves of loneliness would never touch. Could not. One ominous day he returned home. Everywhere a mess. The brittle sounds of beating were still heard in silence. The traces of the struggle kept the smell of fear. The girl disappeared, running through the corridors, looking for Princess Eric. Irina's vigilance tested and paid. The feeling of guilt was difficult. How much I wanted to believe in peace and happiness, and how bitterly deceived. On the day when the girl was abducted for the last time, there was no way back, neither home nor to rest. The Irishan chant slipped like a shadow in the evening, and for the second time, fate won't call. Once upon a time he made his way through the enemy crowd. His heart was torn to his beloved. But there was already a cold body. The hero hugged her. Tears flowed. The pain squeezed his throat. Before him stood the worst enemy. Eric promised Felix, he will end him, save Irina. The demon twisted, not understanding what delusions this man speaks of. From his mouth he sounded desperate. The past has no power over me. The hero ignored the words, and the demon waved his hand, deciding to stop this battle. The Felix blade rose to the sky. The fiery vortex swept it, heating the air to the heat. The wind gained power. Weapons grew like a dragon wing. The demon thanked Eric for entertainment, tasting every word. He was not going to stay in debt and quit the enemy. Now appreciate my move. Pure fire is nothing special, the hero admits. But the forces are missing. Somewhere in his heart, a promise broke out. He must protect everyone. As it changes it now, the guy does not imagine yet. The look, sharp like a blade, slid to Felix. Eric is quiet, but he said firmly, he had already given you. It remains only to break the demon, at least once. The demon whispered, no fear is necessary. Death will bypass, but instead it will come a long pathetic life with a piece of coal, dry and silent. A wide blow, not to escape, it happened in the mind of the hero. The cold runs on the body. Now, from this frantic magic of the demon, he will only fall for a reply. The swords with the bell came together. The enemies rushed towards. The palms of the palm flared up with the fire. But he absolutely needs to strike a demon. In the revenge for the pain of the past life, the hero squeezes his fists. The blood buzzes in the temples. The cry explodes from the chest filled with pain and unrestrained desire to retribution. Suddenly, Tina appeared. Her cry swept like a blade. Hold on, Eric! Felix and Eric's swords jumped sparks. A fashionable glow of the explosion thundered in the air. The smoke dispelled, and the demon saw. The enemy was hidden. He was hidden by a thick cliff of icy purity. Felix was angry. The hero wondered how alive remained alive. The demon was staring in an unknown magic. Eric felt immediately. It helped Tina. He turned. The girls were already standing nearby, looks, burning, ready for action. And cured, he broke down and rushed to her, covering himself. Whisper feverishly, what happened to your father? Why did you come back? Tina asks in a quiet voice. Don't worry, Uncle Diang is safe. Hardly falling, the man was rushing back into the hell of the battle, but the village squeezed him with his strong hands. He did not release. The joy broke out in the heart of the young man, hearing this news. The girl asked what happened, her voice trembling anxious. The hero replied, the army of demons approached their village, and the attack organized Felix. They and their father defeated the demons, and their leader decided to wipe the settlements from the face of the earth himself. And with his power, it became a reality. Why do you need our village? The appearance of the girl was full of anxiety. Eric has promised. He will explain later. The main thing, if you do not stop Felix now, their home will disappear from the ground. This knowledge was enough. Excuse me, I could not defeat the enemy. The verse confessed the hero of shadows and asked for the help of her forces. At that moment, Felix looked at her carefully, asking if she manages ice magic. The demon acknowledged. This girl surprised him. In the beginning, the Tina did not pull any magic, so he carefully asked, did he have to hide his forces? Felix carefully bypassed the pile that she created. The enemy acknowledged. Both worthy rivals. He does not understand the mystery of this ancient region, where talented people are born like a spring color. In the imagination of Felix, the thought was glowing. For the desire for power stands something more. He thought about what goals the hero has. Because they are completely different. Like alien, unattainable dreams. The demon made a girl, rushed forward, roaring, "Let him teach him!" Felix had faster than the wind. Eric did not have time to wave the sword. The blow was missing. Running his weapon, he aimed a blow from a demon, but he evaded and rushed to the girl. Eric broke into a cry. Her name cut the air. Tina was not lost. Magic broke out when Felix almost reached her. The bright explosion of the light forced the demon to retreat. The smoke was circling around, and the gold dissolved in the haze. Smoke all over the course, as if a challenge. Dared to approach? Are you sure you will overcome? Suddenly, icy icicles flew through the darkness with hissing whistle. The ice floes were pushed into the ground, but the demon has already been evaded, jumping sideways, leaving noise and cold dust. Felix felt that the girl will master a new spell faster than him. Her strength, oddly enough, did not concede to the male. It seemed incredible. But the fact glowed in her eyes. The edge of the sword cut the icy icicle. Smoke asked, "Tina, aren't you ready to go in the way?" He noticed her hesitation. Her hand shuddered, to kill it hard. Suddenly, an Iris jumped out of the smoke curtain, a sword on the head. A barely noticeable movement behind, and Felix managed to dodge. The blade cleared side by side. The guy quit that the demon was wrong. His girl studied magic for the sake of murder. "I want to become stronger," he confessed, "to protect your loved ones." Eric spoke quietly, but in his words, both anxiety and warm devotion. The blade only touched the breast of Felix. A thin strip of blood burned the skin. Touching her, he thought. The anger of the demon risen because other people's loud words were annoyed to rage. Squeezing the sword firmly, Eric said that they will prove with Tina. All of his words are true. In the air, the tension was frozen. The wind thickened with grass under his feet. The smell of the grass has not yet managed to dispel, as the guy asked if Tina would use the same magic of the wind they once trained. She asked, "The one that she never suffered?" A lightweight nod. Once upon a child, he revealed the second secret of this magic. But for the first time, when a girlfriend was using a spell, something went wrong, and the guy shouted in pain. The guy guessed at once and quietly reminded that the girl was alarmed at once and quietly. They have no different choice, except to defeat a demon. Tina could not fully accept it. Eric said with a smile, "Everything will be fine. She has already grown, became stronger." He confidently assured, "I believe in you. Believe me." The girl sighed. Her eyes flashed with determination. She understood him. Felix's rude laughter broke the air. All these conversations seemed to him a simple laugh. "It's a joke," he exclaimed, sincerely surprised. Where did they get so much crazy readiness to become a wall? Felix rushed to Eric without hesitation. The sword blade was ripe in the rays, meeting a lightning blow to the dagger. The demon cut the silence, reminding, "War, not tea with friends. Naive not survive here." Others did not exist for him. One rule left: kill or die. The demon waved a dagger, and the young man barely has time to put the sword, hearing the hissing steel near his ear. The blades were crossed, and suddenly Eric flashed, illuminating a gentle moment, throwing Felix with a dazzling light. Felix fell. The earth was already lost, the body of the punch. The magic of the wind twisted in front of the hero. He just smiled and asked if he was everything they were capable of. Lightning ice flows flew in the air. The wind twisted an invisible spiral around him, and Tina froze nearby. Felix realized the girl was speaking, giving Eric force. In the end, it was the experienced guy who had to attack. The demon asked the girl if she had enough strength, because it is difficult to manage such magic. Tina clasped her teeth and did everything she could, despite the sharp Felix words. He threatened, "You will make a mistake. The guy will be torn into pieces." Eric stood in front of him, and suddenly dissolved in the air. The whirlwind of motion, and the blade hurts the shoulders of the demon. From the wound, hot blood flooded, with a thick smell of metal. The hero noticed. He hit exactly where he thought. Felix asked in surprise, looking at a chaotic fight. The demon only smiled with the corners of the lips. So it is. Their faith in protection is a complete fiction. The air thickened around the enemy. The wind twisted around a dense shell. The hero felt. The demon also possesses the magic of the wind. The blades collided. Light flashed around. Felix cast his gaze on Tina, hinting Eric. To defend the ally is a real test. Tina nervously pressed her fingers, because her magic could hurt someone, and from excitement she could no longer retain strength. The demon was screaming. The power determines the owner. Friends, pathetic insects under his feet. On the face of Felix, the skin was cracking, burning with fire, and he did not pay attention to pain, holistic in his resistance. The demon snapped. Even those who will accept extra wounds for their friends will eventually lose. His words were touched with Tina. He was difficult in his chest. Eric had to thank Felix. He recalled a little thing that almost slipped out of the head among the noise of the battle. The hero explained, when trouble is too difficult for one, only reliable friends can handle. Only together to overcome that one is not able to do. This time, Tina's wind flies with a powerful force. Felix breaks off his feet, throws far back, until the air is whistling and the dust swells. On the body of the demon, new wounds broke out at the same time. He suddenly believed, this is really the guy controls the wind. Felix felt their strength with their girl, as if two streams in a storm. The hero challenged, let the demon open his eyes and see the true power of friendship. Movement is lightning, and the enemy split the sword. The earth under his feet barely held Eric. He would fall if Tina did not pick him up. Quiet in her voice. Is everything okay with him? Eric's gaze slid to the silent Felix. It is more important now. Damono was still breathing in blood. The body is completely covered with strokes. Felix realized bitterly, the defeat from the person is inevitable. The hero stepped closer. The fainting of the enemy was misleading. Felix explained that demons are amazing. They say like cockroaches. The wounded wrinkled, do not annoy, still die. Tina saw Felix's body in half and pulled her out. Eric gently stroked her on his back, and the demon only laughed, mockingly grinding in the darkness. In the look of the girl, innocence was red. No death has not spoiled her hands. The demon, looking at both, could not take defeat. How did he lose to that too? It did not believe the eyes. Time is short, and the kingdom was so close. Felix felt how much fever under the eyelids. That's what he would become the owner, if he had time. The hero wanted to whisper a demon. Even becoming a king, Iran would not be yours. The demon listens. Where did this mortal look into the future? Felix and no idea had that it was pure truth. The hero was silent. Demons scolded and grunted, to die from the stronger, for the warrior of happiness. Thanks to the guy, he felt joy for the first time. The demon joked bitterly. If the girl did not intervene, the victory would be behind him. He added that he was not too offended, 2 against 1, but the battle was more interesting. The fog covered the eyes of Felix. The forces were melted. The palm reached the sky, and the sigh was bitter. There was no real friend. Fate joked. There is always only real comrades nearby. The clouds were swam before their eyes, everything washed away. The demon guessed. This is the end. He smiled, waved Eric. They say, the battle was exciting. The hand broke, the voice of the verse. The hero did not. He settled, leaning on his sword. Seeing all this, the girl begged to allow her to cure him. She sighed guilty, acknowledging the reason in it. Why do you think so? Eric was surprised. Tina agreed with Felix's opinion. She was not ready and could bring everyone her wrongfulness. Tears shone on the girl's cheeks. They rolled, burning their skin. She quietly acknowledged, forces that are harmful to others are scared. The hero only sighed. The air around became difficult. The reason and place did not matter, he explained to her, because it is always difficult to kill a stranger. He also added about their madness with Felix. The girl just whispered, did I not kill the demon? The hero calmly confessed. It was his blow that became deadly to the enemy, and for everything that happens next, he will answer. Tina was only confusedly flipped. The meaning of words does not catch her. I asked to listen carefully. The most important thing is that this battle was already won. It was confidently sounded through the noise of a still hot field. It felt the usual simplicity, the same as that of parents and neighbors from the village. They were able to hold together and kept everyone without losing anyone. Erica's smile touched his childhood girlfriend, and he said quietly, now that is enough. The tears in the shadow were tears, and the hero thanked her, bowing her head. The rain was gently noise outside the window, and Irene, hiding anxiety in breathing, confessed to Eric. She is a demon and forgives for a long lies. The heiress was silent, looking at her with amaze, still wiping the blade. The girl confessed that the heart squeezed from the idea that the hero would hate her. She sought to share these anxieties with him, to talk sincerely, without misconceptions. A little time passed, and he turned to Irina. He knows who she really is, a demon, not a man. These words hit the girl like a cold wind. She was not ready to hear them. During the battle with the demons, she noticed her eyes red. Irina looked, quietly saying that she understood everything. It was not important for Eric. It would always remain Iran. Love for him is like a breath. From these words, the princesses broke out a flame blush. Sigilantly, the girl thanked his fate for meeting him, because it was thanks to this meeting in her life that a real meaning sounded in her life and finally settled happy warmth. The whisper of a young man is also pleased with this meeting, because he almost lost the meaning of life. He will not allow Irina to disappear from his world. The girl sat side by side, lightly called him, gently, like a spring wind. The mouth touched, the breaths mixed, and suddenly, everything melted. The hero opened his eyes. A white bed, a quiet bandage of bandages, the smell of hospital. It was only a dream. In a dream, memories came to life. The first kiss with Irina, a light touch of lips, a sweet smell of summer. Waking up, the young man felt disappointment, as if the dream was cut off too early. Eric was to move. Pain broke out in the body. The memory immediately rolled fresh. Felix battle, strokes, a sharp outbreak of anger under the skin. Felix once became a king, and Irina fled from under the crown to meet him in the midst of night silence. But the demon detachment was already cold, silent. Everything has changed finally. Now the girl does not have to flee from her native land, and the future where they met has become different. The young man looked through the window, websites, and knocked bitterly in his heart. Is it better or not? The knock on the door is Diana. Near the bed of sun silence, only a weak aroma of medication in the air. The father asks about well-being. The young man smiles lightly. It hurts, but we tolerate everything. The son asked his father how he felt. The father replied, the mood is good. A smile was barely glowing on his face. He sat down in front of Eric. The son spoke warmly. Tina helped them a lot. In silence, Diana turned to the young man, and quietly, almost anxious, asked her to tell her. Did Eric know something about the invasion of demonic beasts in advance? The hero hung on the hero's lips. The answer cried inside, but he nodded. He knew about the attack. The interlocutor sighed and quietly added, the guesses were true. My father asked why Eric was silent. If they learned earlier, they would be repelled together. The guy shook his fists. They say, detain the words, because someone could not survive. Silence saved life. It seems that the man understood the cause of the son of the sun, although the heart was glowing from the insult. Diang thought silently. He would call the boy a fool, but no one died. He approached, put his hands on his son's shoulders. A serious voice reminded the hero. It is important to remember only one thing. His choice is a defense for all. He weighed everything, chose a safe trail, and decided to fight on my own. I do not break into senseless actions. Diana squeezed something inside, thinking about the worst part. The man sighed and said with his soft gratitude, the main thing is alive. For parents, this is a real miracle. The tears disappeared from his face in a moment. He confessed that he had never said it. Diana quietly persuaded herself not to cry, and suddenly she saw. The son also hides tears, swallowing them in silence. The father assured that it is not necessary to be afraid of a false answer. Let the son calmly think again. It is good that all the goals were without disaster. Time is plenty. No one is forcing you to hurry. Diang appeared in the door, smiled at the son, and said she was going on business. She added, let his son come out later. Everyone is waiting for their hero. They want to see the savior. Once the door closed, the thoughts were spinning. Will it take enough time to take important? The purpose is achieved. No death among the invasion. But the future was already different. Now he could not predict what would happen. Felix was not, and his life has left a lot of trouble and chaos. The demon weight in this story. He was despised, but the news, the future queen killed a stranger, did not give the city rest. The hero felt, things are bad, and what to do next, did not know. In her beds, wrapped in silence, Urance wandered his people's thoughts. The list of anxieties squeezed his chest, and the answers were sinking somewhere in the darkness of sleepless night. The memory broke out. The rain knocked on the windows. Dinner with the future owner of the country, Felix. Seeing her seriousness, the demon asked to smile, and Irina remained adamant. Felix recalled that he dropped her father with Saradonia with one blow. Karen said that she was well aware of the laws of their kingdom. It was only necessary to change the names of the kingdoms, and he was already a legitimate king. Now everything was decided by Felix, from the throne. The smell of anxiety. Irina Shapoch. Why do you really want? The demon stood up and approached the window, peering through the glass into muted light. He said that this kingdom grew at the foci of war, and he seeks to regain his old glory. Irina stubbornly stated that she will not allow to give the soldiers of Felix Gladio. Her words swollen in the air, and in his gaze, a mocking shine flashed, as if a naive girl was standing in front of him. The demon approached. In his voice a sly admiration was swelling. The peaceful prosperity of the king of Saradonia, they say, sounds good, but it is worth looking more closely. Dissatisfaction raged into the crowd. Bizarre voices were dozen about the kings and their ability to rule. His whisper was called toothless. Irina plunged into thoughts without looking back. She sighed that the father's idea is the only one right for the future. The seizure will only bring a ruin. Felix has waved. Just look at what the country has proven. He is indifferent to another's trouble. The girl sighed in surprise. Everything takes time. The demon replied as if the wind was in darkness. They didn't need time to become big again. The guy said quietly, "There is only one thing lacking in this country, a reason for war." The girl added that her father would never allow it. Naive thoughts pulled in his head. He caught the girl's gaze and looked quietly. "Then just kill the current king." The demon scattered. "It is better to silent and thank you that they were alive." The conversation with the future husband burst, leaving Irina bitter in the soul. Memories baked, the heart was squeezed. She sighed slowly, seeking to find peace in confusing thoughts. A slender knock on the door. From the door, a familiar voice. "Father." The girl was in surprise, not believing in her hearing. The door opened sharply. The man stepped on the threshold, carrying the smell of the road in the air. Irina, with a gesture, invited him inside. The father apologized for the care. The daughter replied quietly, "Everything is fine." The smell of cold hangs in the air when she asked in surprise whether something happened. Saradonia sighed heavily and told her daughter carefully, "Felix Gledla was found dead." There was no limit to the arena. "How did it happen?" she asked in surprise. The man said, "The young demon designed the attack, but in the village he wanted to capture. He was broken by an ordinary guy from the same place." The smell of anxiety squeezed the air when the girl asked if the demon was really seeking war. The father nodded briefly. She could not believe what heard, and escaped. Who killed Felix? Even Saradonia, the best swordsman of the kingdom, gave way to a young demon. But it turned out, in the world there is one whose power is even greater than Felix. It was he who defeated her father. The father quietly asked for forgiveness. An awkward pause hung in the air. Irina was in a hurry, hastily assured that she had nothing to mean and did not want to ask him. The father said quietly that everything is well, and there was no regrets. He did not protect his daughter. He lost Felix, interrupted his wedding. Now he has only a sense of his own worthlessness and understanding. His daughter can hate him. Irina immediately denied. She never felt hatred. Those words removed the tension, and Saradon hugged the girl firmly. Here she is, his joy, his quiet peer. "She, the future of the kingdom," sighed the man, saying what lay on her heart. Suddenly, his father knocked on the door and called to follow him. His voice sounded persistently, with a touch of anxiety. In the deaf corridor, in the shadow of candles, the king finally revealed the truth to them. Irina kept her breath. She couldn't even imagine. The man of the verse whispered, "All the consecrated ones were wiped from the face of the earth after the work was completed." My father remembered that if her daughter guessed it before, it would have long been for Felix to save the family. He added quietly, "In this regard it makes sense. There is something." Saradonia wondered if Iron knew the country that is friendly to their kingdom. The girl with a glitter in her eyes nodded and carefully suggested, "Isn't it a begonia?" It turned out to be right. The man confirmed. King Leonard prevails. He helped to plan the escape of Irina. Quiet whisper, anxious looks. The heart is pounding in the chest. All this was only due to the years of common trust. Leonard agreed to help because the king's belief was for him as a strong root holding a tree. The trusted case opened a new path for the kingdom, the father said, if it were not for Felix's attack on the village in Begonia. From these words, the girl had a cold, trembling breath. The sun slid along the straw roofs of the village. Outside, blows on the ground. The peasants worked, the crunching axes and the aromas of fresh grass mixed in the air. Felix was skillfully wrapped in sap when a woman passed him and threw a short, "Thank you." The guy just smiled and showed silently, to do good, for him the usual joy. A week after Felix's attack. Life in the village is flowing as if nothing has happened. Only a new wall, previously erected for protection, now serves as a place for skilled archers. The shots of the moon were reflected from the targets. The smell of gunpowder came in the air. It seemed that nightmares of the past dispelled, and the school gave protection. The village had to escape. The goal is achieved. What next? After leaning at the hoe, he caught his eyes as Tina was circling with his children, filling the air with laughter. After the invasion of the beasts, Eric met two special people, Irina and his future companion. The moon after the attack, in the dim adjacent street, when despair was oppressed by both the soul and the body, Erica stretched a rice ball. Friends do not throw at the brush. Here he could not get past. Astway, Eric, a future friend, entered the shadow of the door. The hero said, his village was burned by demons. No one survived. He wandered without a goal for a long time until he was here. The man nodded. Understood. Said they were similar. Eric only wrinkled his forehead. What is this resemblance to? He explained. He was born here on the Palais, so it remains. From the quiet shimmer of the bonfire, the question was about the name. The answer, a short Eric, slightly dissolved in the evening silence. A new acquaintance with a smile said that it sounds cool, and now he remembered his name. The hood falls from his shoulders. Here he, Christ. He smiles genuinely. I am glad. Similar fates bring them closer to instantly, igniting the first conversation. From that day, he has a true friend. Eric sighed and reached out, staring at the distance. The curiosity of the language on the tongue. How did the fate of Christ? He, born, swore to protect everyone who had lost once. When the village exhaled with relief, there was no more power to simply stand and see how the most expensive again moving away in the twilight of his life. The unknown squeezed the hero's heart. Where are they now? What happened to them? Only guesses suggested that Irina could be somewhere nearby, and only the memory of Christ kept. He belonged to this kingdom. It's time to go and look for answers. Tina's voice cut the boy's thoughts. She called. He got up immediately. What happened? The girl hurriedly reported that his dad called him. When the hero approached the gate, his father stood at the cart. The man asked Diana timidly if you could really take a cart. Eric's father nodded cheerfully. The woman smiled and thanked. The son stepped on his father, and the smiling, he met his gaze. All the fur and meat of strange beasts have received a lot of money, thanks to you, the man said. Diana aloud. Take away everything that the heart desires. Erica surprised the news. He had no idea that their village was trading with a shoot. The father sighed, acknowledging. He did not mention it before, but now the son knows about the connection with the neighboring kingdom. The mirror lost among things reflected the hero. He mentally acknowledged he did not know the word of Begony until Felix discovered the secrets of an unknown land. In his past life, the kingdom disappeared, and the boy did not know anything about him. The training was upset. He chose what was not interested in. Eric advised, we need to be smart. It was at that moment that his father remembered. Someone from the capital sought to meet him. This news instantly woke up the curiosity of the young man. Who could be the mysterious guest? Diana approached the carriage, apologized for the delay. The man smiled. Do not worry, his appearance here is a real surprise for the village. The hero immediately noticed the sword among the guests' knives. It was a soldier. The captain was introduced. Jurimus, a star resident. Soft voice, light breath. He asked for permission to talk to the young man. In the air, a shadow of Felix's death was hung. New guests settled in the hero's house. Selena stood outside, had a live conversation with knights, and Eric plunged into a chair next to Jeremiah. The owner impatiently suggested to move to the substance. Calling the captain's name, the guy was embarrassed, but he just smiled. Just say James. So easier. The guest spoke quietly. It was given only one goal. It was these words that disturbed the hero. The captain noted that they were interested in the events of a week ago. Demonic creatures were circling near the village. Diana appeared in the forest, she said in a nearby village. Eric nodded. He understood everything. A week has passed since Felix rushed at the hero. The young man hurriedly apologized to the captain and asked quietly, "What is his job now?" In response, calmly and seriously, Jeremiah called himself the commander of the Knights of Begonia. The young man's heart squeezed. To meet such was beyond his strength. The man said calmly, "Knights are the defenders of everyone who lives in the kingdom. When the country is disaster in the country, they have to look for a cause and stop the danger." Another question did not give the boy rest. Why did the captain of the Royal Knights appear in this small village? The man stopped, thought the answer. The boy had excerpts, but Jeremiah asked to tell in detail. They turned out to be here, because the animals were suddenly attacked. No one found any explanation of such wild behavior. Long minutes of tension, and finally a meeting with Diang. Along with her, Jeremiah learns, it was Eric who stopped the invasion. It is quiet outside, and inside everything is buzzing with surprise. The captain asked the boy to find out if the hero knows the cause of the attack or at least guessed. The hero confirmed that the invasion was reflected. But there is something more. The man was interested. What exactly did the hero mean? Not invasion, an attack with the leader, the guy explained. Jeremiah said, "He with red eyes?" The guy nodded silently, and in the air seemed to be a bitter taste of the underwent. The captain asked the enemy's name. The hero called Felix Gladio. The guest was known, and it was not believed that it would fly here. Eric repeated quietly, "The village is prepared for invasion of Begonia." The captain jumped sharply from the chair. He did not believe heard. Felix, the strongest of the demons, and suddenly a simple guy, an ordinary hero, dropped it. In Jeremiah's head, there was a hum by surprise. The seriousness was in the guy's words. Eric assured Felix, "Killed. The body of the demon lies in the southern forest, and when they see it themselves, no one will doubt." Jeremiah nodded. He understands the young man, check everything, and the conversation invites to continue tomorrow. But suddenly Eric comes closer and stops the captain. He claimed that Felix declared himself the heir to the throne of Harash, but the demon fell. The hero quietly asked what would happen to the union of Begonia and Karan now. Jeremiah only advised to make sure of his own words. If it is true, then there is no guilt. But the new moon was still concerned. The question was in the air as in misunderstanding. The captain took his breath, looked into the eyes of the hero. The desire of peace understood, and caught the people of Begonia is his duty. He did not dare to speak about the relationship of the kingdoms. "Do you think the future relationship between peoples depends on you? How are you going to protect people?" Eric's question was raised. Jeremiah of the Veil said, "You are an ordinary guy. Why do you worry?" The hero confessed that even a simple Lokyu has anyone to protect. And so all this is not indifferent. After learning the reason, the captain nods. The guy was right. Jeremiah's hand outstretched, an invitation to the ranks of the Knights of Begonia. Eric's silence was in the air, as if in the room were closely surprised. He asked, not believing heard. The captain noted that if you really removed Felix, there would be no difficulties. He would even write a recommendation. Seeing the guy's doubts, Jeremiah confessed that this is not so bad. The captain returned and said, "If Eric goes with him, he will tell what civilians will not hear." However, there was no hurry. The hero had to talk to his family first. As soon as the man left, a thoughtful mood was set at the table. The sophisticated light slid on the boy's face. He reflected whether to become a knight. Meanwhile, Tina, hiding behind the curtain, silently watched every word through the window. On the porch, woven in the evening air, the girl listened to Jeremiah. If Eric really killed Felix, then he to write to him to write a letter of recommendation. A matter of easy, even too simple. The idea seemed successful, he said. The news that a child of childhood can appear this evening went on a shadow like an electrical discharge. The captain disappeared behind the door, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. The girl noticed through the window. He was immersed in reflection, a little embarrassed, but did not intend to refuse. The confusion of the breasts, and indeed, the letter of that man would open the path to chivalry. The offensive thoughts burst out and retreated, and she looked at the window where she dreams of the distance behind the glass, The door disappeared in the door, and in the head of the shadows twisted memories. A little girl asks a friend why he is constantly training. The room smells of sweat and baby curiosity. The boy's answer was simple. He prepared himself for everything that could happen suddenly. Little by little, Tina felt Eric near, solving his thoughts, how she read the familiar tune of the wind. A child's friend already chose the nights with heart. It was a farewell step from the village. The smell of the house was mixed with a taste of loss, and the wind played his hopes for the future. Tears involuntarily rolled on the cheeks, hot and salty. She knew that Eric was a chance for Eric, but it was unbearably hurting the thought that the guy would go. Tina did not want to say goodbye. Captain's voice distracted her. He thanked Selene for his hospitality. The woman warmly replied that she was always glad to see him. The man promised, he will definitely visit again. The girl's gaze slid along Jeremiah. She silently followed him and Knights. The forest met them with a humid wind. They stopped near the shallow grave. The soldier asked the captain with doubt if he really took with him the 16-year-old boy. The knight did not realize. They usually took their years. In addition, the captain was about to write the recommendation. Eric could do without training. The man cut a silence with a sharp request. Something is wrong here? The captain lifted the flower, said quietly that he understood their pain, and promised to find out the truth. He put the plant in the hands of the soldier, took the shovel in the night, and began to dig the grave, swallowing a cold morning fog. To understand who he is, he advised Jeremiah, had to just eat together. You need to watch carefully, look, and only then will it open who Eric really. The captain wiped down, lowered the shovel, and whispered thoughtfully, "Interesting." The knights looked over. His words seemed meaningless. He added, "The demon is hidden well." The wooden boards creaked at the hands of Jeremiah as he shot them. Below are the remains of the body of the demon. The knights, holding their breath, cast the captain's gaze. Is this the same Felix? After the affirmative answer, everyone was numb. It was difficult to believe heard. The smell was also amazed. No signs of smoldering on Felix's body even a week after death. The captain acknowledged, "This is not possible." He pointed to the ice shell around the body of the demon. A barely noticeable frosty steam enveloped the surface. "The cold stops spoilage," said a man. "This is magic." Eric did not believe that he would believe, so he left Felix's body. The captain got up. The voice came clear. "The body will be taken to the capital. They have to see it." One of the knights confessed, not hiding as a surprise. Eric managed to truly kill a demon. The thoughts were killed in Jeremiah's head. 3 fought with Felix, 2 acquaintances, Diana and Eric, and the secret third, whose shadow slid through the noise of the battle, remained a mystery to him. The soldier's surprise shuddered. Who was? Quit the question. Only now, the commander confessed, everything has taken place. All feelings were exacerbated. He slowly turned to the shadow that hid among the bushes. Jeremiah quit that she was intentionally hiding to follow them and urged to go out. The Diana's shoulder lay a box when he crossed the threshold of the house. He called his wife and son loudly. He wanted everyone to hear. He was already at home. Eric came up, and in a moment my father asked anxiously, "Did you talk to Jeremiah?" In response, the son is focused almost in a whisper. "We need to talk about it." The news of the invitation from the captain himself is enthusiastically in the air. The father strictly asks, "What is your decision?" The son replies without hesitation. He agrees to become a knight. Diana's quiet thoughtfulness was hard in the air. The parents did not hide dissatisfaction. Selena confessed that the heart is shaking from the idea that the son is leaving the village, and it is clear. It is time, and Eric has the right to choose his own path. The mother quietly advised to think about the future. When she was silent, she addressed her husband. "What will he say?" The father said sharply. "He disagrees with his choice." Relatives looked over surprised. Diana said with sadness, "Young people in the village and so much. And if the son leaves, he will not work." She reminded Eric that he was the main support here, and it would be almost impossible to replace it. The words of the verse apologize fell between him and his father. The decision was already ripe. The hero said firmly, "There will be no gate." His face did not shudder. His voice is serious, like a blow. "I understood everything," Diane said, and stood up sharply. The steps were echoed around the room. His father grabbed his son by her shoulders. His eyes flashed with joy. That's great. Mom kept her breath. A miracle twice as unexpected. The word could change the word Eric, for such a father would not have regretted Lapas. Now the man saw, this guy will not retreat. The choice is made. Confidence will swell in his voice. In warm eyes, Diana glowed pride when she praised Eric. The guy blossomed from his father's words. The father asked for forgiveness. He only wanted to bring up his son, not weakness in his son. The father was gently assured his son, do not worry about the village, leave us with his mother. The mother nodded, smiled. We are still young. We will handle. Acknowledgements in Eric's voice were still wandering in the air when Selena said, Does Tina know about these plans? The young man shook his head. They have not talked about it in the sun. The mother was urgently asked to warn the girl. If she disappeared in silence, the teepee will be offended. Eric promised. A childhood friend should know. However, there was no trace. He turned to his father. He wondered. The room smelled anxiety. The man answered, saw her when talking to Jeremiah. Then he wandered the village in the smell of dust and herbs, but did not meet. The guy guessed where to look for a girl, and promised to find her. In the forest silence, the captain glanced at the bush where the girl was hiding, and called out. Tina looked gently. The tired face of the captain was waiting for the answer. He asked what she was looking for. Tina wondered. How could he see her when the air around was still trembling from her invisibility? Jeremiah felt the girl's thoughts. He explained quietly. His work exacerbated all 5 feelings. He hears every breath, catches the smallest movement. I asked not to surprise it. He had the strength, because he never joined the fight, so he advised the shadows not to waste. She, tense, stared at him with alarming eyes. Jeremiah quietly assured that there will be no wrong. Sighing, the girl carefully came out of the barbed bushes that hid her shadow. Tina did not expect. She immediately asked if she would let her into the nights. The surprise flashed in the eyes of soldiers. Jeremiah felt. She listened to their conversation with Eric, and quietly clarified whether she really heard everything. He recalled. Didn't the hero ask her to remain silent about the murder of Felix? The thought struck Shadow sharply. She looked up in a confusion. The memory of a voice. The captain sighed. Now is not the time for controversy. The topics are confused, and the girl still does not know his name. The man bowed, called himself Jeremiah Astera, and asked the girl to do the same. Tina, shyly sliding her gaze, recommended. The captain thanked her and called to go to business. Girl's dreams were scattered in the air. The answer was harsh. She would not be taken to the ranks of the knights. Tina, without watching, asked carefully, Did you stay at least a crumb of hope? Jeremiah noted that he was a knight, but he knew almost nothing about her, and answered. However, something uncertain in his voice swollen, like a wind that did not find roads. An unexpected plan came. The captain offers test. Tina did not rush what was meant. The man looked carefully. He was interested in her strength. The girl was wary of asking whether everything was clear, and quietly asked, What next? The captain lifted his palm, tired. Let him think, he asked, and the tense silence hanged in the air. An easy challenge was to try with their 2 knights behind the carpenter. The warriors broke out, carefully tried to influence the captain, and suddenly, Tina will not cope? The excitement trembled in the voices. It is not easy to fight with 2 at the same time. Jeremiah approached the young tree. He reassured that he was only watching the movements of the candidates. Along with these words, he gently added, He does not want the tree at least to scratch. At the hands of the captain flew the nightsticks, a hawk from a young trunk. One stretched out the girl, and shook her head. She was alien to this weapon. She refused. The surprise was in the eyes of Jeremiah. How was she going to fight without weapons? Dark Knight whispers. It's time to meet with the captain and ask Tina. What did she see a duel without a sword in her hand? Weapons will be, but not ordinary. The girl whispered that she would keep only magic. The soldiers froze without believing their own ears. Tina is able to spell? The knight glanced carefully at the captain, asking how the magician could join them. Jeremiah moved interested in his soldiers and ordered them to start. The warrior obediently bowed, thanked the shadows for consent to test himself. He wished her care and keep herself. The girl glowed with hope, and the knights were looking at anxiety in her eyes. Before the start of the Jeremiah, he quietly reminded the knights, He is only interested in her movements, so let them be careful. The shadows are allowed. As soon as he seeks what he is looking for, the fight will end. The captain got the coin and announced that the test will start as soon as it leaves the ground. Waiting for confirmation. Everyone is ready? The boys and girls were frozen in combat tension. Their hearts fought in unison. The coin jumped out of Jeremiah's hands and twisted in the air. The views of everyone were attached to this shiny arc, as if the whole hall was holding a breath. Just a coin hit the ground. The girl concentrated and the air flashed. The dazzling glitter shone down the soldiers, leaving the voltage in the air. Eyes tears from a bright flash. Everything had to be covered with hands. Tina lifted her palm. A light bracelet shook around his wrist in the air. The rings with the bell flew to the knights, and they did not have time to wash away. Cold chains wrapped their hands and legs to the boys, rolled up like strong ice. The joy blossomed on the girl's face. Everything succeeded. The knights collapsed down, rattled armor, fought with ropes, and Jeremiah watched, swallowing this miracle. The magic was weak. Only a light breeze and a shimmer of light. Powerless, without harm. But the skillful use of these ones would be to disarm the enemy, making them over the nerves of cold anxiety. Jeremiah noticed. Despite its weakness, Tina covered the magic of 2 riders. She really helped to destroy Felix. It was already clear. But the anxiety did not leave him. Something still did not rest. Satisfied with herself, the girl asked the captain about joining the knights, but her smile faded under the eyes of Jeremiah. A heavy shadow dropped in his eyes. The heavy look rose to the girl. She did not have time to say the word as the land under it was torn. It was thundered down. One moment, and the ground under the back. Above the shadow of the captain, the wand is confident in her direction. His voice was cold. She lacks her experience too early. The test continues, the captain explained. She won his knights only because she was able to collect Manu. The spells that take time work in the battle only under the right circumstances. Tina recalled that you only wanted to see how I was moving among the fighters. Jeremiah nodded, recognizing the truth. The girl sighed. An unexpected attack would not even look at her. The captain cast a dark look. It is evidence of inexperience, she said. When Jeremiah threw the stick and grabbed his sword, Tina felt everything was over. The heart was ashamed. It seemed, now it is hitting. The girl closed her eyes and hid in silence, but the pain did not come. Opening his eyelids, she saw a man ahead. Weapons are ominously to her. The captain cast an annoyed look into Tina. They say, you don't understand anything. Imagine a real battle. You are already dead. In battle, whispered, everything is not planned. I did not want to go far, but the anxiety had already been given the thoughts of Jeremiah. He had to find out what she really was. And Tina is firmly clenched by her lips, strongly. The captain's sword blade still hung over the girl when he asked, did she participate in the battle with Felix? Tina's lips were shining with unwillingness to remember. But the issue of Jeremiah was not choosing. She had to speak. As soon as she got the words on the tip of the tongue, the bushes suddenly rolled up and someone rushed to them through the branches, shaking their feet on the ground. Eric waved his sword, standing behind the captain's back. In response, Jeremiah was surprised. The hero strictly ordered to move away from his girlfriend. The blow, and the enemy barely has time to evade. A strong hand lay on the shoulder of Tina. A friend became before her, like a shield. The surprise broke out in the girl's eyes. He leaned down, asked quietly, all right? Jeremiah landed near them, catching the name of the hero. The confused Eric fired at the captain, keeping his sword with alert, and asked, what did he institute the blade on Tina? Jeremiah quietly asked to calm down. He does not want her evil, does not want to hurt. The girl immediately whispered to her friend. The captain had good reason. The errorist stopped his gaze, silently asking his eyes. Tina and Picture were told about the test. The man explained, the girl wanted to knights, so he checked her strength. Jeremiah apologized for an unfortunate misunderstanding. Sumi lingered in the girl's breathing. She apologized, as quietly as if the whisper of rainwater, regretted that she did not tell her childhood. He watched carefully, not looking. Tina's heart trembled, but she gained courage. She wanted to tell Eric that she wanted to be near him always, to become a reliable support. The hero gently calls her name. Jeremiah assured that she understood her feelings, but he said she was already trusting them. If the boy was open immediately, it would be easier. without unnecessary terzen. If everything goes so, even contrary to its desire, it will only take care of others, the captain threw. Eric sighed bitterly, knowing his girlfriend is urgently needed. Step forward, and the guilt falls on his shoulders, because it was he who advised her to remain silent about Felix's death. The hero believed the girl is silent because he is afraid to lose his respect. Finally, everything came into place in the mind of Jeremiah. At the same time, he sought to be understood correctly. The act of the captain did not relate to Felix at all. The captain said, "Tina wants to become a knight, but first it is necessary to check her determination. If the fighter is hesitant, it is dangerous for everyone." The soldiers shuddered and faded, understanding what it was. "Still, you do not hide the truth." Jeremiah appeared only to see Felix is dead. He opened. At first he just wanted to offer Erica a place among the knights. In the end, he dragged them into this story. The man quietly asked for forgiveness. But the girl denied. All the evil happened because of her selfishness. Despite the unsuccessful test, Tina was not going to stop. A real fire in the voice, she promised. She will try more and more until she reaches the goal. Sighing, a heavy stone escaped from the chest of Jeremiah. It is difficult to say, but in the end it was a test. The heroes only looked at silently. The surprise seemed to be danced between them. The captain confessed that when she won his knights, the decision was already made, and the chance to voice him disappeared. The girl was enthusiastic and eagerly asked if she would allow her to join. Jeremiah did not stop. He explained that she would be with them only on magical nights. Not every night. Tina asked again, not hiding the excitement. Jeremiah of Cestari explained that knights live and train separately. Lonely, the Guild of Wizards. If Tina becomes one of them, meetings with Eric will become a rarity like distant echoes. A serious look, and the question in the air. Will it go to the knights after everything heard? Tina closed her eyes, breathed on full breasts. Thoughts were cluttered like a fog at dawn. "I am ready for any difficulty," she said. Sparks swirled in her voice. Eric silently watched the girlfriend, the look full of care. And Jeremiah smiled with relief. The captain bowed and warmly invited Tina to the ranks of the Knights of Magic. Grand of gratitude in her voice, the heart sang with happiness. The girl's hands hugged Eric firmly. The voice trembled with joy. She suddenly whispered about her victory, which also went to the capital. The hero sincerely greeted her. The man came closer and turned to the young man this time. There was no answer. Jeremiah asked Eric and Knights again. Tina kept breathing. Her eyes shone in an eager waiting. The hero nodded confidently. Yes, the lightweight sigh was escaped from her breast, as if after a storm. The captain shook his head, smiling happy, and carefully asked if Tina said goodbye to his relatives. She suddenly remembered. No, completely forgot. Tina flew to her family rapidly, breathing, asked to wait a little. She promised to return. Finally, the girl exclaimed loudly, "She will certainly persuade them to let her into the capital." Jeremiah's sighs mixed with the imaginary roar of the storm, as restless as she. Eric was escorting her mouth widely, and the captain looked carefully at the silent boy. "Does the girl be disturbed?" he asked. The Ariris nodded and sighed. "Tina. He seems to be in the adventure, and even then thinks." This is what was concerned about Tina's introduction to the Knights of Magic. Jeremiah reassured him and added that a leader is harsher than any captain. But the young man could not quench the alarm. The care was firmly held. The blade Erica hit and felt. Their bond is as strong as steel. Inside the hero, a thirst for protecting the shadow. A clumsy thank you through the boy's lips. The captain with a smile acknowledged. "Together you are a wonderful couple." The hero was surprised. Did Jeremiah consider them lovers? Seeing this surprise, the man carefully asked if he was wrong about their connection. Eric explained. "Tina is a friend from childhood, and there is nothing more between them." The captain nodded briefly, recognizing his mistake. Quietly, with a sad smile, he promised himself to learn better to look. A calm voice came. "It is worth returning to the village. There are many things, so staying here is a luxury. The faster they move to the capital, the better." The young satellite silently agreed. In Eric's words about the joy of working with the captain in response, warmly sounded, "It is mutual, and the man is waiting for their cooperation." On the day of the departure, the village came out to escort the youth. laughter mixed with tears. Tina's father did not restrain and wept, confessing how much he would be lacking in his daughter. The mother nodded only, and happiness and longing in her eyes. Mom smiled gently with the shadows and wished good luck. The daughter thanked quietly, and in her eyes a genuine joy broke out like a sunlight in the morning. The joy of salvage of the village mixed with Eric with a bitter flavor. Everything became different after Felix's death, because the already familiar future suddenly dissolved in the fog of the unknown. An unfamiliar world. So much questions in the chest, the anxiety will faint in the temples. Information is like air. Without it, you will not be able to fulfill the promises and save everyone. The need for a comrade appeared on the road, and the hero felt that for future victories should become wiser. Somewhere behind the back, a named Eric. The sword flashed in the hands of Diana, and she made his way through the crowd to her son. Medela became side by side, asking where he went when the whole village gathered near the children. He just whispered to her forgiveness. A weapon flashed in the man's hand. He stretched her to the boy and quietly ordered her, "Take it." The hero was in surprise, and his father just smiled. "I keep promises, your new sword." It was not easy to admit. To pick up the sword for the guy's power. A real challenge. But Diang felt. It turned out successfully. The cold handle of the sword lay in the palm of the hand, a little too big, and the heaviness is pleasantly vibrating in the fingers. The glow of steel blinds. This sword suits. Just to the true battle. Diana showed a thumb and laughed, a reason to dial muscle. Eric thanked his father for the gift. Jeremiah called the guys. "Everyone is ready?" Diana stopped. "Wait for us, let's go together." The man assured that they would open the name of the village. The boys were surprised. They did not know that their land was named. Dayon smiled. Orin. From now on, this is their name. It was a new beginning. The surprise broke from the lips of the Erica. What does it mean?" The father explained to the father. "In the village, when the children go into the world, they take with them the name of their native land as a name." They both realized, now it's Eric Arini and Tina Arini. The news has stunned and seized them. Everything, as warned, grunted the man and pushed them to the carriage. It is time to go. Diana was barely audible. Those who have grown in the village are not a terrible capital life. The boy's gaze slid to the captain. Village hands made their shoulders for farewell, smelling herbs and tart smoke. Eric's father was sounding that the whole village was hoping for them. The boys hugged their relatives and went on the way. The evening covered the capital of Bogoni. The lights of the houses poured light on the stone. Among the human homon, a stranger slid in the hood, hiding his face with shine and interesting eyes. The main street was left behind. It disappeared into a dark lane, where the comrades were already overwhelmed by the verse, waiting for him in the shade of the lantern. Dark figures settled on boxes and cloaks, the faces hid in the shadows. Shepet trembled in the air. "Is there news about Felix?" The friend nodded. Yes, he heard the good. Rumors about the death of a demon. "Truth," he said. The pause enveloped a thick silence. People in the black hoods looked at, barely nodded in consent without words. The news stunned everyone. The question immediately dumped. Did their informant check everything? He confidently assured, he found out. The merchant from that village recently told him. A weird guy expelled demons and saved people. They asked if Felix saw the body, but he replied, the demon had met, neither alive nor dead since the paths parted. In addition, the merchant brought a bunch of meat and skins, as if the young demon staged a massacre. Someone was ate curiosity. Who killed Felix? Comrades demanded more facts, ordered not to stop the investigation. The man only nodded silently. The consent sounded deaf, almost like a sigh. The steps were already on the way out, but the sharp voice stopped. I do not even dare to think about betrayal. Without looking back, the man threw his shoulder over his shoulder. It is known. But in the look of the background, another plan. The city streets were noisy under the steps of heroes. Tina inhaled the smell of coffee, listened to a multi-voiced hum and wondered, how many people here? How many light and movement around? Erica's inconvenience was inconvenient, and he spoke not to vote. Otherwise, they would be perceived as simple. The accompanying soldier assured that in the capital all of his own, most from the villages. He also laughed, also a peasant. The hero barely opened his mouth. but Tina, smiling, joked. They say the guy lost. The warrior explained with a slight apology. He would have to spend them in a nightly bedroom, but the papers are waiting for the signature. Eric has just smiled in response. It will become a good outlet, even distracting from thoughts. The city was boiling with life that a fatigue immediately melted. The knight seems to be smiling, hearing it. He spoke of a dream, to create a space where anyone, whom he may be, lives nearby, and respect flies in the air like a spring aroma. The girl smiled. What a wonderful idea. The city streets of the capital were familiar with familiar features in front of Eric's eyes. But in the air, there was novelty. Everything is different here, and the future is already preparing for him unexpected trials. Once Christ saved him after the invasion of demons. That is when they became friends. Only now did Eric have come. A friend spoke of a kingdom that was erased from the face of Felix. It was Begonia. The ruins of the country brought him to Christ, and with the death of the demon, their paths broke out. The hero's heart has penetrated the wasteland, as if something important was irrevocably slipped between the fingers. The Christ appeared before him only a month after the attack, so Felix conquered the Bagony in a matter of weeks. It seems a fairy tale, and yet the guy could not believe it. The lights of the shops blinded Tina. Many signs were flickering. The night was in the capital. In the capital, 500,000 people. Eric appreciated, with such a crowd, the kingdom will be powerful and invincible. In the look of the locals, confidence glowed. The authorities are holding the city skillfully. In such a kingdom, the weak king is not imagined. Eric realized, Felix not to break this country in a month. The thread of the past slipped out of the boy's memory. The mysterious fog hid answers. Suddenly, in the middle of this confusion, the knight turned to the boys, his voice heard, as if a deep bell in dusk. He suggested that the papers were already in the hostel. It's time to talk to the captain. The young man nodded. His eyes flashed. The curiosity was throbbing in the air. Is the royal palace far away? The warrior nodded. He knows the way. In Tina's breast, he trembled with a desperate impatience. His friends persuaded her to calm down. Huge gates appeared before the eyes. The girl, holding her breath, could not look. Herrick doubted whether they were dating back to the palace at all. The captain approached them. On the dark night the hat was bowed like a greeting. The soldier reported on the return. The man nodded, thanked for the service, and noted that everyone came on time. The commander praised Tina and Erica. Their support helped to send the body and resolve all community affairs. But a barely palpable wheezing in his voice. One darkness remained with the hostel. The embarrassment has not yet dispelled in his eyes, and Jeremiah was mildly asked not to worry. He promised, they will find out. Everything will be in place. But the hero had to know the truth. Though the bones of the cold squeezed, he promised to explain everything in the hostel, and now he only asked to listen to another. His voice was soft, tart, like evening air after the rain. Bekapan, stepping to the palace, threw over his shoulder. The guys were called at all for what they thought. He turned and nodded. Come. The heroes hesitated whether they were allowed to step into the royal halls. Jeremiah announced that they are waiting for a meeting with Majesty Leonard. The young people were immediately sent. The warning never sounded, only surprise and a quiet whisper. The corridors of the magnificent palace were carried out as if they were fascinated, accompanied by Jeremiah. We will be in the chest. Now they will see the ruler himself. Mentally remembered. Not it should be changed in something more solemn? The commander assured, do not worry, His Majesty does not pay attention to the guest's clothes. Eric only nodded and decided to trust these words. After that, curiosity broke out. Where are they so suddenly leading? Jeremiah answered calmly. The king himself learned of Felix's defeat and wanted to see the characters. Majesty is involved in everything. Politics, war, life of the country. He does not need other people's words, only the truth of the first mouth. Therefore, he said quietly that the guests had already appeared. The steps froze at the door, greeting and asking the guests. The voice responded behind the door. He allowed to go. Tina kept breathing from excitement. The commander hurriedly apologized and opened the door. Entering, he reported their arrival. Near the window, in the darkness, a tall man in shape with a harsh face was frozen. His low voice sounded, "Are they really ready to become knights?" Shurchit broke the silence. The hero called his name, talking about the great honor of dating. The girl also spoke her name with a frightened whisper. Having reached out, the king smiled and introduced himself. Leonar Calro Begonia, although confessed the name is too long, so it is better to call him just Leo. Eric's hurried steps were rented to the majesty, but the king raised his hands. They say, calmer, glad. The strong handwriting passed through the young man, from his palm to shoulder. In one shaking alone, this hand once held a sword and rigid calluses, traces of many years of training. The king noted that the guy has a strong grip and hardened force. The power did not surprise him. Everything was quite expected. He shook her palm and quietly asked if she was able to spell. The knight commander told about her gift, knowing about magic much more than him. A loud lick on the shoulders, and a joke is heard. It is not surprising that together they won Felix. Such desperates are the same for the king's knights. Eric thanked, and the ruler invited everyone to the table. The chair groaned under the king when he was gaping on him. The guy felt that he weighing at least 100 kilograms. The girl followed the sofa about the sofa. The king began with sincere gratitude. If those guys had not defeated Felix, the whole country could be in a threat. His voice sounded solemn, seriousness trembled in the air. Without climbing from the chair, he bowed his head in gratitude, saying warmly, "Thank you," again. Eric with Tina was only confusedly looked at. The events impressed them to the depth. The indignation broke out in the views. Leonard lifted his eyes, smiled, and noted that they were too modest. He expected to hear that he was still guilty of money. Eric confessed that he would never dare to say that. The commander said that only the king under the power of such words. The girl sighed in surprise. Did His Majesty really do this before? He only shrugged. It's just a job. He once saved the country, and in response he received nothing. These words threw these words into the face of the king, among the nobles, and the rolled laughter cut the silence like a thunder in the clear sky. At first everyone was frozen, in the eyes, surprise and anxiety. Subsequently Eric was quiet. It seems that we really believed that it happened. It was ridiculous. The answer sounds short. No. The king really did, so now you have to rake a whole bunch of diplomatic nodes. The words of the commander swept the hall like a thunderous blow. The king asked not to distort his words. In those days they themselves gave advice to the troubles of their land. The people risked their lives, and now refuses to pay. This is not forgiven. If he did not dare to speak, his soul would not have met soldiers. Eric caught himself in a strange thought that something was wrong with him. A good person. It was at this moment that a maid broke into the room. They brought tea. The king was indignant. He demanded a drink, but the maid quietly reminded, "First work." The lord shouted, threatened to reduce her salary, but the girl only answered, his words would surely hear the queen. After drinking tea, Leonard finally calmed down, saying through a light smile that the drink is delicious. The hero thought again. Maybe he is not so bad? The commander bowed low and whispered that time to move on. The crowned only nodded, drunk tea with one sip. They went. Slowly climbing, he apologized quietly. He would like to talk, but Majesty is waiting for business. Time shrinks his shoulders with hassle. The cry cut the air when he accused Jeremiah of a mess, and Jeremiah calmly replied, "All because of the eternal laziness of the king." Reasonably coughing, Leonard squeezes his hand. "They will agree later," he said. In response, the short way is, and both are already looking at. When he followed the exit, the king's voice came behind his back. One more. Knights are a shield for the kingdom. The respect of the genus is the biggest reward for nighttime guards. It is only through people's trust that they hold their service, and ask only one thing, to be worthy of honor that they have been entrusted. The inspiration glowed on their faces. They assured that they could rely on them. The king raised his finger, smiling. The mood is wonderful. The future of the Begonia is here in these hands. The streets were passed outside the window of the cart. The wheels were rustling on the pavement. The commander thanked for bravery and promised to hold a hostel. Eric was catching a strange, silent look of the king. The girl threw a touch of anxiety. It seemed like a king would be tougher or something like that. Jeremiah replied calmly that it was not surprising. That's what made him closer to ordinary people. Once the monarch himself took the sap and went into the field to help a summer married couple. So he cares about the people of his kingdom, and even apolitical hearts give him his support. The knight reminded the commander of the promised conversation. Eric wondered if there were no difficulties with arrangement. He was answered. As previously mentioned, knights and magicians live in different dormitories. According to the rules, in one room, two should live. Eric will become the neighbor of the same guy. Difficult, restless. The smell of anxiety was hanging in the air. "What is with him?" asks the main character. The commander is barely holding on the contempt. He is an aristocrat. Capriciousness always steps behind him. Only stronger. Only then the breath becomes even, and the room does not press the walls. It is great when young talents are 18 already shining on stage. But this boy is stubbornly confident. There is no evil in it. The girl asked, "He is also one of those who consider his power to rule?" Having shrugged, she said, "So started. Just closing your eyes if you are an aristocrat." After all, the monarch himself ordered her not to worry about such things. The smell of pine needles mixed with the whisper of the voices. The hero carefully asks whether you can choose a roommate. Does this mean that the nobles are more freedom than knights? Jeremiah's answer sounded firmly. Even aristocrats do not receive such requests. But this time, something was different. The situation demanded an exception. "Do I really need your attention?" the young man asks, catching his gaze. Without understanding, he hears in response, "First, just know me. That's all you need." The girl's cheeks blossomed like apples. She gave them happy. And the guy, focused, silently delved into his thoughts. A huge house grew up to them soon. At the entrance to the commander to meet the knight, they stood side by side and discussed the alarming environment. The commander recalled that he warned that he would come. It seemed that the stranger really sought to meet with Eric. Suddenly, someone's exclamation came in a distance. A girl with a complacent smile, Yarina Cashball, appeared in front of them. She challenged the battle. Tina was frozen in surprise, and the guy could not believe her eyes. Tina quit. Who gave her the right to suddenly challenge her call? But in response, she cut off cold. "She does not call strangers," the girl said quietly. "She is not alien here." Jarina recognized Eric's younger sister in her. The guest asked to relax. "She has the authority of the commander." These words surprised everyone like a thunder. Tina fell into a cry. Not younger, but older sister. She indifferent to all these handcuffs, or as there, she did not choose the neighbor. Why should the room be divided with this way? The words fell on the heart of the Yorin. She exclaimed that she only communicates with the strong. "It doesn't matter whether a man or a woman. If you want, try to go against me," I suggested a girl. Tina's cry cut the air. "Now she will deal with her." Her brother rushed to restrain his sister, addressed the commander. Why did this fight? Why should he fight her? The warm hand lay on his shoulder. He said that he wanted to see himself repelled. Again with her is a real opportunity to escape, and the victory will erase all the troubles. But usually the hero remains at the level of promises, restrains himself without daring to go to the work. The commander noted that the girl wanted it. There will be no outrage. So he will immediately solve two things in one movement. Eric asked Fuzz to force him to fight with her and win. The man easily agreed, and then the guy was quietly aware that he was waiting for him if he refused. The commander smiled noticeably and noted, then he would not sleep. And the real reason why the guy had to fight with her is quite different. The girl radiates strength and superiority, wears her head high. She needs a sip of reality. But adults try in vain. Only equal will be able to influence. Meanwhile, the dispute of girls does not subscribe. The voices are buzzing like a bell. The seriousness delayed Jeremiah's face. "This is his first task of the night," he said solemnly. Dog was not going to leave. The guy exhaled, sighed calmly. He knows, he hopes. The word will be followed. A group of people gathered in the training room. The air is buzzing. Eric and Jarina stand opposite. The fingers squeeze the sword's arms. The commander briefly announces the beginning of the duel. The girl quickly occupied the rack. The sword flashed in her hands. It was visible immediately. Behind the back there are teachers. Movements are confident, honed, not like self-study. The girl asked, "What happened? Will it be closer?" Smiling, the young man said that he was taught. First the girl's way. The lady goes first. The girl smiled. It was cute, and it has so much nobility. But at the same time she promised, he will still regret. Then she rushed into battle, circled, attacked from different sides, like a wind in a storm. Every blow seemed difficult, like a fireplace. He was surprised to watch how she was moving confidently in her weight. It is now clear why Mr. Jerry fled this proud strength. The girl came closer, smiled, perceived it as a compliment. and with a sly pool in her eyes asked how much he would keep the defense. A moment, and her blow met his confident protection again. Reflecting, he quit. Though the sword and wooden, the blow will still hurt. The girl just twisted and decided mentally. The guy was completely puzzled. She whispered that it was indifferent. He did not look like who she fought with before. This is what she was fascinated. The commander with Tina watched the duel, not sparing words, as if immersed in air. Tina carefully noted that she was strange when the boy and the girl live in the same room. She cast a questionnaire. Does Jerry share her opinion? He denied. It would be more correct to say that there are no rules for this. The rules clearly state what should not be done, but not described anywhere. In addition, he promised, there will be no immoral behavior. Tina Verse breathed the air as if smelled by a thunderstorm in anticipation, her screaming up silence. Maybe it's too late. Her voice trembled, asked to immediately prohibit the shared life of boys and girls. With a smile, Jeremiah wondered if the girl would envy the boy through Miss Cashpal, but quickly waved. No, at all. Just worried about Erica, like his older sister. The man just shrugged. You get upset because of the little things. Knighthood is not for you. The words hurt. The girl squeezed her lips and turned away. The commander only sighed. The decision was made. It was necessary to make sure that the title of the knight would not lose honor. The girl was silent. Meanwhile, the duel lasted. The swords knock on the air. Jarina was blowing a wave behind a wave, but the guy was steaming with a light traffic, as if dancing in the air. The anger ignited her. He only spinned and never struck. She rushed forward again, but the guy appeared almost inaudibly and hit the target exactly. The face flashed, lips closed in a silent moan. Flashing with irritation, the girl pressed her shoulder and sprinkled with images. The skin on her face glittered with sweat. It seemed to her that he spared her only because she was a girl. His answer was sharp. All this is just a style of battle. She split the ball, looking closely. She lies. She feels her skin. Let it not be hidden by the boom. Let it be truly fighting. A persistent team sounded. The constant tension was read in every movement, as if the rest for her was unattainable. Her blow was confirmed. The whole body, every muscle with the bottom of the spine, as if chasing weight in the blade. A few more such blows, and the forces will betray. He waved sharply again in her direction, and she, barely cutting the air, felt not time to give up. Many victories were interested in her experience. This was the style, and at the same time restrained, without letting it grow. It seemed so. She won again, but something invisible wings were squeezed. The girl's sword fell out of his hands. Eric hit. Her legs weakened, and she fell to her knees. The voice of the commander spoke. This is enough. The duel is over. The dust tickled the throat, and the defeat of hell was worse. Yorina did not believe. The one who did not even make efforts won. In the end, she resigned to lost, and not change it anymore. However, the guy disagreed. A serious battle is not always a fight on the verge of power. From the first moment he seemed to him, this girl is not a simple rival. She only smiled in response to his words. The smile flashed on his face. The hand reaches her. The girl answered a soft smile. You cunning, she says, but all is well. And in the air a light, warm silence blossomed in the air. A warm handshake, the promise of cooperation. Jeremiah barely restrained joy. The sun was shining in the corners of the eyes. But from the smiles, a cold look of Tina came. She burned anger. Urain asked Eric quietly. Their room is unusual, hidden somewhere on the upper floor of the hostel, even at the end of the long corridor. The corridor stretched with a long shadow. The guy warned. The path is considerable, and quietly asked if they were getting up early tomorrow. The steps were deaf, like in a dream. The girl replied, not early. She nodded on the door, her fingers touched the handles, and the door opened, inviting him to enter. Inside, Eric confessed, the room is cozy, not like tavern. The girl, leaning against the wall, added with a smile, there is even her own bath. The surprise sparkled in the guy's eyes. Not all knights and magicians use the same. The girl just smiled. It was this room that the commander Jerry chose. Suddenly, a fright appeared on his faces. The sister of Eric was silently behind the threshold, watching each other movement. Jarina did not realize how much she was here. The guy asked if she saw her room. This tower and magicians and knights have common rooms, Tina replied. Let it just ask Miss to make a tour. Ivrina realized, the commander is busy, but it is time to show everything. It's time to talk to his sister. Let no shadow of misunderstanding hangs between them. Subsequently, the door opened, and a large dining room opened in front. Long tables, massive benches, aroma of fresh bread in the air. Yvonne explained, there is a common refectory for night residents and magicians, and behind the door, noise and sense of arena for joint training. Only a friend. She explained about Erica. Foam has nothing to worry. The sister was quietly asking her. She suddenly stopped. She cannot be trusted with ego-s bathed in privileges like her. Eric rushed to restrain those sharp words. Evren said that everything is fine, quite natural. The commander Jerry noted that the room was equipped with everything necessary because women happen among knights. She didn't know if it was true, but do not want to misunderstand it. To rejoice in privileges is unusual, she confidently states. On the face, a shadow of seriousness, no smile. Tina quietly asked, why do you now demand that you choose a neighbor if she argued with herself a minute ago? The girl assured that the neighbor did not affect. Initially, only girls settled nearby. There are so little here that she felt warm joy and relief. Her parents sent each of these girls to follow her. She lived with different night guests, and all hired by her parents. And he still flashes before his eyes, as some of them were given money. She asked her to settle with the boy, but for all she remained only a creature from the other world, on the other side of their perception, in her own way mysterious and incomprehensible. For the sake of her homeland, she chose the knight's path. If the gender and past are an obstacle to protect the country and people, it will lay the sword and leave, without betraying itself. Therefore, she begged the commander not to worry about her, just give a real brave. In the eyes of Eric, a shadow of sadness suddenly settled. The special situation did not bring her advantages. She dismissed any benefits. In the end, she did not get anything, but only lost, like a shadow in dusk. The head leaned down. She was barely audible, and involved them into this story. She apologized sincerely. Her eyes are full of guilt. The brother and sister looked at her sadly, silent, only spoke. The shadow's hands gently clenched their hands. A serious look. A quiet prayer. I know you do not believe me, but I ask, understand one thing. Tina opened her eyes like a fresh wind. Jaren firmly stated, proudly belonging to the noble knights, swore not to betray confidence and never to do what would upset her. Accepting the said, Tina retreated slightly, sighed and apologized. It seemed that only she was behaving selfishly. Thanking the girl for the words, she quietly added that time to go. Eric and Jareen silently watched as it is moving. The girl confessed that the experience was to help, and it was only more difficult. There should be no such thing on the battlefield. Leaning to the cool wall, she breathed a twilight and asked with a longing, is it really her home? The guy thought for a moment and confirmed her doubts quietly. He boldly stated that she is among the best swords. The girl laughed quietly, just throwing. Possibly. And then she thanked warmly. A light smile tickled the air. At the table, the captain suggested to start a meeting. Look, to Anna. Should there be something to add? The girl sighed carefully. The words swallowed, and eventually squeezed. One thing does not give her rest. Master Command Anna Wendix stood in the face. Her voice sounded firmly. He last had stepped away from the usual principles. If so, it will become a dangerous habit. A girl with long hair and a mole near her mouth was anxiously slipping a team. What? How will everything go? Her tension was transmitted to others. Even the neighbor looked at the captain silently. Vivian Spano, a deputy master's, sadly notes that more and more complaints are heard. Rumors of the cold between knights and magicians are spreading like a night fog. Many magicians go following the example of Anna. She emphasized this and asked the girl to be responsible for the duties of the deputy, but only silently nodded and accepted. Anna got up sharply, her face flashed. In the air, the smell of alcohol, her voice trembles. How could you get drunk again? Does your work have any sense? The flask is compressed in the hand. The face is half-hatched, and above the table is exactly rolling the sleeping snoring of Liberty Corrales. Peace. As if there was nothing around. The master's master said, rumors go through his behavior. Jeremiah remarked that she is harsh and unchanged, as if the ice was not cracking. The elbow was pushed by Alberto. It's time to think about their behavior together. He nodded without even getting up. Anna, grabbing her head with her hands, sighed. I know them too well. Always pretend to repent. She wondered, do they think if they are only unspoken rules, not laws, can they be violated? Until now, everyone has taken their place since the age of 18. A 16-year-old guy was affected, and this proud girl was settled in the captain's room, and also attacked her husband. She was lost in guessing that he was thinking. He asks, irritated, whether he heard about the word opportunities. In response, he claimed that talents flee if not accepted immediately. She agreed, dissatisfied with him, and added sharply, she does not want to discuss their night cases. But she strictly asked what he conceived, inviting someone to the magicians. Not he took too much? Liberty was gently asked to calm down. Listening to the rules is important, but it is not necessary to create a cage. Rules for the enemy. Empty sound, it only rushes forward. The girl's gaze lingered on him. He seems to have finally woke up. She recognized later. He was right, but deciding who would become the magician, her business. The commander only smiled. He had no objection, but he was sure this child would surprise her. The next day, a fierce duel raged in the training room between Eric and Yoren. The girl sparkled then, but the blows fell without stopping. The heart beat every movement. The blade squeezed one step away. He said with a smile, good, you learn quickly. The girl almost fell, but put the sword in the ground, stayed, and swallowed fresh air. Looking closely at her, the man was quietly interested in his well-being and advised to relax. The girl, breathing, barely whispered. Pressing against the cold wall, they sat down. Jarina asked how at such an age he has so easily possessed a sword. His lips froze. There were no answers. His face became serious. He confessed that he had many clashes, both with people and with monsters. Several times, death breathed into the back of his back. He had to destroy enemies to survive. All this is a desperate struggle for life and the protection of the most expensive. The girl caught his pain and said quietly, his life is a solid battle. It is not surprising to her that he remains distant, inaccessible. Thoughts about life presses like heavy air. He is 40, behind his shoulders. The whole world. Comparing his experience with a young 18-year-old Sky is like measuring dawn deep. The idea of whether he was 18 is as skilled. Her passion and wicked were fascinated, until her breath stopped. He looked at her and smiled lightly. Suddenly, the commander broke into a cry. A scream sounded sharply like a crack whip. The surprise flashed in the eyes of the subordinates. He noted, to train from dawn, worthy respect. Both slowly rose from the chairs. Jarina wished a good morning, and the man wondered if they could train. A serious girl nodded briefly to confirm. Jerry's palm lay on the guy's shoulder softly. He asked to talk. He nodded. Jerry sighed and quietly confessed that he owes many to him. Stepping sideways, Eric said whether it was a match from Mississippi. The commander nodded and assured, ask what the soul wants. If I can, fulfill. After a short pause, the guy confessed, looking for one person. If that's all, I will help you, the commander said, already tuned to act. Eric thanked him, the warmth, relief, and hope in his voice. The commander asked the name of the man. The answer did not slow down. The name of Chris. The tension of Jeremiah's shoulders burned. He asked the verse. Are you really called? He only nodded confidently. They say yes. It's me, your longtime friend. The guy met almost the same height and age, blonde hair, brown eyes. He explained he knows nothing more, just that the young man is local. The commander promised to look for him, and the guy thanked. When the boy disappeared behind the door, a shadow lay on the officer's face. The thoughts of Chris squeezed his heart like winter rain. Stranging the ribbon on a uniform, the girl took a deep breath. In her chest she had squeezed as if the wind had become confused in thoughts. Recently, everything has become confused, and Tina had a feeling that she was only worried about others. In front of the mirror, their hands touched the face. How to call yourself an older sister after everything. On the cheeks there is a slight footprint from attempts to gather. The name suddenly sounded. It was summoned. The girl in the glasses leaned closer and said, very cute how good you look in this form. Thank you, Tina said, smiling lightly. It has not yet been recorded officially, but the excitement seems to have not felt. Near the neighbor was amazed aloud. Is it normal at all? According to the interlocutor, Leader Anna is a real serious lady. so it is better not to see her here in the usual things. Frankly, she doubted herself. Tina agreed silently. Suddenly, something came behind the door. The voice called, "Anna, our leader, awaits you." And here the memory broke out. We mentioned everything. The neighbor wished the shadows of good luck, and in response came a sincere thank you. A smile on your mouth and a step behind the door. A girl quickly ran through a long corridor. Anna sat on the bench, called her in her name, holding her breath, and asked that she turned so unexpectedly. It is not the fact that she does not trust the Commander Jerry. She assured that she just likes to see the ability of a person with her own eyes. Tina nodded quietly. Everything is clear. Anna was quietly wondered who taught Magic Girl, but seriously answered. All the secrets revealed to her Eric. The commander looked at her carefully, biting his lip. She asked if she was the same with whom they once destroyed Felix. And yet, is he really a man? The girl nodded and smiled, saying, "What, is it a problem?" Anna smiled and said it was just statistics. However, among people, she assured, women accumulate magic better than men. There is a difference between races, and men's magicians rarely met. The words escaped in the Tina inadvertently. She did not even suspect it before. The commander shrugged. These are the initial truths of magic. Anna caught herself in thought. The girl has no idea about the basics of magic. Once magic was taught by a boy. The girl did not understand how Felix was overcome. She did not allow herself to feel that Jerry was too trusted. After these words, the woman nodded with confidence, breathed into full breaths, and circled her hands. Magic was shaking around. Invisible strings of air swelled. The commander poured so much magical power that no doubt is left. It's not a joke at all. The self-confidence swirled in the shine of the shadow face. On the place, steps roared. Hundreds of men worked out the techniques. Jerry warned, "You cannot allow the enemies to surround themselves. It is worth going to be alert and looking for a moment when fate lean on your side." Suddenly, the greetings came around. They came to Jerry, asked what today's training. His deputy appeared nearby, looking carefully. Jerry replied, "The theme of the day is one against many." In the training, everyone felt the taste of the battle with a whole flock, every movement, like a fight with the wind and the fierce voices of the crowd. The smell of tobacco hung in the air when the deputy asked, "What about the new one?" Jerry was in a hurry to ask why not to make sure. The deputy moved to a fight, intensely and sniffing at the condensed smells of sweat and dust, asking himself, how here, among the crowd, find the right one? The gaze slid on his faces in the crowd, and suddenly stopped. Something strange flashed among people. It was at this moment that Eric cleverly evaded the blows of the knights who rushed to him. In the eyes of the guy there are silence and peace, and the attackers rub the sweat from the temples. The deputy dropped with a smile. "Will you become tremendous if I'm here near?" The guy's words suddenly frightened the captain. "Isn't you sick?" he said. "You are too lively today." And he added that he was not in vain. Liberto's look like a heat, a strong young man in front of him. How do you stay here and will not fit closer? The battle does not subside for a moment. 4 opponents rush forward. The hero calmly reflects every blow, the metal of the sword ringing, it shines cold iron. The swords whistled in the air, cutting silence. Someone rushed the whole body, but he pushed the attacker to the side. Behind you to hear the steps. One was preparing for the attack. Eric jumped from the blow, hanging in the air, turning and hitting suddenly in his back, sliding sideways. The anger spilled over to the enemy. He could not even reach the tip of his finger. The head turns. Probably so it is. They moving as if they were holding back something. And here the opponents stop. Their faces change, as if they noticed something unexpected. Eric noted that they stand too pressed, interfere with each other. Because of this, they cannot work harmoniously. There was a voice behind. They say, to coordinate. It is definitely not his grasshopper. The deputy's hand flew, ready to hit Eric. He said, "Nothing compares with personal revenge," and his gaze stubbornly faded into the enemy. The extended eyes flashed. The body threw a sharply sideway. The blow passed. The deputy exhaled lightly, watching the guy. The guard straightened sharply and gave away. Someone's voice asked who it was. The girl quietly confirmed. Then the deputy commander. "Do you know him?" Just in front of them, hunched over, sat Vice Commander Liberto Corrales. They whisper about him, that he is the strongest among the knights. The voice of the crown. It is enough to disgrace him. He asked Eric if he would agree to fight with him in a duel. Like, there is not a chance to meet with the deputy commander every day. But the guy, slightly shrugging, replied, "Not that." A sloppy guy was displayed in the mirror, but he knew appearance was not all. Still, the crowd was distinguished, like a stain on a blank sheet. Looking at, he realized, there is no left hand. At this point, the man removes from the sinus of the flask, swallows a tart drink, and his throat shudders. The knight with a laughter threw that for the commander. "This is a common thing. It is not necessary to worry." The girl added, restrained, "The protection cannot be weakened, so no matter what happens." The wishes of good luck were heard. The man stood up at that moment, breathed in hard, and quietly offered to start. He rushed forward. The enemy first fell, but in a moment he evaded calmly like the wind. Now the surprise has frozen in the eyes of the attacker. Standing behind, Eric caught himself thinking, did he really miss if this is a way of fighting? Liberto turned sharply. His fist rushed into the air again. He asked why he did not hit him, because such an opportunity slipped through his fingers. For a moment, the guy had a hesitation. Maybe he just pretends to be? Awareness suddenly cut off the thoughts. You can submit to another's rules and not even notice it. In fact, there is no desire to fight this enemy at all. An unknown, anxious feeling cut the breast. Familiar as an ancient scar. Somewhere in the past, in the dark, he has already met movements, the same fast an acquaintance. At first, Felix went, but the echo of the memory dissolved. That was not him. Probably, alcohol forces the tongue to slide, he thought, though he hesitated. And next to the vice capitan was sophisticated and quickly struck. Eric realized. It's time to peck on the bait. He broke out, rushed to the enemy who was on the side. A drop of sweat rolled up with a cheek. In thoughts, the next step, the heart is pounding. Sudden blow, almost touched the cheeks, but he managed to dodge. Lepertially was surprised and asked, "What miracle do you thank such agility?" He has not seen that. The commander stopped. The sword struck the fighter's shoulders. Something is wrong here, he thought. An indispensable feeling. This battle is not the first for them. The stranger carefully wondered if they crossed before. His words were struck like a thunder. He even detained his breath. Vice Capitan, standing before him, said quietly, "Something is really wrong with you." In the air, a familiar tension is throbbing, as if this duel was already. Inadvertently thought, maybe they were already meeting. The other also catches this feeling. Thoughts were circling in their heads. They seem to be fighting. Is it just a ghost memory inspired by fatigue? Liberto mentally noted, this is exactly the first meeting. Do not forget such a talent. I decided not to finish and moved to the 10th to see. The feeling was as if someone had already put a sword in his hand. Whose hand did it teach him? The idea of it suddenly flashed in her head, like a spark in the middle of the night. The deputy commander recognized the pressure in his manner, similar to his own. It even seemed to him, he knew who the boy was a teacher. Thoughts raged. Who taught him? Are there such strange coincidences? The memory of that man did not rest. He decided, no, it is impossible. A powerful explosion broke the silence behind the back of the vice captain. On the place, everyone was frozen. The eyes were filled with horror. Erica was desperate and confusion. On all sides were the questions. What exploded? They guessed, probably somewhere in the yard, apparently, near the wing of the Manga. Under the vice capitan, the earth suddenly felt the body through from side to side, and the face skewed the pain. When the shocks intensified, the stomach could no longer stand. People around echoed. This is, they say, it has happened more than once. One of the men waved his hand. It is better to focus on what is happening and think. Is it not an attack? A brief order of the commander made like a shot. To calm down, the officers come closer. We need to evaluate the situation. The hero was asked to take Liberty to the infirmary. Eric only nodded. The man's hand was hard for the boy on his shoulder. He quietly asked about his state of health. The man assured, to go together, to apologize is right. He feels well. The face twisted with pain, and the crowd froze, affected by his condition. The commander said quietly, the guy probably tightened the stomach too much before the workout. Smoke clutch in the sky, looked hard. Thoughts returned to Anna from Estina. What did she do? In the head it presses. From the events there is deaf pain. Deep night. Men gathered at the table, whispering about the recent. The king said he was already knowing the truth, and Lepertially shrugged his shoulders. restoring ignorance. The king laughed for a long time and mockingly. Subsequently, on the question of a duel with Eric, he acknowledged with a smile that the guy's strength was really impressive. Maybe even surpasses the one he had once. Laughter escaped from his chest. He asked not to expel. The king nodded. He understood everything. And then a knock on the door came. Someone called the owner. The knock on the door. Anna asks for permission to come. The king is invited. The door was quiet. Anna slipped inside and the apology whispered. When she crossed the threshold, Liberta again engaged in the usual occupation. She gently reminded, the doctor strictly banned after the last case. The promise made. It was the last time. He asked if she wanted to. The girl did not even hesitate, frankly refused, with a slight movement of her head and a firm, quiet voice. The king apologized that he addressed her so late. It was necessary to discuss the explosion on the lands of the Order of Magics. The girl is watched with alertness, alarmingly clenched her hands. She admits that all the blame for the splitting property in the castle. It is ready to accept any punishment that he will see fit. He replied, it worries him least. She seems to follow Tina Oren, so he asks to explain. What really happened? Recognized, underestimated this force. The usual flames, called a light movement of the hand, and the heat was spread from it, as if in a strong swing, as if it were something great. In the breath of surprise, Libertal whispered, isn't it too much? The girl just nodded. Her voice gently suggested that first let's look at why magic is divided into ranks. When does a simple spell give the same result? Why waste the strength and gold on the magic of the highest grade? The awareness was illuminated by the king. Anna is almost never mistaken about the power of others. The girl added quietly, Tina studied the magic of Eric. This will not dream. Now she is thinking about her miss. For Liberta, everything became transparent, like spring water. It is difficult to imagine. A skilled sword also has magic and teaches others. He did not believe what he said. The guy was able to hook. The girl confessed that she has not seen it with her own eyes. But if you trust your sister, the guy could really. According to the deputy captain, it was simply incredible. 16, and it is. The king did not hide astonishment. He has long exceeded all the hopes. It would be good if my son repeated his path. In response, silence and heavy air. He then asked Anna to call Jerry. The girl nodded, asking if something else was needed. The king replied, has a conversation that he wants to do with everything together. In the tight room of the king, the commander spoke. Will Eric really instructed the prince? His words were hung in the air as an alarming note. He said with confidence in his voice, Eric joined the order only recently. Are they really confident in their choice? The king affirmed his words and wanted to know that it was not so dissatisfied with. The man answered, there is no dissatisfaction here. He believed that the honor of becoming a prince's guard would give an experienced and proven warrior. The king caught a hint of distrust of Eric in the captain's words. Jerry immediately denied. He did not say that, his voice of his frankness. It is strange, Anna said, because he checked Eric before entering. She was waiting for his support, but the man only looked silently without making any sound. The girl quietly agreed with Jerry. She has not seen Eric's strength yet. Caution is natural when you know almost nothing about a person. The king nodded calmly, accepting their opinion. The gaze slid to Liberta, who was slowly swallowing a drink opposite, immersed in his own thoughts. The curiosity was pricked. The man asked the question again. He answered calmly. Everything is wonderful in his eyes. Prince and Eric peers. Common language will be easy to find. The palace tends such women and men as they are. From those words the girl seemed to burn. The indignation slammed from the inside, he added with a smile. The prince needs a friend, a peer, who can be frankly talking to. There was a thoughtful look between the attendees. The king only nodded. Rightly said. With unexpected ease, the king wondered why Vivian did not take into account. Anna, surprised, asked if she heard properly. The seriousness in the voice of a woman cut the air, so nothing to achieve. The refuted look, Vivian is unlikely to expect. At that moment, a deaf sneezing of the girl came from under the blanket. The king burst, nodding briefly. They say he would explain everything. His finger, like an arrow, stopped on the commanders. They looked at. Looking anxiously, looking for a response in the eyes of the monarch. This decision is only for the good son, the king assured. In the voice, pride swells. Let the Iririans show the boy, which means to be a true knight, because the son grows into the true pride of the people. The matter is simple, nothing complicated. If something goes wrong, the responsibility lies with him. The views are looking for answers, and asks the opinion of everyone in the room. Jerry's silence responded in silence until Anna nodded carefully. If your majesty is confident. Her gaze slid to Jerry. She wanted to hear his opinion. Without the shadow of emotions in his voice, he said nothing. The king nodded satisfiedly. Everything was decided, and the air was filled with easy relief. The king rose, put his warm hand on Jerry's shoulder and promised. His son learns about it, and Eric's teaching trusted him. Jerry nodded. The order was accepted. The next day, in the office of King Eric, he asked his task. He explained with guilty voices. Everything happened too suddenly. The real unexpected explosion. That's what the guy felt. A pleasant surprise engulfed him. A newcomer was entrusted with such a matter. He was proud of honor, but at the same time lost in guessing what he should do. The king reported that the son first wanted to hunt for the monster, so Eric asked Eric to go with him. The guy again questioned his task. The man replied, "The knight order is called to defend his native land. The royal family will never forget this gratitude. From childhood, everyone is learning to admire knights, but the son of this cult faded a little." The king looks at the Eric, the peer of the heir, and he hopes that he will be able to awaken the admiration. Smiling himself with the corners of his lips, the hero whispered that he understood everything. The thought was in her head. How much childhood in this royal son? The prince will have to be kept? The guy cast a dreamy look. Jerry smiled back. The king asked, "Is there a problem in this?" "After all," he said, "it is a great honor." With all respect, the guy answered, "To leave one guard near the prince, in his opinion, is too risky. It is better to add a few more so that the knight does not breathe a threat." The captain's gaze is like an icy breath. He only follows, does not answer. Appeal. Jerry, without his eyes from the prince, nods quietly. This is his good. The king nodded, they say. That's what he was missing now. Only Eric will be able to embody it. The guy was catching his eyes, but did not understand why everyone was saying. It seemed to him that they were peers with the prince, but not the reason for the appointment. If both his majesty and the commander Jerry were so insisted on him, something should be hired deeper. What about the prince is wrong? The king thundered without holding back anger. He will not understand where his son went. Why are everyone forced to wait so long until he finally appears? He warned to be on time, and now he had to go alone. Introduction to whom the guy imagined himself. From indignation already jaws. The attendees only looked silently at his rage. As soon as the fingers touched the cold door handle, there was a voice behind. To hear it until the end of the corridor. The king roared, they say, because of his late. Calling his son in a hurry to himself, he turned to the guests, forced for a delay, and smiling gently, began to introduce everyone to his son. A young man with a birthmark under his eye stood on the doorstep. It was Christopher Leo Begonia. Eric was awake. A familiar face, a longtime friend. Breathing went away from surprise. The shock shakes the body, breathing fades. The prince is an exact copy of the friend, the only one who once saved his life. Is it really he? I was looking for a common man. Squat hair, rags, dust on the boots. And here, before him, the posture with the perfect hairstyle, inexpensive dress, which even smells of fresh perfume. Yes, it turns out, there is a real prince in front of him. The guy did not have time to realize. The words were confused, his breath was beaten, and he muttered that I was glad to get acquainted with Prince Christopher. The prince did not even look at him. He just shouted something angry in the direction of the king. The voice fled the air, like a thunder. "I asked not to call me so," he shouted, and the king was lost in guessing, not realizing what was happening. The prince added quietly, "He said not to get his name into it." The king just sighed. We need to accept things as they are. The guy's heart was beating quickly, there was no rest. Why did he call Christopher? Mom's gift, his real name, was much more melodious and more native to his soul. The king broke out with anger from these words. Like added only a few letters, and it turned out steeper. The name that parents invented together was heard as a spell. Calm never appeared in the heart of the boy, though his mother commanded it. He was indifferent. Chris became wonderful. But suddenly the king's voice came to formulate, "It is unacceptable." The hero stared at them. In stunning on the mouth, only a name was heard. Chris. My father and son were surprised. The king dismissed his hand. They say, "It is not true. His name is Christopher." The prince gladly supported the guy. "Yes, he is right. The rumor of him has already flew to Chris. The name seems to be Eric?" he asked, clapping his shoulder easily. In the look, confusion. "Call me Chris," he said warmly. The protagonist had no limits. A familiar face, a voice, even a name. Undoubtedly it was he. Once upon a time, when the village disappeared in the midst of the ashes, the house was only a memory. Now everything is different. He was the one who taught the power to overcome fear. And nearby, the only friend, real. The soul was warmly warm. Finally, he is nearby. Happiness never touched the soul. He was looking for a reason. Fate gave him another chance. In a new life near the past came from the past. Native, Tina, neighbors, all alive, as in memories, and tears of joy pinch their eyes. But there is no person opposite. The king breaks again. "I forbid, but the name must be sounded." While laughing somewhere behind the wall, the maid slipped into the room and whispered to the noise. The prince, stopping for a moment, asked her thought. "Do children have the right to choose a name?" Alice quietly refused to participate. The prince exploded. "My idea! Now look at what he will bring too." After these words, his hand sharply squeezed the neck of the protagonist. The finger rested in his father. Now he will speak Eric. If he does not like something, it is trouble. He only obeyed the orders, but the words rushed in the room as a protracted thunder. On the face of the protagonist, longing. The king called his son a cowardly fraudster, did not understand who he became. But these words were scattered against the ice. The boy was already indifferent. In the depths of the soul, hope glowed. Chris will become those who are always close. A friend, a support, someone you can be equal to. But the truth was hiding. She threw a cold shadow. She lacked the courage to look at her. The king's deaf Rick frozen in the air when his son reached out to the surprised Eric. The voice is calm, but I am sure that he is Prince of Begonia, Chris Begonia. With a smile, he said that he would work out. Eric wanted to believe, but the palm trembled. The strength still lived inside, but this pain clenched the breasts with cold reality. Handshake, warm, strong. Somewhere inside the spring has shifted. Then you need to move, no matter how cool. Before him is Chris, the same friend who once returned his life, not even knowing who he has to do everything to protect. This is the stubbornness that pulsates in the veins and does not allow to get. Finally, the peace of mind filled his soul. He found the one who once in his past life was him the best friend, lost Humea. Before him is a smiling prince, a familiar, and at the same time a completely different Chris. For the first time he sees him as follows. New, unknown, like a world in the morning light. He was preparing, trying to catch the future, and yet the shadow of sadness touched the soul. But now it has not changed anything. The oath to protect Chris has become the sole purpose for him. The thoughts were raised in the head. To destroy Felix is not enough, not to get so rest. Somewhere in depth boils more than he guesses. Decorated with flashes of the past, he is in vain looking for at least a hint that he will return forgotten memories. The forest hugged them in black silence. The wind whispered in the crowns. Eric followed, not asking where, only the back of the conductor ahead. The city lights have long gone away. It's time to go back. The night was just ignited by the monster. In response, no one will go back. The meaning of these words remained a mystery to the hero. No explanation, only silence, and rotates the figure in dusk. Then he added, "It is now safer in the forest than in the city." Erica lowered her eyes, apologized, did not believe in these words. In her voice, an alarming echo of night fears. On the lawn, a smoke was fired, smelled of fresh leaves. Here they built a tent and dumped a deck instead of a bench. Through the rustle of flames, Chris said, he should show something. The hero's gaze wandered around and he hurried to say, "I sleep here." But in his voice he hid an intention. He was a gesture closer, wanted to show something else. A cold tube of the telescope lay to the hands. The voice nearby advised to step carefully and not forget to look around. From here, like a palm, the city was opened. Eric was spinning, glancing all around. Chris carefully turned the pipe so that he looked straight at the central square. The protagonist was stunned. The area was talking in human voices. In the middle of the crowd, On the raised platform, a strange structure is dark. The soldiers strictly executed the sentence, and in the Eric breasts were squeezed from horror. Everything that came before the eyes flew into words. Their mouths were told themselves. Hot drops of sweat rolled on the cheek. The Chris only confirmed he didn't know anything about it. The wind wore ashes on the streets. The war broke the city in half, leaving only a shadow of hope. Every resistance was punished that others would not be stuck. These walls were no longer protected. Eric had no answer. At dawn, Chris quietly said he was going. Eric was looking for a look. What will he do now? First, only silence, and later, a trembling question. How about people in the city? Turning, Chris sighed and said that he would help them if the crumb of hope would remain. But now everything is lost, and time is mercilessly sliding on. In despair, they beseech the soldiers about the mercy, inhaling every moment of life. You can survive only by giving your friends. Does Eric understand? What will everything turn if they try to help? Help would mean danger to everyone. The wrinkles lay on the forehead. He confessed, only Erica can save because someone else is here, and this is his advantage. He asked the guy, understand, there is no other way out. Kiss announced to go for food for tomorrow, and Erica asked to light a fire. Do you know? He asked how it was done. Well, a confident answer sounded, and added, why do we have no food? He confessed, something confused with the drying of meat. The swarms of flies were buzzing around, and there was a sharp, bitter stench in the air. He said, he will check the traps nearby. If the fire is burned, the monster will escape. Eric asks, don't go, don't throw alone. Chris looks carefully into his eyes. Pris looked into her eyes and asked quietly, did he really survive the monster's attack on the village and was able to stay for 1 month? It barely believed. The guy was stronger than thinking. She asked, believes in herself. What? He asked with surprise, his fist clenched so much that he trembled. So far he did that he rushed from the corner to the corner, tight with cold horror. Chris's gaze is full of pain. He quietly acknowledged, however, it is really difficult for him. But he swore, let him happen to, he will always be in defense. Fear was no more movement. Quietly asked, did they agree? Eric first stared with an empty look, and then lowered his eyes. The prince said goodbye to say goodbye. Little time, they can be found tomorrow even here, so you need to act together. He asked Eric to prepare. Eric nodded silently. The fire cracks, the resin smokes. The guy on the deck is warmly wrapped. The war hangs like a black cloud. Own troubles seemed petty. When will the day come, and will not have to rely on someone else's help? The road disappeared under his feet, around the void, in front of the dark. Why and where to go? Why breathe? Life lost its meaning, leaving only a cold shadow of loneliness. Firewood fell into the fire. The tongues of the flames curved higher. The stomach was swollen, breaking the silence. Behind the hook was rocking a piece of meat. The words of Chris were mentioned. It was never possible to dry it. The gaze slid on the meat, and disgust broke out in his chest. How did Chris manage to build a camp, but could not dry the meat? You can still fix it, he thought. Saves boiling water. He was surprised by his own words. The head was empty. He could not eat. He moved as if through fog. And suddenly on the side it shook sharply. Eric shuddered, his heart squeezed with surprise. In the darkness of the forest, someone's silhouette was cut. Looking at, he recognized the person. When the figure approached, he turned. He asked Chris no longer to frighten. Did something get into the traps? A asked voice came. But when they came closer, the smell of someone else's smoke and an unfamiliar gait was issued. It was not a friend. The angry soldiers scolded, burning the question cold. What did he forget here? Black, like night, eyes shining under helmets, hands squeezed their weapons. The rage mixed with silence, and the guy covered the icy horror. The man stepped closer, flashing his sword in his hand. Eric is astonishing. The words are stuck in the throat. The soldier looks with annoyance, sharply grabs his hair. A cry is snatched from the mouth of Eric. The ominous face hanged quite close. Do you hear me? The hoarse whisper was cutting the air even a moment. You have to speak until I talk. With pain in his voice, he asks why he came here. The guest replies, as soon as it arrived, and the twilight has already enveloped the forest. It was necessary to spread the camp under the rustling of the leaves. The words were acute. The man stubbornly pressed his head to his knee until the guy shouted in pain. In the end, the hand released, and the tension suddenly disappeared. The smell of the fire sailed through the pines. The man asked why to camp here, when to the city. To hand it? Domes and roofs were clearly visible in the rays of the sun, quite close. Choosing the main character, he lied to him coolly. He lifted his leg, pressed his cheek, and threw his verse. "Why are you here? Say." A second man stood next to his hands on his chest. He calmly noted, "If you do not give him a word, how to answer the question? The flower should be stretched. Slowly squeeze every confession until consciousness is gone." I cited the examples. How to displace the truth from the shadow, carefully, step by step. The horror clamped his legs, and the young man curled up with a ball, hiding his head in his palms. The man suggested, probably this stranger was scratching nearby, asking them. If there was someone else, things would be complicated. Any mention of gorillas, and there is an opportunity to make money. The second soldier nodded. Meanwhile, Eric, holding his breath, carefully crawled. The sword with a roar was inserted into the ground before his eyes. The soldier, with his teeth, said that he heard everything, and advised to confess until he started torture. "Who are you and why laid out the camp here?" Voice echoes between the trees. I had to reveal everything, even the number of our own. On Earth, Eric frozen with horror. His gaze rushed in the dark. The tears blinked his eyes. The breasts became unbridled. He did not want to say goodbye to life. The desperate cry tore the darkness. "Save it." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the warrior. The guy should be left. He looked around and froze with surprise. It was loud. "Who told you?" The partner stood in front, and behind his back, a prince with a knife in his hand. The guy assured, "He is here to nothing." The soldier made his eyes with horror. In intense silence, Chris said sharply, "If you are looking for the one who sneaks here and asks about you, here he is." And with these words, he broke the hood. Time disappeared somewhere in the smoke. The soldier slid his gaze in a friend in the dust, clenching his teeth, feeling in his mouth a taste of blood and fear. The order made clear, stay in place. If the weapon does not fall down, a friend will die. Chris looks from her shiny knife to a gloomy man. Again, a request came. Did he not say that that man was here to nothing? That is why he ordered to release immediately. The person looked around in a confusion, not understanding what it was about. The question came with annoyance. What is he going to do with this cod? Orders here from him. Chris amazed. Why is he afraid of his own weapons? From these words, the man trembled from rage. The veins on the face pulled out of anger. The sword broke out of hand, cutting the air. "If you want to say goodbye to life, I will help," he threw. The cold fear flashed on Eric. The prince barely moved his fingers, and the scream is already lacking in his hands. In the eyes of that, a wild surprise, as if the world has suddenly turned. The gaze slid on his own hands, and the sudden cry of the air as if the pain. Kiss immediately grabbed his throat, whispering enthusiastically that it is incredible. He called himself a demon, but did not notice the magic when they raged around. For him, miracles were everyday life like the air in the middle of the night. Teeth shrink, rage boils. How did this person become so powerful? But a familiar feature flashed in her gaze. He saw something earlier. The prince dealt with her husband. Eric stared at him, his eyes glowed as a surprise. "Who are you really?" Chris only squeezed his lips and remained silent, gloomy, like a stone. Eric gathered with horror, shouting a friend, trying to understand who before him. Chris did not look back, only quietly said, "Horses found near. It's time to run out of here and quickly." He asked if he was able to stay in the saddle. Horses were slowly beaten on a deserted road. Dark forests rustled around. Chris was moving in front, and Eric looked back of the trunks thoughtfully. The voice trembled when he tried to speak, but the prince interrupted. "They say he understood everything, only does not imagine where to start now. The territory is filled with the strict outlines of the kingdom of Gladio, the land where demons prevail, whose view is always vigilant, and the shadow keeps everyone in tension." Do you remember what Chris said during their first meeting? Those words remained with him when he had to flee from home and finally look for shelter in a noisy city. Fringing his teeth, he confessed, "All this is their hands on the right. They destroyed the house, took away the most expensive." Eric silently caught every word of his story. The prince with angry eyes was thrown. "He will not forgive them. Why, he will fight." Eric shrugged. One does not break the war. But the guy reminded that the war lasts only a month. Somewhere there were corners where the kingdom did not go. People who think he lives there. He feels their breath and stands against the authorities together. It's impossible. He escaped. Do not break the kingdom, even if you gather a half-world. The army is not enough to destroy the whole state heart. Chris remarked, not about the big battles. Even a handful of fighters, hiding in the shadow of the forest, can outweigh in the guerrilla war. Destroy command, and their forces will crumble. It should work. Eric did not hold back. It is madness. Not everyone is as strong as him. Kiss, without looking back, admitted, he is right. But even unarmed can be useful. Quietly lure two soldiers in the sun like a bait. From these words, the hero pierced the cold. Suddenly the cold swept, he realized. He subconsciously waited for a blow. He stuck in his throat. The voice broke into the swearing. He was lying, he would seem to help, and brought him away, cheated, left behind the gate. Never wanted to deceive you, the verse sounded from the boy's mouth. He really needed help. The listener of Otter asked again, does he understand at all what true support is? The horse was rustled with durable hoofs. He turned away, no longer wanted to stay side by side. Farewell sounded deaf. Chris called him. The verse asked, how to survive when the demon chatting everywhere. His village was trampled by the monster. All fire and ashes, life was destroyed by the ground. Thoughts are confused. How to survive. Where to look for food, how to cook it. What to do when winter comes. Himself, in the dark and cold, it will no longer stand. Life is exhausted by drops. The guy thoughtfully caught the barely audible echo of these words in his soul. As they talked, the country was changing in the eyes. It was felt in every airframe. To survive, you need to become stronger, added Chris. Eric only looked silently. The words stuck in his throat. The teeth are stuck. In the eyes, the flashes of despair. Tears ran cheeks. Chris's gaze remained sad and soft. Subsequently, a shelter under the rock was arranged. Horses were bitten nearby. Between them the flicker. The shadows fluctuated on their faces. Chris confessed that the soldiers had food, and without it, no rush. In exchange, he got his half. Why have they captured the country? Eric asked. If not, nothing would happen. Chris lowered his eyes, swallowed the air, and quietly confessed. The question is too heavy. Everything happened instantly. He does not know the details, only heard passages of conversations. Someone helped the kingdom. Those who saved, no one saw anymore. Their voices subsided forever. Fury broke out in her eyes. The prince did not know who was for conspiracy, but promised to find the perpetrators and return justice, for all whom his fate took away. In the eyes of Eric, longing, memories flashed shots, voices of the past, light and painful. He looks at Chris, and the question is already at the tip of the tongue. Looking closely at the imprint, Eric asked if he would help if he asked to teach fencing and magic. First, the boy's surprise, and then a warm smile. He was happy, he assured. He added that from now on he will only cook. Both smiled, and Eric felt inadvertently. In every movement, in every word, Chris was really a prince. The prince's hint from the past has already loomed. The son and father was watching, inhaling anxiety. Someone was working with the kingdom, and the guy had to find out who it was. On the table, a sheet and fun rustling a feather. The room smells of paper and old books behind your back. Jerry sighs. His shoulders pulls up. Fatigue spills in the air. The idea. Eric is looking for her friend Chris. He turned everything around but met only one who really approached his descriptions. And it is Prince Christopher who insisted. Call Chris, answered both the age and the appearance of the description of Erica. This idea did not release the commander. In memory again came to life recently. Today, the prince's rage rang in the hall. Why not go hunting now? But his father just reminded, without these conversations, the misunderstanding will not be avoided. You cannot just break and run. You need to prepare. In Jerry's head, the thought was rotating. Prince Christopher and Eric look like strangers. If Eric was looking for a prince, why did he lie about friendship? Jerry was lost in guessing. Why did he have that prince? Maybe it's an attempt to destroy the prince? Many people seek to touch the lives of kings and princes, and he suggested that Eric join. After all, if Eric knew that the prince would not have to look for him. Why look for a prince when you don't know who he really is? Jerry sighed. He apparently immersed himself in his own thoughts. A sudden knock on the door tore his dreams like a thunder. The door opened indecisively, the request for permission to escape from the air. The commander with a serious face replied, waited for him. Milvodov was ordered to go inside. The voices in the dining room were already talking closely. 8 conversations are intertwined at the table. Tina puts a basket with food on the table. Smells of fresh bread, steam rolls over the pies. She smiles. Lunch is waiting for everyone. Erica seemed that the nightly life would not give him the tastes of her dishes, and he confessed to it. The girl admired, they say, it was because of the assistant Vivian that she received the kitchen. Vivian laughed. Cheerful laughter was in the air. The palm lay on her chest, and she said proudly, "To listen to the stories of lovely beginners is the duty of the deputy chairman of the Order of Magics." Jarina happily noticed, her attitude is worth the respect. The girl reminded again with annoyance how many times she asked to forget about the formalities. But the night is only whispering, otherwise it cannot be. Erica was not surprised to leave. The commander said that the leader of the Order of Magics was harsh to the border, so the deputy imagined the same. Vivian sighed. Anna flashed in outbreaks. Throwing her head on the back of the chair, the girl replied, "She tries to live quietly. The smile treats everyone." Winning, she gently asked Tina, but she agreed. Tina leaned to Miss Cashpal and quietly asked for that day. Her words, like a slight noise of rain, were surprised by Jarina and forced her breath. Tina said with hope. She wanted to apologize and yet, to invite herself to lunch. The girl raised her eyes with distrust. "Can you really be?" Tina nodded, saying quietly that she wanted to know her closer. In the soul, the hope of friendship glowed. Jarina first frozen at surprise, and then tears rushed on his cheeks. It rubs tears with a sleeve and whispers an apology. No one has yet to become a friend. The joy overflows so that tears flow themselves, not to stop them. Tina's palms trembled in a warm hand. Jarina smiled and asked to call her just by name, without unnecessary ceremonies. Tina was shining. She promised to do so. "Great," Vivian responded with relief. "If so, do not forget about the deputy." Laughter broke out at the table, and Jarina was happy to chew. It was then that the call for Eric came. Jerry came closer, asked the boy to pause, at least for a moment. Jarina, smiling, nodded silently. The relief was engulfed by Jerry. It is good that she is nearby. As soon as the room was released, he hurriedly apologized for the anxiety, but was forced to ask Eric to release the apartment. Vivian torn the silence with a cry. Everything was destroyed. Yuri had just found a neighbor who appealed to her. The commander calmly replied that he understood her annoyance. Turning, he said quietly, "They had their reasons. The closeness of Eric and Kashpala was only temporary. Now there is no sense. The privileges must disappear." The girl angrily gave her lips. Yura assured Vivian that everything is fine. She is no longer a baby, and not a secular lady in this place. Tina, with anxious, glanced at the girl, as if catching an invisible signal. The pain responded in it a whole hive of feelings. Each jumped in its own way, roasting the inside. The officer asked Commander Jerry whether the new neighbor Erica stands right behind his back. He turned, breathing a familiar smell of perfume, and agreed. She was right. The newly arrived with a smile said that it was fun. He suggested that it is time to get acquainted. For a moment, all the views, quiet and attentive, got into it. Smiling, the man nodded to Eric and called, "Elian Millwood." The room suddenly hung in the room. Surprised glances cut silence in the air. Tina shouted, scared. A girl stood in front of her. Jarina threw her hasty, "Wait, calm down." The commander said calmly, "This is one of the most experienced knights." He confessed with a smile. "The grades are also wonderful, so I am sure they will get along." The sister shuddered when she realized he was a guy. Ellie looked embarrassed, ashamed of this moment. A few hours before this, the chunky subordinate approached the commander. His steps were deftly heard in the silence of the headquarters. He asked what he was referring to when he was calling for himself. The commander wanted to find out what Eric usually was doing. As always, the subordinate was surprised by the ingenuity. This was what it was needed, noted the leader with a barely noticeable smile. Mill would ask him why he was suspected of something, squeezing his fingers, as if he had frozen before the invisible threat. The commander was just quit. No, the point was not at all. Just wanted to find out why he was curious. 16 years old, a small town, and eternal curiosity. How did it appear in it? But the guy is always busy. You can meet in group workouts. Therefore, he asks him to become a neighbor of Millwood. If the commander is so striving, let him do. He will do everything he is waiting for him. Mill quietly asked if this was the only reason. He apologized. They say too selfish and very emotionally. The commander asked, "Do you still decide on it?" He promised to do everything, and recognized. Curiosity in Eric was glowing in him. The commander thanked. His eyes flashed with warmth. He appreciates his support, like an elastic touch of a strong shoulder at a difficult time. Mill nodded quietly. His shoulders bowed, and he walked to the door, barely audibly sliding the soles on the floor. The door was slammed, and in the air trembled echo. Exhaled, he whispered the name of the hero. It was in silence like a challenge. Millwood spent Erica to a room where the smell of a new tree was mixed with silence. From now on, you live in the air, like a light whisper. It was said that this place is more prostrated than the previous one, but maybe not scary. Eric answered, "It is better for him. In small rooms, comfort is special. He values it." One of the bravers cast his gaze around and wondered if it was a standard side for knights. The girl laughed quietly. The magicians of the room are much more spacious. Millwood noticed that the magicians have special conditions. To enter their order is much more difficult, so the magicians were always smaller than knights. Yes, it is the witchcraft that makes each magician unique, confidently corresponds to the hero. The girl nods gently, agree, and the fire of interest flashes in her eyes. Eric was allowed to use the table, and the stranger smiled and added, "You can take the cabinet." The room smelled like an old tree. Eric thanked, feeling light in his voice. Eric thanked the heroes, sincerely confessed how grateful for the books found, and offended them once to treat them. But in response he heard, "You have already done a lot for us. You do not have to give anything." Mill noticed that near Eric Julina changed, as if the ice had been melting from warm touch. It wondered how quickly one person was able to change the heart of another. Eric can be followed by an example. In his movements, dignity, although the superiority is felt in every look. The maturity of a man, not a teenager. Even Millwood is surprised how he can be only 16. Mentally, the hero was silent. It is not his word. He is not at all like Eric, in every movement, the opposite of him. On the shelves of Millwood, he saw thick books on history, geography, monsters, and strategies. The hero, as he said, studied alone, although he usually studied in classes. Simple days will not teach such. This experience will not give ordinary life. Eric did not get the school, but the sharp mind and miraculously acquired wisdom became his treasure. A gentle voice came to the boy. The girl turned joyfully and shared. Now the vice commander allowed her to cook daily in the kitchen. If he wants, let it come tomorrow to dine together. She will prepare everything alone. He asked if he could. The answer was short, yes. She wondered if everyone would come, and in her voice a slight excitement was swelling. Eric forgave, promised, tomorrow will be in business, he will not find time. The surprise broke out in her eyes, and the girl asked why so. He answered quietly, "Tomorrow goes to an important mission." She wondered quietly about the task, but Eric only replied, "Could not tell." Juliana reminded the girl quietly, "The missions cannot be asked. Some remain in the shade." She lowered her eyes, whispered apology. The real wonder flashed in the eyes. No one was talking about this mission. Everything happened suddenly. If the Commander Jar really wanted him to supervise Eric, he would have written them into one mission. But this has not happened. So trust is missing. The offensive words of dust settled in thought. But it was necessary to endure it. Only so to gain true trust. The hero exclaimed, "That's wonderful. To hear the sparks of impatience play in the voice. They will go hunting. Let the forest whisper under their steps." Others whisper, "Quieter, the mission ahead. Give peace, humiliate for a moment." He nods, sighs, and a verse. "I am a Chris." The throat was cleansed with a short cough, and the young man asked timidly, was he allowed to say? Among the crowd, only Eric should be accompanied by a prince, but for security everyone goes together, merging with the city streets. In order not to expose the disappearance of the prince, they absorb into merchant cloaks, hiding the excitement of the usual homen of traders. "Everything is clear?" A question was full of excitement. The prince nodded quietly. He was not like a prince, and it was not frightened. The commander with a smile cast his gaze on Eric. "Prince Christopher is left for your burn," thoughtfully. The young man nodded, briefly and firmly. He understood everything. When Chris said quietly that time to go, the air smelled anxious. He nodded. Everyone followed him, hearing his own steps, deaf in darkness. The surprise was in the air. No one was able to allow the prince to go ahead. The commander asked Eric quietly, "Take care of me." In the voice of the brine-tired metal, breathing loudly in the night silence. The commander returned to Prince and Eric. His voice thundered in silence. "Take it with him," ordered, and stretched out an unknown item that smelled of gunpowder and travel. Inside hides a map of terrain and details about each monster. A rusty smell of paper, a light rustle of pages, a feeling of danger on the tips of the finger. Eric unfolded the scroll. The dry rustle of parchment was full of the room. The prince saw. It was a letter from the guild. The young man raised his eyes again and asked. The man asked uncertainly whether the guild was a regular trade association and why they are the third to hunt for monsters. He was only nodded briefly. Yes, he was needed. "Each merchant has his own land," said Jair. "Even knights do not dare to step there without much permission. Today, when the prince are at hand, every little thing matters. There is no time for mistakes. No trouble is more acute than the money is involved." The director asked to wait and clarified whether it was considered a conspiracy. The old man led his shoulder, unfolded to him, and noted, "There is more division of labor than cooperation." The commander explained that their main goal is to hunt monsters. Thanks to this, the Night Order can direct its forces much more. The prince has just sighed. He does not understand anything. Everything seems confused, alien. He to cast a questioning look. "Are everyone ready?" He suggested, "Let the Aririan take the first step." He froze, as if thinking, and did not move. The commander suggested that you ask him to take care of the prince. Eric nodded and, swallowing farewell words, left without looking back. The man turned to the commander and asked if they would really let them go so, unaccompanied. The commander replied quietly, "No, this will not be." The old man asked if he was going to chase them, and what would happen if the king learns about it. The answer was simple. The fate of the prince worries everyone. The commander only shrugged. In this case, they say, none of them will give a word. Men look at him, nod in silence. The views are crossed, and the words are already unnecessary. The prince spread on the soft grass, inhaling the fresh air, and said quietly, "There is nothing better in the world for absolute freedom." In the quiet forest, Eric asked if the hunt had brought them here. Chris nodded, confirming it. That's where they came, where he smells of moss and hear the crunch of branches under his feet. According to Eric, according to guild information, 2 orcs jumped into the fields. Ripe rye were crushed, and gardens were mowed. The Sales Maidan also did not survive. The fair carts still hear the smell of scattered grain. "People are waiting for help," he threw with reproach. "How can the prince just lie?" Chris only sighed, repeated, "They are only for the sake of hunting," he explained. "While the orcs are invisible, to hunt them in vain. And the peasants left their homes for a long time. Only the wind was left in the village." The emptiness can also be happiness, Eric thought. But he felt, in these words, not what he wanted to say. The princess sighed and asked that they would no longer turn so. Let his real name, quiet and native, instead of another's title. Eric quietly noted that for his situation it is completely inappropriate. In the voice of uncertainty and a tangible implication of disagreement, the prince's response blew the icy authorities. It was an order, and the guy had no right. Eric said, "They are not for jokes here." But Crick is sharply interrupting, and the words fade in the air. The prince was circling around, moving easily like a breeze. Eric asked quietly, "Why is it?" Chris replied with a smile, "Everything is too tense here, try to relax." The fingers slid on his side. Eric was laughing, breathing, and asked the prince to stop. The simple "you" of the hero suddenly cut the distance between them. Chris felt like a warm touch on a cool night. The prince joked and promised, if someone does not listen to his orders, he would not stop teasing. His voice of the irony, and his eyes shone with a cunning light. The name of the prince first sounded in silence. He nodded affirmatively. Chris smiled. It was cool. Eric stared on the side and caught himself thinking that the sincerity of this moment was a little embarrassed. The prince froze. The works were already slim to them. Quiet whispers. Look there. The eyes are slowly translated. The air rings in the air. Another remained. The question of Eric came in the darkness. Finished? The guy nodded as if the fog in his throat was dispersing. Yes, Ready? He promised to take a position and quit. When he puts enemies on the ground, the prince would come and leave them. Chris said calmly, Eric, you to go with me, not to keep with me like a nanny. He said, he knows everything. Nothing will happen to him, because the prince. And Chris felt how difficult it is to breathe under the vigilant eye of protection. He wanted freedom, not eternal walls. Eric reached out to stop the prince. He only cast a look over his shoulder. He did not need guardianship, so he sounded the answer. Proud and dry, like autumn leaves under his feet, Chris confessed. He annoys resemblance to his own father, but he never allowed to go nearby. He went silently himself, not for protection, but not to become weaker. Eric asked what he was in mind. The prince became aware. To recognize it a little ashamed, he promised to cope with those monsters first, so he advised the boy to exhale and rest a little. It seemed that the prince's eyes played a mockery. Eric became bitter. He felt that they were sticking from him. With a roar under his feet, the orcs were raced to the prince. Eric shouted loudly, as if he wanted to awaken memories or bravery. The charm was chopped by the monster effortlessly. The surprise flashed in the eyes of the observer. The words sounded convincingly. In the ears of Eric noisy consent, thoughts became light like a spring wind. Once upon a time, in the previous life, Chris impressed with incredible force. It was only after the attack on the village that the future went the other way. So now the prince, probably, is the same power in the veins. The oblivion was stuck, but the Chris remained, sunny, stubborn, recognized in every step. The prince returned to Eric sharply and said coldly that he did not need a nanny. In his voice, irritation swells, and a stubborn fire broke out in his eyes. The question was in the air. I am sure? Or maybe the teacher has not taught. Never relax while the fight is still going on? Chris replied. He could not relax but disappear as a shadow behind his back. He did not think. Eric asked Chris if she would not be against it if he followed her, swallowing excitement and catching her quick look. The prince only shrugged. Avoid. But the young man just shaky his head. It's not an evasion. The two, it means together in battle, not everyone for themselves. This is what meant when he asked not to relax. Chris has waved. He is indifferent, just to go nearby. The guy replied, this also applies to him. The prince cast his gaze. Let him show what he is capable of. They moved side by side, cutting the air with swords and squeezing out of the enemies. The orcs fell one by one, the earth trembled from their blunt. The thumb up from Chris, his fists met in a friendly gesture. A barely tangible sound, like a small flash of joy between them. The prince noted that Eric was not as bad as it was said, even wonderful. He thanked and added with a smile that he also had no strength. From his father and from liberty. It was their Chris who learned everything he can, he told, with warmth in his voice. In the air, the name of the vice commander sounded, and everything came into place. The prince wondered what he came to. The guy realized it was because of this that his strength lies. The kiss confessed that Liberto looks calm, but in fact, a real flint. He has never been able to defeat him in battle. Eric added, Liberto's movements are a riddle. It is almost impossible to guess them. Surprisingly, the prince thought. For the first time they came to battle, and the community of movements was born easily, as if they knew each other for a long time. The smile flashed on his face. He confidently said that they would definitely understand. Eric smiled gently in response, nodding to consent. The printed letter hinted, the evening is calling for a couple of glasses. In the air it smelled strong and laughing night. Eric has apologized. This time he will not. Chris just smiled in response, promising fun in spite of everything. His business is only to bring it back to the castle. A pair of bottles will change anything if he is healthy and alive. Eric only clenched his lips and shook his head. The prince did not retreat, convinced that they are only two here. No one knows why they will return at midnight. The smell of night air and whispering his voice was doubted. Kiss asked not to tell him that he did not want to drink together. Eric just shrugged. It's not at all. The deep bow and words of gratitude are pouring into the noble men of the kingdom. The presence of everyone warms this hall. A quiet tension is trembling in the hall. He called them here to talk about the fate of the country. He gave his power to peace, not wars, and with Begonia they poured friendship like a gentle wreath. The attack of Felix on earth, the Gonya tore a thin thread of trust. In the air, the bitter smell of betrayal, and even the wind seemed restless of fear. Fortunately, the worst were bypassed. Cut off connections with Begonia would mean to lock the kingdom in a lonely silence, where neither a bird's cry nor a shuttle bell can be heard. Trust grows slowly, crumbles, in a moment. Now all, even the air between the countries, resembles a thin ice, just a step, and it is necessary to pick up everything again. The man returned to the king and said, "Whoso seeks to please the begonia, the risk of losing the respect of other friends, and as they warned, they have more than one begonia." The man nodded gloomily. That's true. After the stroke of Felix can be consequences. He asked if the king knew the country that was not at all pleased to cooperate with begonia. The girl leaned forward, her voice trembled. Is it really about Lindo Empire? The man replied, it is possible that Felix and Lindo found a way to contact each other. Hope in favor of relationships with these people has gone out like a shadow in the rain. It is only necessary to seek understanding, to turn to the begonia for the union. The man asked again, in his voice hearted and distrustful laughter. He was sure that the king was joking. The voice rose in a panic. It would only worsen their situation before Lindo will give them a cause for war. He assured that they did not need allies. It is necessary to stay away, to protect the army for its own protection. Otherwise, other people's wars will absorb without leaving anything but losses. The girl turned to the old man, reproached in his voice. He never heard her. Felix and Lindo even then pushed the plot when interstate strife was erupting around. The old man asked again. The girl did not stop. Is it true that the neutrality is powerful? The man shook his head. He did not say it. It is necessary to remain careful and not lose military force. Do you understand how much their country has given for unity? He asks. In the war with others, they would not withstand the moment. The girl sighs. No, he does not hear her. Too late. The war has already begun, it whispered. The king broke into a cry, ordered everyone to silence. The hall died, the alarm in the air. He confidently threw that the quarrel and the fights between them were achieving Lindo. That's what he was waiting. Everyone is united by one goal, the protection of relatives. Only together, the shoulder to the shoulder, can you withstand and not allow you to break your own. Only so. There is no other way, he said, and the voice stuck in the shortest air, as if a shadow had lost. According to it, why didn't Felix restrain so that they would not happen? The girl turned to her father and said softly, he was tired, sleeping badly. The father only sighed and apologized for the anxiety that he had burdened her heart. He acknowledged, he did not cope, the throne lost, people could not reassure people. However, the girl sharply turned to her father. Her voice cut the air. She believed that he only can now lead the country forward. It will go to the shadow, and the anxiety that squeezes every heart only increases. The man nodded. Her words lay accurately like the strings touched her heart. Root longing sounded in her voice. Dad dies under the burden of worry. Princess, daughter. She is okay to go for everything to remove at least some of the pain from his shoulders. Squeezing in the palms of a request, she asked for permission to become a special messenger in the Bagony. The desire to go there pulled in every breath. In the kingdom of Begonia, among the light rustle of herbs, the girl asks, "What does you hear, Christopher?" Her words are heard with a bird's feather in the morning silence. The indignation was lit in her eyes. The prince, among the usual people, drank wine in a dark tavern, as if throwing a crown with a glass. The queen asked excitedly what would happen if something happened to him, if suddenly trouble. Who will protect? Who will save? The man waved. He did not need to shout at him, only asked for permission to swallow water. The woman squeezed his fists. This is not the case, she answered cold. The habit will grow, and sooner or later, the prince will get into trouble. She returned to the king, caught his gaze, and gently asked, "It is enough to indulge our son." He replied, "I do not indulge. I just do not interfere." The queen looked with reproach. It is not care, but true indifference. "Is it so?" asked quietly. "She can't be like that," she said decisively. After the night hunt with the prince, the glass was ringing until dawn. The disheveled Elena barely stirred up in the morning. Commander Jara grunted that the pay was cut. He does not fit in his head. He has just become a part of the order, and here's a harsh reproach. Finally managed to find Chris and gain his trust. Now they went together. But in the chest, there was an alarming question. Will they ever meet? The woman asked whose idea it was. The prince, with a barely noticeable smile, replied, "This is his idea." He confessed that he never had a real friend. The joy that overwhelmed him forced Chris with her. Chris was only quietly apologizing. The queen sighed. She was waiting for such an answer, but what to do with them now? The woman returned to her husband. Her gaze slid. Then Eric called you? The woman said she heard about him and knew his salary was reduced through her son. She wanted to listen to the case and even promised he would return to him. He could not accept it. The guy whispered that he was also guilty because he went with him. Eric sighed and surrendered. Let him be punished. Anyone will accept. She lifted her eyebrows and quietly asked if he realized that he had just lost his chance to protect herself. Sighing, the man was barely audible. He realizes it. The queen said gently, Chris, a true friend in you is a treasure glowing nearby, even when noise and dark. She promised he would no longer quarrel, gave him freedom. Her voice became soft. The room smelled peace and hope, like a light wind touched the old walls. The woman said, decide the rest for yourself. A Reza will no longer interfere. The prince said goodbye to Eric, and a light movement suggested that we will go again to hunt. The queen asked him to calm down. There was a sincere apology in the voice. It is necessary to please the son of a son. The guy just shrugged and quietly denied. What is he here? She asked him to stay a little more, and Eric just nodded, slowly to break this moment. He asked what they planned here. In response, the gesture is silent. Quiet. A whisper was barely audible. The girl quietly noticed that she had never seen him so late at home. The young man apologized, discontinued, and confessed. He first found a friend, so he lost his time. Ask, promise, no longer do. Her voice trembled. Even when everything is well with him, but in the unknown, anxiety squeezes the heart. He nodded. Yes, he knows it, and he promised to warn her every step. The guy came. The prince meets with the maid. But the surprise seems to be lost. He is already at such an age that he is surprised. With a confused breath, Eric stared forward. His eyes slid on unfamiliar silhouettes. The thoughts were confused. He could not understand what was happening around. A love was already glowing between the prince and the maid, and did the doubt be doubt? Will the king bless them with the queen? Their faces glowed indifference. But the guy inside the question was the question, why was he brought here? The king noted, today a wonderful panorama opens from the top of the mountain. The queen with a warm smile answered, these landscapes are returned in times of adolescence, when the heart was beating faster. The man kept her in arms, but did not touch her hair. Caution in every movement, as if Chris was ashamed to even touch her. She wanted to find out who he looks like. Her eyes flared up, the voice trembled from curiosity. When Eric asked if he was called to see him, the queen gently confirmed, yes, that's what they called for. Both are waiting for him to find out about the Christopher as much as possible. Every detail, every little thing should become known. Once upon a time, the heavy burden of the crown will lie on the Christopher's shoulders, and now he is their only treasure. The father approved his mother's words, added, enjoy his youth, son, but do not forget to prepare for the future. The son now needs a real friend. They asked if Eric could stay side by side. Once the thought of meeting with Chris warmed up the soul. Now he understands that the former Chris remained in the past, and the joy of this meeting has melted like a morning fog. It is necessary to monitor how Chris becomes a ruler. Only so saves those who are the most expensive. He squeezes his fists, swallows anxiety, only to laugh again. He promised quietly, for Chris will do everything he can, because friends keep together through everything, even when his heart trembles from anxiety. The promise to help Chris is good, but only a sword magic will not save. Without experience in the world of complete secrets and dangers, you can easily get lost in the shadows. At first, it is important to feel the life of life around. It smells like another's earth, something elusive in the air. Tension between states, old quarrels and secret conspiracies of neighbors. Before the eyes of the hero, a large parchment spread a map with neighboring countries, as if alive. The rivers seemed to be streaming, and the borders trembled, waiting for a new breath of adventures. The borders are still controversial. Because of this, there are often clashes. Between Begonia and Lundo is now a real war. Thoughts broke out aloud, like a rustle of leaves. Mill turned and asked quietly if he was sleeping. Eric muttered the apology, they say, did not want to worry silence and dreams. In response, he said quietly, everything is fine, but the dream again does not come, as if someone holds the eyelids open all night. Millwood noted that diligence in such a late hour is a true responsibility. However, in his opinion, everything will be told about internal affairs in the classroom, so you should not rush. In response, the guy quietly confessed, to study for him is a joy, and he does not want to burden anyone. Mill would say, so it should be. He thoughtfully asked why the hero actually taught. The story of the relationship with the neighbors was captured by Eric. He is especially attracted by Lundo Empire. He plunges into history about it, catching every detail. Mill's questions were raised again. The battle goes against Begonia. If Lundo is already interested in, then let him ask. The guy is ready to tell everything he knows. The eyes shine. He waits for the answer. What exactly wants to know Eric? Eric replied, he is interested in the wealth of the empire, the power of the army, and how they wage war with Begonia. Mill decided that his story would begin with the rustle of chronicles, from the history of the kingdom, where flags are rustled, and in the air it smells of ancient gunpowder, the smell of old books mixed with interest. Why know the history of Begonia? The hero just smiled and whispered, then everything will become clear. Begonia is a country born of waves. It was founded by travelers who stepped on the shore after a long cross. The dead silence rings on devastated lands. Even the grass did not make it. But it was worth finding gold, and the space was swallowed, filled with human glamour. Following the smell of money came crowds. The earth boiled. People began to fight for every patch, not knowing the mercy. The winner of that battle rose to the throne, became the first king of these lands. This is how Begonia was born, from the flame, the homon, and the smell of not yet glory. What is Lundo here? Eric was surprised. Mill answered the verse. Even before the people, this land was home to others. Demons were called those who lived here first. The human number grew steadily, pressed, displaced to the abyss itself. One thing remains to unite the countries, squeezing in common protection. This is how the shadows of demons opened the other side. Calcione and Lundo appeared, like a dark breath among the rustle of the night wind. People gathered in groups, but each tribe took their customs. They were even more separated than people, and it seemed almost impossible under one flag. Blood called in the ground. This was the price for the unity of countries. Compared to those two peoples, the Bagans have a long and calm history, although their pockets are much hollow. According to Millwood, Lundau's heart burns with courage. There is a breath. But none of these peoples has the power to conquer another's land on its own. Eric nodded. I understood. He asked quietly if something could be asked for the last time. The man briefly allowed. Yes, maybe. Thoughts were circulated. If Lindo dare to war with the Begoni, what will be the first step? How will boots on the soft ground thundering? How will it smell anxious air? Mill believed that in a difficult way he would turn to the demons neighboring in Galdzon. Although they will try to help, that's what he would do. From fatigue, the boy's voice became muted. Confessed that he no longer had the strength. Eric thanked for help. Millwood wished quietly for good night, and the room spilled peace. The desperate thought cut the hero's consciousness. In the past life, Chris said, Felix communicates with someone. This should be Lundo, this dark empire. Geography does not lie. If Lundo and Gladio have thought of conspiracy, the Begonis will hear the thunder of the battle on both sides. The kingdom will fall in the month. No one is surprised. This time, the hero defeated Felix and stopped the war on two fronts. Lundo remained with nothing. His plans were scattered like ashes in the wind. The failure and the reputation of the Begonia will fly into piles. The cruelty of the country will grow like weeds after rain. The only way, to regain the trust of the people. Otherwise, the end. The commander said quietly, There are 2 tasks for you. The secret under 7 castles. No sound should break out of the walls of this room. The man nodded, they say understood, and wondered, Are they together with Chris? You're confirmed, yes. Together with Christopher, they will follow this path. During this month, fate generously gave moments for joint training with the prince. In the hall of the metal, the aroma of sweat and victories sailed in the air. In the past, he taught, and now he learns himself. During the lesson, the guy quietly shared his story with him about the task. Eric asked if the prince would be served in foreign land. He answered, he would go by a thread so that no one knows. With a child, Chris has been traveling by foreign countries since last year. The narrow streets of cities and smoky villages are the ancient tradition of their royal family, the way to know the world. On a normal day, a foreign prince would have passed these cities. But today, hiding from other people's eyes, he can see how the city breathes and moves daily. Although this is a mystery, you will have to pull the guards. Chris sighs. Usually there are only 2 or 3, and now a whole crowd that is quietly rustling behind your back. Do you want me to be one of you? asked Eric, still a new one among the knights. Only a month here. As if the sharp breath of the spring wind. The prince smiled. The power of the guy is what really matters. This is quite enough. And the father does not have a word against. Only silent consent, the quiet rustle of the cloak in the stone yard. Honor to accompany the prince. The guy raised the words, and pride broke out in his chest. Chris only nodded, joyful. It is good that Eric near them at this moment. Only a few days ago it happened, and now the main character guesses why the commander Grubian called him. The man wondered if Eric would be with someone else. He was replied, "This is an order from the deputy commander of the magicians, the Vivian." The three had to go with him. Donut walked in his soul, slammed, like a wind in the field. Is he really worth a place among them? The commander acknowledged the ability of Eric and liberty. There was a respect in his voice. The road was waiting far, and only caring preparation could save from surprises. A light nod. Of course, the guy said. The man reassured. Everything will be fine. We will go by a thumb, as friends. A regular walk, no more. The commander warned, to relax, not time. Liberto carefully asked when and where to go. He replied, in 2 days they go on a trip. The road will last about a week. Ahead is the kingdom of Halkan, a country of distant fogs and unknown paths. The sharp voice of the commander cut the air. Does Eric he hear? The guy quietly muttered an apology, feeling the burning shame in his chest. The man asked why now, when everything is so dangerous. They have to go there. Jair replied, that is what they go there. It is the tumultuous times that open the truths that would otherwise remain in the dark. Liberto warned, this trip will exhale anxiety every step. Thoughts about it were not rest. Who could imagine that soon fate will give them a meeting? She is always in memories, the most expensive that she supported once. The past does not forgive. He has not time to save her, and now he hurts her thoughts about her every day. Now she is a princess, so he still has hope. After so many years, fate gave a chance to meet her lover again, and his heart trembled from waiting. The man asked if it was worth contacting the king to find out if it is now a real time to send the prince to a distant country. Guldzian decided that the princess would be sent to them by a special messenger, a sign of a new friendship who has just been born. He replied that now, perhaps, it is not time to send the prince abroad, but send him to the Bagany is even worse. Recently, Lindo has been disturbing, does not find rest. On the western border, to hear the thud of the army, there is a formidable hum. There are gathering troops. There is no doubt. Lindo is good at all to break their alliance with Halcyon. Through Felix's actions, the enemy's troops are separated. Part has frozen in the west. Some of them stand the east. Even a net, and they are still a stone on the way. In the east, peace. The king of the neighboring country is trusting. But while the troops move from the silence of the east to the alarming measure, minutes are slowly stretching and the tension hangs in the air. Lindo should throw all the forces on the invasion, and the western border will absorb the hum of a heavy battle, hot powder, and a cry of wounded, mixed with the breath of wind. Linda may have chosen an attack on the habitation, the man suggested. His voice trembled, like in an unrestrained storm. The king just smiled cunningly. Both those countries, the possession of demons, there is only a cold darkness. At least, the connection that Felix has created before death is still Jevrov. He did not give him the thought, will Linda benefit if she breaks this connection by attacking Galzan? Indifferently. While the alliance with the Gulzion is strong, their peace is protected. Christopher should not be in this country. If these fears were groundless, the better. But the chance that their secrets will seep to the enemy never disappear completely. The king warned, it is impossible to lose vigilance. Trouble loves silence. Always be ready even when he was around, he ordered. Candy from that store is just a fairy tale, the girl said enthusiastically, inhaling the sweet aroma. The girlfriend just agreed. Their eyes glowed. Indeed, the taste is incredible. They acknowledged with a smile. It is delicious. Sometimes to eat something simple is not ashamed. The girl confessed, the city for them, a riddle. Outside the training yard in the hostel, no one was. The young man nodded. The shops are at every step. His eyes are scattered. The city was noisy around them. The steps were lost in the shadows. Tomorrow with Vivian, on the road, a secret mission, to protect Chris in Galtial. The commander Yure awarded a special title. It seemed like Tina, Zala, and Delena here to nothing. However, they left the city for a long time. A generous gift from the commander, like fresh air after a long heat. The fragrant cakes lured their eyes. The girls were already stretching, but Yulin is gently stopping. It is too early. She looked at the deputy commander. Will he pay attention to this temptation? She warned. Move. You will not be able to come to work out tomorrow. Ask Eric to say something. He confessed with a smile. He wants to walk in the city a little. Do not let this moment go. It seemed strange and exciting to hear these words here among all these people. Someone noted, the guy in the begona will not stay long. The third girl leaned closer. What is the question? In her voice, anticipation was swollen. Tomorrow with Eric we'll go on a big journey. Holding her breath, the girl asked what the vice commander was saying, and she turned her gaze to Eric. Is it true? It was difficult to answer. The shame of burning cheeks. There were no words. Yelena quit in doubt. It is unlikely that the guy wants to go somewhere with the deputy commander of the magicians, and it will be a hike rather than entertainment. Tina wondered, is it true? Eric confirmed. Something like this. She asked when they would come back. The guy said they would miss them as ever. His heart trembles in unknown. He waits and asks when those who are so lacking. The girl shook her shoulder. Tina, do you want new clothes? The store knows nearby. The showcases are flickering. Music is played. And for Elena we will choose something. Yulina said with a smile. The boy made a good offer. Until the air around the surprise, the clothes seemed unbearably shameful to him. The thought of walking in his city was squeezing his heart and burning cheeks like a heat. They persuaded, don't worry, you are sweet, you fit everything. He only sighed bitterly. The thing is not an appearance. Evelyn asked if they had already chosen the outfit. An hour was wandering between bright rows. The guy sighed and asked for help, holding his shirt in his hands. The girl lifted her eyebrows in surprise, hearing what she needed help. Another only threw over her shoulder. The work remained quite a little, almost the end. She called for him to get out of the shadows, asked not to hide anymore, let him appear and show herself to the world. The girl soap said that this outfit looks just great, even a little touching. Elena briefly whispered, this is not suitable. She confessed. She would have chosen another, but her hand touched the rough surface. Too rough, too prickly for her. The girl smiled gently. This place has exactly her charm. The other lightly touched her for the elbow, whispered, you need to wait a little. She assured that if the soul seeks something simple, choose a comfortable one that does not press or hamper the movements. Isn't the other dress more gentle? The girl returned in surprise. The guy answered them mentally, well, no one asks me. He was indifferent. Everyone around seemed the same as faceless shadows in the fog. The light steps broke the silence. The guy flew to Eric and with anxiety in his voice asked to tell, let him choose Eric. The consent flashed in her eyes, and thoughts were spinning in her head, like a rapid flow of the spring river. Fatigue pierced the boy to the bones. He did not expect such a crazy storm. Eric just laughed in response, mockingly and loudly as if it were fun. It wondered, where's so much impatience from girls at the dawn of the conversation? The hero sighed with fatigue. The workouts take them every minute. And that's the main problem? Elaine dropped out with barely sad sadness. Illik asked if the guy was satisfied. He just shook his head. It was not at all. Elena said that they were soldiers, and in truth, he did not know if they had to waste time for such entertainment. They chose. Destroy some to protect others. This is their work. Cold hands make fateful decisions for the sake of life. Quietly, as if afraid to breathe, he asked if he was allowed to be happy. She apologized. She did not want to spoil the mood. Asked, let everything stay between the words. Let's forget. The guy looked at the sky. It's late. It's time to go back. The thoughts of happiness were filled with him, and the cold ran. Will it be necessary to put one life on the altar of another again? It is unknown whether it is good or not. But now he walks in his way. And as long as those whom they have been cruelly taken away in the past are laughing and living, quiet joy blooms in his soul. Another night is alone, and tomorrow it will cross the border to finally hug your beloved. A tired haze of waiting, a sweet taste of hope. The checkpoint began with the Galcian kingdom, explained the man, and asked Eric to align his back and stand even. He nodded calmly, made it clear to the deputy commander. He understood everything. He heard everything. Turning to Vivian, the man was quietly soaking. It is time to wake up. This is about the border. The new country smells like a fresh wind and an unknown outside the window. The last time, because of her lightness, a breakthrough happened. Everything turned for the better. It is good that there were only 3 nearby, but everyone learned about the escape. He emphasizes, In fact, it happened because of her fault, she reassured. The commander trusts them. However, the indignation of the man did not die down. In his voice exfoliated insult. Fingers were nervously squeezing the air. The guard reached out. A pass. If there are no documents, turn around, but his voice sounded sharply, without any doubt. The smell of dust in the air. Eric asks about the past and whether he has taken away Christopher. He calmly answers, no, did not touch the old days. Turning to the guard, the prince warmly asks whether they have seen themselves for a long time and how life is leading it now. In the voice, a light memory; in the look, a genuine interest. A familiar silhouette from the crowd, the guy immediately recognized Christopher of the Begoni Kingdom. The guard asked about the deputy commander, and he heard a brief answer. This is me. Having introduced an Erica recently added to the band, Chris reported that he was not simply so, but with the permission of both his and Rebirth. Through the gray morning fog, a request came from the guard to open the gate, and the key sounded for a moment in the castle gap, as if the echo of the distant bell. He recalled that after the adventure with Felix, the kingdom balances on the edge of the abyss, and the monster will be plowed every day, and every day they become more and more bold. For all that happens to them, the kingdom is no longer responsible. If they understand, the path is open. The touch of cold views. The commander asked about a secret mission, and how the news got the guards and princes. Prior to the appearance of Felix, he said, Begonia and Hallis lived in harmony. The prince did not visit these lands for the first time. Their traces were lost among the soft twilight. Eric asked if the secret mission really causes them to be disguised as ordinary passers-by and pass through the post. In his voice was a surprise. Why risk life just that? The commander was justified. The prince issued himself, and this is not him, the commander, the fault. From under a difficult point of view it came. He understands at all what he found himself. In the corner of the Chris with pressed eyebrows was surprised. Why is it always such seriousness? The girl whispered. Let her silence. She wants silence and sleep. It seemed that everything was more difficult than it seemed, and did not want to think about it at all. The head immediately had a severity, like a cloud before the rain. Now, through the memory, the cause of the Begonian kingdom breaks into it. Everything becomes crystal clear. The man asked Eric why they stopped. He whispered, the ring is already shrinking. They were surrounded. Among the crowd of orcs, Liberty noticed the greatest. His figure stood, his shoulders squeezed the air. The roar of difficult steps suggested that they are faced with their leader. Orcs skillfully collect others in a pack, hear the heart of the crowd. They still have to take the risk, and try again. The man asked if Eric would go. He only nodded. Not a problem. Suddenly, a girl flew from the carriage. A light, like a wind, with a thick smell of perfume in the air. The girl heard, she is a witch, and it's dangerous. The guy asked to return to the carriage. There was anxiety in his voice, and the night air was thickened around. She was quietly confessing, you don't know me. I will not stand it. She asked, let her orcs be her care. Vivian asked with anxiety if Leverita would deny. The men moved to her. Someone extended the help of help. Eric stopped inadvertently. He did not hope. Vivian annoys when they doubt her forces. She squeezes his fists and swears quietly. She will prove that he can. The fire in the girl's voice. She promises to disassemble with the orcs in a few seconds, and even the air fades intense in anticipation of the storm. A sparkling arrow of fire whistled in the air. The flames escaped from her hands, leaving a hot plume in the air. All the orcs fell from her strokes. She stirred her breath and moved forward, asking if she was fast enough this time. The men began to say mockingly. They say, it turned out not in a second, but in 10. Vivian was indignant. They are specially exaggerated. Fatigue trembles in your voice. The girl says she wants to rest a little. Her eyelids slowly lower. In the air hangs a quiet dream of a moment of rest. The man wondered if Eric was tired. The prince proposed quietly. Maybe he would. A grateful smile appeared on the rest of the stranger. Thanks, Chris. The idea is that Irina is not as powerful as Vivian, and she can wither. He is drawn to this secret. He dreams of meeting her. Hearing the quiet rustle, she will be hidden. The boy was fascinated by her strength. She wanted to know what this girl was capable of. She assured that many. The guy was tricky if she was weaker than the demons. Silence hated in the air. The girl thought that she was catching the echo of her fears in the dark. She believes that it all depends on the species and its habits. Vivian wondered if he heard about Alkean, a princess who was called Magic Master. The prince said, "For him, Irina is the embodiment of beauty and kindness, true perfection." Eric was quietly interested in where he knew her so well. Pris called the prince and remembered that they had already met. The guy whistled and asked what kind of princess she was. The prince wanted to find out if Eric was her devoted fan, and in his voice trembled barely noticeable curiosity. "Everything is clear," Chris said. "Such a popular and beautiful princess is nothing surprising." The girl whispers, "Can tell Ellis that the prince called another beautiful." The young man denies hot wonder. Where did she find out about them? The man, swallowing the excitement, apologized for having spoiled fun, and called her attention. The voice was barely shaking in silence. "There are no demons here," Liberty answered as a question, and raised her head with a light movement. "Do you want to see? Look yourself." The prince noticed the sun is about to hide behind the horizon. They were lucky. They will spend the night here. But the man hurried with the words. "It is early to sum up. We will look more closely." The prince quietly said that they had a hard time. Eric, listening anxiously, asked, "What is there?" They gave him a look. The protagonist bowed to the pipe, breathed a metal smell, and froze with surprise. Something brightly flashed in the dark. The burning gun in the fog of the attackers. "Help is needed now," he sounded through the smoke. But the guard was cut off. Their duty is only to protect the prince, not to rush to rescue villages. Lieber apologized to the Urk, confessing, not to decide him. He turned to the prince quietly, waiting for the answer. What to do next? "I want to help them," Chris replied. With the words of Chris, a light spark came in the air. Erica inspired it. The girl said quietly, "She is with them." The prince squeezes his fist. The victory must be behind them. The man nods silently, agreeing with the order of Chris. Eric is casting a look. It's time to act. The prince firmly stated that this order, the village must be rescued. In each disturbance, there was an agreement. Everyone was understood and nodded silently. "Is it all?" the man asked bitterly, looking around. "It is not a village, but a real pit." He threw through his clenched teeth. Laughter broke silence. One of the robbers laughed. The leader just shook his head. To hurt girls is not humanly. The mocking shouts were heard over themselves. The peasants offended the robbers loudly. Suddenly, the man struck the one who dared to interrupt them. The girl raised her hand, though she wanted to say something. But she was sharply squeezed. Silent if you appreciate life. He was indifferent to others. Even death was not frightened. The words sounded quietly, but firmly, like a night wind in the middle of an empty street. The robber, having received permission, warned the peasant, "Let him prepare for death." The sword broke out of his hand in a sweeping motion, but instead a rounded stone flew, and a thief was surprised. The chief leaned closer, his question stuck in the air. The subordinate managed to utter only a stone came out of the ground. And here, someone's deaf rustle came behind his back. The man fell to the ground, a sharp, stupid boot, chicken in the air. The strangers assured that they are not robbers. There is nothing to worry about. Eric said, "They arrived to release the village." In the air, the smell of smoke and hope intertwined with his words. The leader narrowed his eyes, asking, "Who are you?" Did not rest surprise. Did he win everyone? The main character smiled. He assured, he was not, always friends. In the printed word, there was a choice. You disappear now. Stay alive. The bandits stood, catching every sound, as if death had already breathed them into the back of the head. Around, friends lie unconscious like shadows after a storm. He promised, he saves not only himself. He called it worthy of the conditions to fight to the last. The robbers went down with loud laughter. The air trembled from their roar. They wondered, why did he rage? And in response he threw, "Are you people? Because to appear here is stupidity." The bandits, shouting hot, warned they should not be underestimated. The hoarse voice questioned the question, is people and demons a peaceful life possible? The man's hand pulled forward. The order, do not leave the living. The blow, and the robber struck, but suddenly behind the dog rushed, the growl, the wool of the stroke. The air was filled with the smell of fear and rage. The dogs waved their hand. The owner in tears reached for his pets. In vain he was repelled, throwing after, "You are not capable of anything." Another robber freshened the air with a strange witchcraft. But magic only swung in the air. The heroes remained insurmountable. The girl with a barely audible smile noticed, "This method has long been obsolete. He has no more faith." The bandit asked again, scratching his temple in a confusion, "Why not his spells act?" She said she stopped a blow with the same magic. He did not even think to defend himself under the pressure of such force. She asked with a smile, "Are you so sure of yourself?" "No one will protect you. He threw you." And in the next moment, the main character was quietly gripping and hit him from her back, so suddenly that even the air did not have time to shudder. The robber leader disappeared in the shade. One of the people noticed it. He rushed to the air, cutting the air with a dead knock on the steps. The village residents, not believing the eyes, asked the heroes whether they are really people, because such unusual guests have not seen here. The girl called not to be scared. The guy is whole. Everything is fine with him. She looked at people, asking who else needed help. The peasants, moving to her, thanked with tears of gratitude. The woman wondered, are they all the Begonia fighters? They saved the whole village, and gratitude in the air smelled of warmth, and the eyes of the peasants glowed with genuine gratitude. The old man wondered that the Begonic soldiers had forgotten here. "So on a tour you came to the excursion, whether you are conducting intelligence?" asked questions. It was a rural headman. The girl reminded that the characters saved them, and they were greeted for it. She asks to be treated with respect. The prince agreed. The leader was right. The old man kept his breath away from surprise. According to Chris, a friendship was gradually born between Begonia and Galzona. Cautious steps in trade, exchange of military homon, friendly views at intersections. The old man said, as soon as Felix began to prepare for the crown, everything changed, subsided. The prince only nodded, accepting his words. In silence, the echoes of consent. The consequences of Felix's actions, unfortunately, are still felt, even after its disappearance. At this alarming time, everyone needs to understand what is happening in Halcyon. The old man nodded. He understood what was about, but from their openness for a moment the air froze. Not so saying real soldiers. In order not to catch them in false thought, he explained everything, did not want to hurt. The heroes saved them, and there was no room left in the image. In the village of Felix has not been loved from the first day. The locals seemed to side with relief when Bignania outlined. Now Felix asked for permission to at least thank them. He was already darkened, he said carefully. If you wish, you can spend the night in the village. The prince was caught by the prince by surprise. He was surprised by his eyebrows. The old man nodded, confirming it, and gently said, "We do not wait for the guests, but the door of my home is open for you." Kiss thanked, and suggested that the pogromy effects together. The elder of the village agreed with relief, even smiling. Any help was now like fresh air after a thunderstorm. The head of the village sighed bitterly. If the forces were more, that would not have happened. The girl rushed to him, touched her hands, gently asked not to roar herself with such words. She accused Felix, he said, entertained, crashed their country, and now they have to pay. The grandfather only sighed heavily, and nodded. He just muttered who knows well what a danger from him, and did not take a single step to stop. The lips were powerless. You do not do anything here. Fear squeezed the old man. He closed his eyes and hid in the shadow. The world disappeared with noise and light. Suddenly jumped sharply through. Enough. It seems worse and could not be. The air compressed. The tension was squeezed. For Flexi, the native land smelled of rain and native smoke. Here his heart was calm. The smell of summer dust hangs in the air when Eric asked about Felix again. To the old man, and, holding his breath, whispered. He listened carefully to every word. He began to make a look filled with cunning. Who came? Who came? The leader caught everything from the first breath. The girl stopped in front of them. Her name was Nina. A light smile touched his mouth. He carefully asked the girl where she came from suddenly, where she wandered all these days. She turned to him again, insisting. That's so obvious. Meanwhile, Nina carefully checked the traps on the monsters, looking into the darkness and listening to each rustle. The young man reported that she was not for several days, and the village was devastated by the bandits during that time. Nina just shrugged. She was indifferent. In his words, he made reproach. Does she understand how many people were killed in his absence? In response, the girl broke out in her eyes. Again you look for Felix, he threw with reproach. You are stubborn. Do you not see how you risk everyone for a person who is not worth it in memory? He gently reminded. Do you understand that I am gone? It is worth giving up. Her heart clenched. Why are these morals? Why do these words that smell of sadness and fatigue? She abandoned that he was eternally seeking compassion, blaming others. Here, those who set the rules survive, so he should protect himself. If he lacks the strength to do so, then he does not have the right to say her brother. The hoarse whisper, like sand on the teeth hanging in the air. Sudden rage flared in Nina's eyes. Liberty's gaze to Eric. Everything became clear from the first movement. Everyone froze, looking at her. Finally, she tore the silence and exclaimed, exactly what everyone needed. The old man whispered. The heroes expelled the robbers. The noise of panic went out. These were warriors from Begonia. Nina asked, trying to disassemble through the hum in the crowd. Several people were tied near the village to the tree, and all of a sudden got into place. This is not a demon's decision, she sighed, and even the air surrounding was holding her breath. The prince reminded that the Begonians have no right to judge foreigners, even criminals. The sentence should be made in Galcio. Only their law can decide the fate of these people. She is quietly admitted. It is fair if the law works. And then, with the shadow of doubt, she asked, why did they decide that their law was correct? The man quietly asked the girl to stop, but in response she sighed. This week, in this country, he did not find joy. Nina sighed. Everything that remains is to vote, to run away or silently bend before the strong, like cowards. Therefore the girl chose strength. His fists, inhaled on full breasts, and in her eyes a stubbornness flashed like a spark on dry grass. She sighed. If the country had dominated in that country, I would not have to cut, would not have burned hands from eternal effort. A giant dome grew over the village, strange, as if the glass dome was hiding in the morning ray. Nina carefully wondered if the guests would stay overnight. The elder only nodded. Yes, today they are together. The girl assured everything was clear, and time to show guests real respect. Only she is nearby, quiet peace falls into the village, as if he were protecting him from disaster. The light rustle of the wind suggested that it was here that Felix was born among the familiar hills. In this village he took his first steps. Eric's silence hanged, and Chris stared at him. His eyes shined feverishly. In the end, he turned to Vivian, asking where she knew what kind of witchcraft the girl used. He replied that it was an improved barrier. It was extremely difficult to create such a protective spell. Even simple barriers are not given to every magician. Vivian sighed and recognized. This applies to her. The magic has wrapped the whole village, which is why it is real. Everyone's breath feels, every sound around. Liberty noted that this name suits Felix's younger sister, and asked quietly what to do next, because it seems that the girl herself is looking for her brother. The letters on paper advised, it is worth disappearing until everything turned into an unmanaged chaos. In the air, there was already a busy tremble, like a storm. One more trouble did not want. Suddenly the door knocked softly. The prince was alerted, and tightly quit the question. Who is there? Nina quietly sounded behind the door. Her voice was careful, as if whispering. She wanted to ask something. The prince's gaze slid on Eric. What do you think? He barely nodded, and then the girl, sighing easily, slid at the door. Thank you. She wondered where they came from. Curiosity and easy hope were swelling in her voice. The smell of recent rainfall is still hung in the air. Nina was quietly wondered if someone heard something about Felix Gladio. Eric replied, she knows better. She understands it better than them. The girl asked, what did he mean and why should he ask them then? Eric's answer was short. Felix is dead. In her voice, despair broke out. Nina screamed, rejecting the lies as if a knife was cutting silence. She was quietly reinforcing, no evidence, no one saw anything, as if there was no event, just an emptiness between words. Eric claimed that he saw everything with his own eyes because he won Felix on his own. Horley squeezed her heart, the voice of trembling when Eric asked how he managed to defeat her brother. Nina squeezed his fists and whispered, her brother could not lose. It was simply impossible. It was not in her head. Squeezing her teeth, she asked quietly, where and how Eric won her brother. He claimed that Felix had sent a whole flock of monsters to their village, what was huddled on a hill near the border. He defended the house as long as he was flooded, did not win trouble. She confessed that her brother often managed the monsters, and once went to attack her own village. The fragile breath broke the silence when Nina asked, is your brother really strong? Eric nodded slightly, confidence ringing in his voice. He confessed that Felix was the strongest of all he met. Without support, the victory would slip out of his hands. The girl nodded, as if she understood for a long time. She was grateful to the boy, and leaving behind the slight aroma of spring perfumes, she said goodbye. Is it worth talking to Nini all the truth? Asked the girl quietly. The voice trembled gently, as if a breeze. The prince replied, you need to tell everything, otherwise it is impossible. The anxiety corroded the soul, so he confessed, and now Nina's eyes flashed. Lebert nodded, they say, if on her side. Everything else loses meaning. Eric only sighed. He understood it for a long time. Felix's fight is a moment that changes everything. The heart is pounding, the air is angry, and the time seems to have been dying for a moment. Sometimes the words are missing, he admits. As you explain, you stand on the verge, the heart moves, the air smells of fear, and in your head only the desire to live. Eric believed, Nina deserves to know what happened to Felix. She asked, and he had to answer without hiding in silence. The man quietly assured, there is something in this. His words were hung in the air when he asked the guy, let him remember the moment. Let him not forget. You are not alone, it sounded side by side. Each of yours is far away, touches dozens of hearts, even those who do not know about. Felix's words did not go out of his head. He was never blessed by allies. Like ice touched the heart and left a mark in the silence of the room. No excuses sounded in thoughts, only a bitter conclusion. Nothing can explain his actions. Although the understanding came, the anxiety did not retreat. Something squeezed a heart like a cold wind under the skin. The old man quietly confessed. He apparently seeks to change this land harder than all. In his voice, Hope Sweep smelled of damp dusk and trembling. Such a thirst sprouts from turmoil, and the dark thirst never brings light. Only shadows float after it. The house only breathed Felix's wings for a moment, and he stayed himself. It is easy to guess. Only selfish, stupid, fascinated by his power, kept nearby. Benina was not like others. She sincerely joined Felix, supported without falsehood, and this is what disturbed the village's elder. Eric lay on the bed. The door was barely squeezing. The girl stepped into the room, then she flashed in her hand. Silence was stunned. Each step of her moon was given in intense air. The blade whistled in the air when she swung on Erica. But he had time to intercept the knife, clamping his hot handle in his fingers. Lieber was scratching the girl, and with the acceleration flew into the wall, hissed with pain. A deaf sound of the blow rolled against the walls. The voice sounded sharply. Do not move or die. In the air the threat was frozen. Even the shadows froze with fear. The man noticed that she was unsuccessfully hiding and wondered, was everything okay with Eric? In response, the guy nodded briefly. Yes, all is well. Liberty noted, it is strange that he allowed someone to approach. Eyebrows flew up. In his voice sparkled as if she had touched another's secret. Nina whispered, let it be better, because there is no strength in the words left. The man waved, but Eric stopped him short. Enough. Liberta was silenced. Nina was now his care. He added, tired, that she did not believe in her desire to kill, and headed to bed. The man thanked quietly. Warm evening lured outside. Eric turned to Nina quietly. Maybe we will go under the starry sky? He confessed that he had not yet named his name, and was quietly introduced. In the air, silence hung. The girl gloomy. Something pressed on her soul, and the guy felt uncomfortable. It seemed to him that the sword in her hands only trembled, and he asked why she came to him. If the blade did not listen to her fingers. Nina smiled. She did not have better than she had. The wonder in the guy's voice. The barrier she created seemed confusing and demanding. Complex magic always turns power. Manu, will, patience. If Nina is able to wrap a whole village with charm, then she will have enough strength to one opponent. Magic only for barriers, she recognized, and surprise flashed in the boy's eyes. I can still control the wind, Nina added, and the sword of the shadows cannot. Eric nodded silently. He understood everything. Only a simple knife is her choice, the girl explained, but a cunning spark broke out in her eyes. There is another sneaky move that she will risk trying. Yes, it is all in Felix style. If he was healthy, he would hardly appear. The guy threw. His first blow was the insidious attack on the old one. The girl just smiled softly. That's how my brother works. In the end, she carefully asked what he wanted to talk about. Does she understand that she dreams of killing him? Nina Shepoch. Do you want to win? Eric was quietly saying that he did not want it. As soon as the conversation is over, then he decides what to do with the authorities. She threw him into his face. Hypocrisy. Previously, he demanded to judge people under their laws, and now weighs them on their own scales. The mention of that week came in memory. The girl assured, here they obey only strong. The guy answered her, glowing her words with the wind. Eric asked to talk about her brother. He was courty to understand him closer. The girl looked around in surprise and whispered, "Why?" After all, his brother is defeated. He should no longer find out. Usually, he does not ask such questions. But it was Felix who took everything from his past. The local shadow of the king was frightened by the local people. Not a drop of regret. He has won, and regret to regret it. For Eric Felix, it matters in its own way, a special, elusive, like the smell of rain after heat. If she is my younger sister, why didn't we grow up together? The guy bitterly quit questions into the silence of the room. His thoughts of the verse break. Why Felix become a king? Nina replied that she did not grow with him. The guy was surprised and whispered, she was his sister. The girl replied, the guy for her brother, not blood, in spirit. She always felt like his sister, and he became a native for her. The mention of the first non-meeting emerged suddenly. She was 10. Somewhere between the child's laughter and the rust of autumn leaves, they walked past without noticing each other. The capacious hum of the capital died in the lanes of the slums. Until Nina fell into the darkness, Felix suddenly appeared and pulled it out of the paws of darkness. Returning to her, he asked if her heart was beating in her chest. Parents are not mentioned. She woke up in the dungeon, scratched in the garbage, looking for at least something edible. The royal capital shines outside, but it is worth plunge into its depths. The stench and dirt are bitten into the lungs, and it is not believed that it is one city, born in the darkness of the dungeon. This is how its history began. Here, under the city, those who drove down the life were living as if they were disorderly, jumping from the surface after defeat. Wounded people who are doomed no longer to work. She does not know whose families left them, but she was here. The silent band, and no spark will flash in the eyes. For children who are underground, it is a real hell. Food is prey. It is easy to select. Adults beat for no reason, and beautiful little ones can just pick up. Their fate is heavy and ruthless. Most of them, as if doomed, pull in existence, where every day stinks as well, and death seems to be desirable. Once she almost got into the hands of the kidnappers, but miraculously escaped. Exhausted, hungry, it fell to the ground. The body was smelled, the breasts were squeezed, and the eyes were ready to give up. In the underground city, no one extends for help, and it is no exception. Cold walls, deaf silence, only echo of their own steps. Felix was not like everyone else. He said gently, "If alive, take your head and look up." The girl sharply came down and rushed forward with a knife, and his hand with a lightning knocked out the weapon on the floor. He noted her passion in battle. This girl fought passionately, and he liked it. "How do you want to survive here?" "Hold on," Felix threw. Loneliness is difficult. Not everyone can withstand. But she still had a chance. He saw it in her eyes. The apple fell gently in her palm. He threw, and the air responded with a slight whistle. The aroma of ripe fruits with a whirlwind refreshed a moment. Under the ground, in the heart of the capital's substitution, the unexpected feeling touched it. Like the wind of other people's voices of whispers in the darkness, awakening something new inside. It may have been kindness, I thought. The capital summoned it only immediately. And the underground city was even stronger. There was no choice, so she followed Felix, swallowing the alarming air of the unknown. Eric staring at Felix's face. "Is this your native village? And why did you go to the capital?" She replied. He wanted to look into the underground life of the capital. Here the real news of the kingdom was pulling. He nodded. He understood everything. Surprise. "Felix is not at all like someone who works with someone," he said. The girl just sighed. "So everyone is talking about him." The brother lived their own beliefs. Eric asked about them, and how everything changed when he left the underground city. Then they moved the narrow streets of cities and villages, looking into the real life of the kingdom through dust, noise, and smells of evening food. Felix noted that the present king admires the outer glitter, and the eyes closes his eyes. If so goes on, Felix will take power, and you will immerse the face of the earth in shine, and the darkness. Nina assured that in order to get the crown, we need to defeat the acting king in a duel. She feels Felix's anxiety, though he is strong. Excitement does not let him go for a moment. For him, weak should remain weak. He despises those who stand aside, does not seek power, but only contemplate. Like a shadow without a voice, indifferent to his own destiny. Felix assured that Nina survived the underground city and felt his spirit. If with the present king trouble, it cannot be there that there is no other. He asked why, in her opinion, People are born in such rotten places, underground, among the gray walls and wet air, and why no one was able to unite. She asked quietly. Why? He replied, there is no common enemy. That's the community too. The girl wondered, who is the enemy? And Felix already imagined how everything would change when he became the king. Now the dream appeared in the dreams, a neighboring kingdom that smelled of unknown and promised new challenges. His heart was beating faster than the temptation to conquer her. The girl said quietly, not everyone likes a fight. Felix only nodded. He understood it. Not just a sword and screams is a battle, he told her. Here's a field for those who sow, and for those who study. The battle always changes the face because everyone chooses their way. There was a lack of real schools in that country. In the morning there was cozy classes with children's laughter. The worry and trouble were awaited ahead, but he was ready. So saying, his brother moved to the capital, where the king was already waiting, the enemy in the future of the duel. In the air it smelled of rain, a heart clapped in the breast, the city called a distant moon. In the first battle, his brother was defeated, but did not break the spirit. Years of persistent training, blows, sweaty palms. It grew up, pudding every day. Then his brother again challenged the king. In his gaze flashed a fire, as if the thunder was preparing for the explosion. The strength was felt by Felix. He radiated a power, and was able to overthrow the king himself. The smile never appeared on her brother's face. Only the shadow of anxiety slid on her lips. Felix spoke to the king. The disappointment was swollen from his voice. Now you are weaker than it was last time, all because it is accustomed to winning only the weak. He asked, why do you feel stronger? Because in that country the power smells of truth. There is only one who has stronger hands. Why are you so weak? A quiet asking voice sounded like a reproach. Tillich said he was going, but would soon return and asked to wait. The girl asked if he had to go with him. He replied, it is necessary to go. The abandoned village is easy to wipe off the face of the earth. Felix asked his grandfather if he came to say goodbye. He asked the good thing. Think again. Do not rush to the decision. If you want to stop me, prove it not with words but by force. He threw it. Even if you call the whole world against me, I will not retreat. According to Felix, you do not convince anyone. The power is needed. This rule should be kept in memory. If no one leaves, he stays in Asnan. Let him be the best. She sighed and said goodbye. Felix said, from now on the country will change because it will be governed. That's right. With this shadow of sadness in the eyes, she remembers her brother that last day, an image that has forever crashed into memory. The girl asked if Eric, her brother, won. He nodded quietly. Yes. Her voice trembled. What was his last look? What did he say before the end? Laughing, the guy said, Felix called the fight fun. The girl nodded. Great. The last fun remained with him on the battlefield. She apologized, and he only nodded. Everything is fine. He knew for a long time how painful to lose those who have become for you. There is no need for justifications. In his past life, Felix lost his dearest, killed for no reason. Becoming himself again, he challenged his own shadow, and defended those whom he could. Strong, weakness is dominated here. Did the words get stuck in the throat, and the pain, in common, like a shadow under the eyes? The girl is slowly returning to him, and it seems that her whole movement is filled with the same longing as his silence. The smell of salt mixed with silence in the room. She asked him why Eric was crying. He apologized. Whispers added, he should not cry. Nina Heat called it good. Eric with a sad sadness replied that it was not. She said that his thoughts were pouring into the enemy's sister, who crashed his homeland, and that is why tears break his face. Nina gently noted that there are very few such people. He confessed that he did not consider himself good, only felt pity. She replied, let it even be simply sympathy or something else, still well. If someone kills a person who is able to cry even for such, his brother will be rewarded. She assured that she loves her brother, but could not accept his belief since he became the king. The guy nodded. He felt it with her heart. The girl agreed with her brother. If the enemies were chatting outside, maybe the disputes inside would go out. But the heart was shudder. In the event of war, the pain would have grown beyond the imaginary. Inside felt sympathy for his brother, even if he got out of the way. Perhaps this trail will lead to something lighter. The heart believed. The brother realizes that he is wrong. But his brother did not stop. He kept his sister firmly like a grabbed shadow. He wanted to erase all those who were hiding in darkness and poverty from the world. Perhaps the brother was looking for someone who would say, "You're wrong." Felix boiled anger. It was unbearable to see how the one who was considered right was handed over to the king, almost without a fight. But this could be forgiven. The princess leaned to Eric, whispering in a fragrant voice, "Is it all right with him?" The guy shrugged, wanted to understand what it was. A request about the girl who attacked him yesterday came. The hero answered calmly, "Everything is fine, alive and intact." Leverdo explained that Chris had sleeping all night, did not even notice the danger, and that is why the excitement was clear. The prince exploded. The words of the man were outraged by the depths of his soul. Chris remarked, "Hardly anyone feels the threat, but Eric, they say, just horrible." "Horror? Compared to the Liberty Vice Commander, all this is a trifle," he said verse. Even through the wall felt a threatening shadow. The cold inconvenience wrapped her shoulders. The jokes began to annoy Chris, as if everything was ridiculous only for others. Libre called the prince to the company, promised, "It will be fun." In response, the prince asked him to shut up. "Is not a backman sleeping yet?" asked the man. Eric nodded. "To wake him up?" The Liberty answered briefly, "Yes, it's time." They were approached and asked if they had already started to prepare. Expectations and a quiet rustle of steps were hanging in the air. The thin voice of the girl cheerfully Lunko came. She wished everyone good morning, and fresh air seemed to be filled with a gentle smile. "She was late," said Chris. Viviana replied, "Everyone in the village allowed her to stay." The old nodding for confirmation. In her eyes plays approval. Even thanks did not have time, he confessed, and asked, "Give at least a little rest." Grateful in Liberty's look, but in the voice of quiet peace. Their care is appreciated, but the roads are already chosen. Their own, not alien. The prince promised, after the capital they will come back here again, and may finally be able to rest. The old man nodded. He understood everything and ordered him to visit when he returned back, warmly swollen in his voice, and in the air smelled of smoke and bread. Nina wondered if they would go to the royal capital. Eric greeted her on the morning and asked quietly if she managed to fall asleep after everything. She just shook her head. The night did not rest. She asked that during a visit to the capital not only to be limited to the facade, but to notice the dark side, hiding in the shadows of old columns, where the whisper of history is heard. The girl asked quietly, "When you feel something, tell me later." Her voice trembled in the air. "Whether you will return to the village," asks timidly. He promised to come back. His voice sounded confidently like blows ringing in the middle of silence. The tension thickened. Everyone was alert and began to ask what happened. The girl asked if they were robbers. The man only suggested to look at. In the sun, they glittered patches familiar with Harugian warriors. Vita's dizziness broke somewhere a carriage. Apparently, someone noble came, Nina thought. And indeed, a real gentleman appeared in the door. In the air it smelled an expensive perfume. Before her eyes, a lover broke out. And no shadow of doubt was clouded at that moment. There could be no mistake. The guard blocked the path and dropped deftly. No one will forgive him with a bell in front of the princess. She stopped them and apologized quietly, smiling warmly. The girl leaned closer and asked if they met before. A slight breath of memories sounded in his voice. The views turned to the princess. Friends sighed, they say. They did not see themselves for a long time, and they were driving from Eric. They say, a funny companion. The girl recognized him. Chris quietly asked what she was doing here. Iron whispered that she has something important, what she wants to share. But now she cannot reveal all the details. The promise of something special trembled in his voice. The threat has hanged over Bogoni. Fighting antimony is heard. The sky moans from crying, and the kingdom trembles in waiting for a storm. In the city of the wagon, a few hours before the whispering of anxiety, the capital lived. The streets smelled of fresh bread. In the air ranged baby laughter, and no one knew that trouble was already on the doorstep. Through the subsiding noise on the platform, the man leaned to the interlocutor. Did he hear the one on the western border, near the Lindoy borders, again gather more troops? Last week the help came, so fresh smelled of sweat and new boots. Maybe Lindo has already broken them. Nobody knows when they will drive them. One of the men asks to shut up. Alena turned sharply to the Jorian, her voice trembled. "What did you forget here?" Suddenly the guy noticed. The girl is also in the area of strengthening. He said the verse that something was barely audible. He added to himself that he was also chosen for reinforcement, though some hope. Yorina brought her eyebrows in surprise, did not expect such. Alena sighed. The girl is too exhausted. No one wants to go to death. There are those who are afraid to lose life, which is why there is anxiety in every movement. Jarina wondered whether Helen was lazy. The quiet answer was uncertain. Perhaps the fear of it really lived. At heart, he is glad that he was recognized. Finally, the knight can become himself. Feel the heavy metal of the armor and his real way. Urain whispered with a smile that his strength was the sea, and his eyes flashed with a bold glitter. Maybe he was just not so afraid, and it did not make him truly strong, he answered. The verse, as if confessing to himself. It will not be possible to save anyone on its own. Such force does not belong to him. It is for this purpose that comrades and friends, said Urance, not to be one. Yes, this is true, he replied quietly. They are friends. The magician put her hand on her shoulder, feeling the warmth of his fingers, and said, You have really incredible abilities. And today, added the sorceress, this is enough. It's time to relax. If it is able to strengthen the quality, even simple spells will be dangerous. They are passionately subsided, feeling this opportunity in the air. When will the spell more powerful? Which one will spend less than the strength? The girl thanked the sorcerer quietly. A grateful smile trembled in the corners of her mouth. She wondered, do the magician force finally form up to 18? She was answered so, but reassured. Their abilities grow, blossom with experience. The girl gave herself as an example, an adult, and still seeks more. She assured she would try this time. To train when it is dark, real pleasure, threw a man and looked at Anna. She nodded, smiling. Yes, it's great. The girl asked if the captain of the knights did not need. Her voice sounded quietly, almost like a breeze in dusk. He asked about the mud, his gaze. He decided that she was in love until his lips were quietly in a sly smile. Anna noted that the girl may not be worse than Vivian, but in the movements, at an uncertain view, it is visible. The experience of battle is lacking, she confessed with a smile. They also decided to move west, to help without hesitation, the hoarse voice assured. He listens, asks again. The girl just shook her head. The decision was already made. There is no gate. Their magic is the strongest of all. The disappearance of Liberty and Vivian left the princess without protection. So it would be good for them to stay in the capital, where their strength is extremely needed. Anna quietly asked if he heard that they whispered about their secret order. The elite, which was receiving considerable money, and serious achievements were never visible. Unlike others, lightning knights rush into a whirlwind of battle, and their main strength is support from the rear, when glory already echoes swords in iron. At least the knights were able to change each other on the forefront. He was bitterly moving. The magicians did not have such luxury. Anna whispered, enough, no longer needed. She indifferently quit that her harsh look she did not like it. And the man smiled and said, this woman could lead a detachment of magicians. Anna confessed quietly, hates it all. She was convinced that when you become a soldier, you forget and dream differently, because thoughts shrink to one. Survive. The girl leaned to Eric, pulling a smile, and he asked whether all was well with him. A man with an alarming voice asked what was happening here. She leaned closer and whispered, what is it shimmering there in the north? Anna suggested that they may be people who live in the Deaflands, far from trade, or it's just light from hunters who wander in night silence. It turned out that this light belonged to magic, flickering like a handful of stars, and touched the skin with a slight trembling. No one believed. The Begonia is attacked. The smell of anxiety in the air, voices subsides. People asked, what does it mean? The prince asked, is it about the western border, where Begonia borders with Lindo Empire? The girl shook her head. In fact, everything is completely different, Irene replied. It happened to Begonia, their capital. Incredible. The distrust hung in the air, like a cloud of dust in the wind. The man insisted. They left the country only 3 days ago. So much time is not enough for the enemies to seize the capital, except that the princess really witnesses an unexpected attack. The girl objected, and in her voice bitterness swelled. Unfortunately, everything was told. True. With the wind on the face and dust on the clothes, the news from the capital brought friends even before the trip to the Begonia. The surprise broke out in the eye of the prince as he learned that Princess Irene in Begonia. He said quietly that he was not aware of it. She replied that, along with others, she went to the capital to conclude an alliance with Begonia as special messengers. She wondered if Prince Christopher had reported it. He seemed to be up to date. The prince asked in surprise in Liberto, why does the princess tell them about the attack, not Begonia? Why not alarming news from a reliable source? Eric noted that the country is attacked, so it is important to keep calm now. It is necessary to understand what is happening in Begonia. The prince nodded. Consent and anxiety flashed in his gaze. The silver voice of the guy cut the tension. The situation is urgent. Is the novelty with news here? He turned to the princess, the look alert. The movements are anxious. The empire still attacked. But something made it stop. As if in the air, an alarming note of dissatisfaction was hanging in the air. Lindos descended from the northern mountains and rolled on the capital. Like a thunder in the clear sky, a sudden threat enveloped the city. In the present lack of all, this decision seems reckless. It is difficult to imagine that they have really dreamed of. Eric noted that it always happens. They may want to replenish the stocks in place. According to the prince, it is already looting, not a matter for a real army. Eric suggested to reject the thought that the enemy would think the same as they were. The Liberator only confirmed, this is really true. Everything around seemed hopeless. There was an alarm in the air. Like last time, everything rolled before the same finals. Once upon a time, when Chris disappeared from the capital, the Bagany was attacked. Did he go to check his neighbors this time? Eric doubted. Then the land of Cargian reached Felix's enemies, and the risky visit of the prince would be illogical there. Maybe last time in the country of Felix operated underground, which cooperated with Begonia. The head broke out. That's really. So once ago, among the distant aromas of Begonia, Liberto and Vivian could accompany the princes, leaving the city behind. The situation is reminiscent of the past. The capital of Begonia remained again without the main defenders, like a defenseless heart in the reign of anxiety. The girl goes to the capital to form an alliance with the Begonia. On the other hand, the kingdom is good at all, not to allow this union, even at the cost of one's own peace. The protagonist reported that the Begonia recently dragged the troops to the western border. The man stamped his head, they say. It is impossible. It smells like betrayal. It is no accident? Eric understood it. The Lindo Empire chose a moment when the thunder hit the time. The unexpected attack covered both the past and the present. Just then, the situation seemed threatening. If this continues to continue, another difficult inheritance would cover the country. Everything will happen, as in the past life, with a bitter flavor of anxiety. Eric apologized and wondered if the man knew how many enemies were here. He nodded. Yes, he knows. Approximately. About 10,000 enemies. So many hums and shadows. The earth trembled slightly under his feet. Everyone froze in surprise, surprised to look. The mouth sounded on the mouth. It is bad. Very bad, Eric said quietly. It is too dangerous in the capital. The road there is a day. Perhaps more. Must be returned immediately. But Liberto remained his hand, asked not to rush. One way could turn them back to the capital. He said it, barely holding back the excitement in his voice. Only one path leads to the capital without delay, said a man. In his voice he sounded certainty, and in the air an alarm of future choice was hung. Eric asked if it was possible to return instantly. Chris replied, "This is the magic of Vivian." She just smiled. Everything is not so easy. It's completely different magic. Even it is not capable of such complex magic. He wondered that she could. The girl carefully plunged her hand into the box. 2 charming balls broke out of the floor. She showed them to the boys. Their fingers glowed with soft light. The prince leaned with interest. What is it? A magical thing fell into her hands. She is breathing with magic. It is through these forces that the item is able to instantly transfer to a new place. The prince screamed to give him the balls and tried to grab them out of her hands. The girl begged loudly, "Wait at least a minute. She only has 2. Only 2 will return to the capital." Chris's questions about the number of people have rushed in the air. The girl nodded. Is just a prototype, and it will only be used if everything goes to the scrape. The prince insisted, "You need to take care of people in advance." He said, "Silence about the attack of Begonia on the capital and the lack of magic remedies for return. All this is not by chance. The father planned everything intentionally. There was no other explanation." Liberty tilted his head. He thought so. Chris is a prince of Begonia, and nothing evil should happen to him in no circumstances. You cannot just look quietly as they trample the native land. Indignation is boiling inside. Liberto fiercely clasped his teeth. The heart beat the drums of anxiety. The man squeezed the column of the prince firmly, whispered, "It is worth disappearing the king. The throne will reach him. But if both go, chaos and darkness will reign in the world. The kingdom of Begonia will come. Like a shadow, a wedding bell will be heard in cold air. A barely catchy whisper of history will dispel it. The man's hand was in the warm palm of the prince. His voice was quiet. Not everything is so bad. There is still light ahead. A simple call came to return to the capital. Erica and Vivian's views met, in the air. Quiet consent. Liberto supported silently. This is really the best choice. The girl nodded as a sign of consent and moved to the case. In the air smelled of an adventure, and her movements were confident and light, like sails in a morning breeze. The hero's streams of magic were spinning around the hero, as if the air was filled with sparks. Then Chris returned to Eric sharply, and he looked over his shoulder. The prince entrusted them with the capital. Silence hung in the air when the guy realized he felt a lot of responsibility. The girl carefully wondered, maybe it is because he has more power than liberty? Questions like a light whisper, he wandered in the air. His answer, then he was stronger, more capable, real treasure for anyone. He managed to defeat his opponent. The girl was quietly asked. The young man said with a smile, his name is Eric. She got shouted, lowered her eyes and whispered that the kingdom was rescued and asked her permission to thank. The girl thanked him sincerely, and in response the boy only melted her fears with a warm smile. She asked, "Return alive." The warmth of her voice touched the strings of the soul, and from these simple words in the boy's chest broke out the fire of hope. In the eyes of the hero, seriousness and stubbornness swell. He was quietly proud. Be sure to return. And the wind carried his words on the night. Both disappeared and people whispered around, "We must believe." Those who conducted the heroes stood stunned, tense. Silence and anxiety were frozen on their faces. The prince turned to the princess, swaying in indecision. "Can one question be asked?" She nodded, and in the air sounded, "Did you meet a guy before?" The princess asked, her voice trembling like a wind in the evening garden. The girl answered quietly. She was happy for the first time. The prince only looked down, did not believe that Eric seems to have seen her earlier. The princess was confused. Invisible tensions were hanging in the air. "Maybe because I am a princess?" she whispers. But the prince denies. The guy has long known her without even meeting her. The girl is surprised to take a breath. Meetings with strangers accompanied the life of the princess. She carefully grabs her face and names, but the Erica cannot remember. Their views intersect for the first time. Despite all, something deep inside whispers inside. This is not the first meeting. Somewhere in the air there is already a familiar smell, in the look, a strange echo of the past. The prince felt that Princess Irina burned the same feelings in the soul. She was surprised. She wanted to add something, but the words stuck. Someone sharply snatched her impulse. The princess approached, asking the girl quietly why Felix was left for her. The smell of incense shadow, a restless look. The girl just looked silently in response. The girl called her name. "Felix's sister," said quietly and confidently. The guards were already pulling her sideways. The thin fingers slid from her hands. There was a smell of anxiety in the air. Nina returned to the princess and asked. She would be joyful if she talked to her at least a little.